Right then, here we go, into the tram line. Great start.
Phillips goes for the lead. What a move. To try and take second place away from Ramagers. Here comes Denny Babicek down the inside.
Evans into that final chicane. Once again, Alabama on the outside. Oh no, there's contact. He's gone round. In 2026, the IAME paddock once again returns to the fabulous city of Valencia. It has been host of the IAME Winter Cup for many years now, and once more it can play host to it in the 26th year. Right now, here in Valencia, the weather, well, it's not on our side. From wind at the start of the week to now a possibility of rain here at the fabulous Lucas Guerrero circuit just outside the city. Year of opening 2014, event record set earlier on in time qualifying. Aaron Garcia, fresh off a 2025 IAME Euro Series title, comes away with the fastest time in qualifying of a 55.772. Can that be beaten today? Well, I think the quick answer is no, because those tyres will have been used now. They won't go any faster than that. The track itself, though, let's dive in to have a closer look at it, because it is a fabulous circuit. 1,428 metres. It's 210 metres down the start-finish straight, 135 metres down the back straight. It's around 9 metres wide, no elevation change here. It is a flat circuit to go racing on. Certainly plays into the hands of the drivers when it comes to slipstream and toes down those straights as well. Turns in total, there are many of them, 19 in fact, and you'll see those for the 11 to the right, 8 to the left out there, and each one of those turns provides its own unique challenges as well as main overtaking opportunities. We see them pretty much all over the circuit. Rounding towards turn 1, you get the toe, the slipstream, you can get it through into the major heavy braking zone at turn 3, the first pinch point, round the S section of turn 6 and 7. And then again, the next hairpin of 11, 12 and 13, you line it up as you go down the back straight and into that fabled final chicane that has claimed many, many a victim of 17, 18 and 19. Top speed though, drivers will be topping out around about 112 kilometers an hour down in towards turn number 1, especially with the slipstream. You can reach that quite quickly. They'll average around 86 around the lap. It is certainly a fabulous venue, and it's why we keep coming back here for the Winter Cup. We love it, the drivers love it, and we're about to go racing for a full day of 24 qualifying heats. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Andrew Mather in the commentary box. Andrew, I'm ready. Are you?
I am indeed. Great to be back here at the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero. Happy New Year, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Thank you for being with us here this morning in Spain. You're absolutely right, mate.
Oh, yeah.
We've got another really strong entry to kick off the year. For many of them, this is their first international race of the year. We've got some familiar faces. We've got drivers moving up from junior to senior, mini to junior. Of course, in the minis, we've got a lot of new faces as well. Plenty to get our teeth into.
Indeed. New uniforms.
New uniforms.
It's lovely. It's fabulous, isn't it? Right. Anyway, yes, racing. So much to get through today because, like you say, it's back-to-back. We've got the seniors, we've got minis, we've got juniors all playing through. We've not seen the juniors and the minis race so far this week. We had 3 qualifying heats after time qualifying yesterday. That was certainly very interesting. And when I looked back and looked at all the official results this morning, my goodness me, was it penalty heaven, unfortunately, in those first races. There was a few DSQs, there was a few DNFs, but there was a lot of 5-second time penalties that went out to many of the drivers. One driver who didn't see one of those is that man there on your screen, Emmanuel Liadakis from Greece, Zanki Motorsport. He managed to find himself at the front of the grid. He ended up being the 3rd fastest driver overall at the end of time qualifying, but he's starting at the front, and his result yesterday, a P4. So did go backwards a little bit, but still a very strong result for someone who was really happy that he managed to get out on the front row of the grid.
It was one of those races for Liadakis that easily could have ended up as a 7th, 8th, 9th.
Easily.
I was quite impressed in how he held in there. I think the work that needs to be done is that early race pace. That's where it's a little bit lacking for the Zanki Motorsport man. And particularly with this driver on the outside of row number 1, Sebastian Mins, back in X30 action for the first time in a while. It's not his first X30 race. He's done a little bit of club racing at in this category, in this kart with Fusion Motorsport back in the UK. 2nd place on the grid here in Valencia. Always really tricky to start, though. We often see 2nd place fall back. The key for Mins will be, can he reduce the losses in the early stages and be strong in the second half.
Well, that's a very interesting point, but we'll have to we'll have to wait and see, because, like you say, really tough start to the day for many of the drivers who'll be starting this one on the even side of the grid, on the right-hand side of your screen as you see it at home. A lot of penalties yesterday, with drivers going right back into the field, into the top 15, top 20 out there. So we'll have to wait and see what happens in this one as engines fire up for the first time today for a qualifying heat. It is X30 Senior qualifying heat C versus F. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup that will see Emmanuel Leodikis on that pole position spot, joined by Sebastian Mins on that front row. Roxanne Lantinga, great run in qualifying and great performance yesterday. Starts this one on the second row of the grid after a third place yesterday. Really strong performance indeed, and starting alongside Adam Elbasoini, who was a victim of one of those post-race penalties. Row 3 sees Igor Ivanchenko and Arthur Huang. Row 4 will see Yannis Boulier and Gilles Herman. Row 5 is Hugues Bequin and Max Yule. Row 6 sees Hugh Rana and Raul Martinez on that row. Row 7 is Nelson Berg and Luna Claret. DNF yesterday for Luna. Can she recover today in this one? The 8th row in the first half, Kevin Bakker and Charlie Jonassen.
Second half of the grid, Gautier San Juan starts on row 9. Is joined by Casper Reipold for this heat. Theo Eriksson and Alba Lombard, they complete the top 20 from the 10th row of the grid. Joao Castro on international debut starts on the inside of row 11 in this heat, and there's Geims Merkelbach, who had a poor qualifying yesterday, will look to move up from 22nd on the grid. Maro Vertriest and Elias Lehmann, they go from row 12. It's then Emilia Vishamirska and Luke Taylor on 13. Tomas Fernandez and Miguel Oliveira form up the all-Portuguese row 14. Emilia Poli needs a good score here, was disqualified from their heat yesterday. Will start on row 15 alongside Song Ing for the top 30. Ellie Dax and Bruce Fraser form out the last row of the grid, row 16. All 32 cars expected on the grid are present on track, apart from, though I spoke too soon, Maro Vertriest does not take the start, according to the information that we've got here in the box. So that's the driver meant to be starting 23rd, will not take the start of this race, which will be overlooked by our race director, Martin Bean, raring to go as ever, ably assisted by his deputy, Dan Ashton, out there. And oh, look at that. A rainbow over the circuit. The weather, I feel, is turning good at last.
Well, you say that. Yes, a rainbow is good. It's pretty. It's lovely. It also means one thing.
Well, yes,
rain. It means that something's around. So, yeah. But it's on the other side. So, at the moment, we're okay. But we just have to wait and see. I've got it about 11 o'clock, which is around about an hour's time from now, that we might be expecting some of that. So we'll have to wait and see. Dan Ashton, Deputy Race Director, slowing the grid down there into that final chicane. Now, they won't take the chicane on these rolling laps. They'll go round it, and they'll carry all the speed that they can to start the first race of the day. Leodikis and Mins on the front row of the grid. Zanki Motorsport and Fusion Motorsport here into the tram lines. First race of the day is go as they head down towards turn number 1. Seth Mins on the outside is trying to carry the speed, but he's not got the waft, because round the inside it's going to be Leodikis a little bit squirrely there. One of the PBs going a little long there. I think that might have been Pequan trying to get through. There is one of the crocs. It's the 226, and that, I think, might be Geims Merkelbach in that one, who's gone off the track. That is a big shame for him, joined by another as well. We'll try and work that one out in a few moments' time. At the front here, though, Andrew, grid looks settled, but Leodikis not out of the woods yet. It's still pretty close.
No, that was a good start for Mins. The 246 is off the road and out of this one. That's one of the
248.
248 rather. One of the One Lao Motorsport drivers falling back through the order. That's going to be some who's started on the 15th row of this grid, shuffling going on through the fastest part of the course. We saw some incidents in that area last year at the IAME Winter Cup, but that's a good way to start this race. New race leader, Mins, has taken the race lead then from Roxanne Lantinga. Got to say, Anthony, I was very impressed with Roxanne Lantinga's strategy yesterday. She knew she didn't have the fastest kart underneath her for the full 11 laps, but she picked her moments very, very well. Good start for Max Yule there as well in the Mick Barrett Racing entry. A gain of 6 places in the early stages, up to P4.
Yeah, indeed. Very nicely done there, but it's not all over in that mid-pack area there. All kicking off just that little bit more. Casper Reipold in that VDK, just trying to get the nose down the inside there on the exit of turns number 7 and 8, but again has just got it squared away now. So Seb Mins leads the way then as we're on lap 3, but again there is a 3-kart breakaway at the front. They're not out of the woods yet, and I've got to say Roxanne Lantinga, after not having the kart underneath her yesterday, it looks like she's got it underneath her today. She is right there, but she did this yesterday as well. She didn't just immediately go for the overtake. She said, right, come on, let's go. Let's push. Let's open up that gap. Now, Leodikis is still there, so there is still risk to that, because if Leodikis thinks, right, I'm going to go for the move, then Lantinga could effectively be shuffled out of this top 3. So, again, it's like a double-edged sword that they've got at the moment, but the crucial thing is Seb Mins setting the fastest lap of the race is keeping that pace up.
Keeping the pace up, keeping it high. It's all over to Max Yule and Arthur Huang now to see if they can close in. Just to note a bit further down the order, Anthony, good start for Luna Clare. Luna needs a decent result, had a difficult one in round 1 yesterday. She's gained 6 places, is up to P8, so just coming into the back of shot now. Change of team as well for Luna Clare, now with the KVK competition outfit. It's that stage of the year, isn't it? It's all the familiar faces, but some of them in different colour and sticker and decal arrangements to what we're used to. Start of lap 4 then. Mins leads this one from Roxanne Lantinga. Emmanuel Leodikis in 3rd. The good thing for Leodikis at this stage, Anthony, by this point yesterday, yes, it was different time of day, slightly different conditions, etc., etc., but this was the point where the Greek driver had started to fall off the back. Just looking at the body language of his kart, this is looking stronger. If he can then have better pace in the second half, it's not beyond doubt that he could still win this race. Mins continues to lead, looking calm at the front of the field. He's got a lot of experience, of course, around this circuit.
I certainly do, and I'm just keeping an eye on the second group behind this top 3. You've got Arthur Huang, Max Yule, Yannis Boulier and Gilles Herman. Now, they're looking very quick. I think there has been some drama out there, though. Adam Elbasoini has just tumbled down the list with Kevin Bakker. Has there been a moment out there? I can see one kart going very slowly at the back of the grid. But back on this one, still, every time they go into turn 1, it looks like Lantinga's just trying to get the nose down the inside there. It just takes a tighter line just going into the entrance, but Mins always seems to cover it as they exit out. And that's exactly what I'm speaking about. Arthur Huang, that second group behind. I said they were looking quicker, and I can see they're starting to close in here. Is the pace starting to fade at the front? And if so, what is the game plan of those drivers in 2nd and 3rd?
I think Roxanne Lantinga will leave it a little bit longer, but as I mentioned earlier, yesterday she had to make a move to get to the front, to get that track position, and she nailed it absolutely spot on with the timing. So we know she's got the awareness of how not only her own kart is feeling, but what everybody else is doing. So right now, this is okay for this top 3. You've got to say this is impressive, though, from Arthur Huang. There are circuits that maybe have bigger slipstreams, but the slipstream is still a factor here. Lantinga's pulled the pin, decided now's the time to go. Leodikis down the inside. I think that's the right decision. Arthur Huang is a threat there. 3/4 of a second back, and like yesterday, Roxanne Lantinga said, sorry, Seb Mins, I need that track position. Mins is looking back down the inside of Leodikis for 2nd place, and look at this. Arthur Huang is really, really ramping up the pace now and has joined the top 3.
Yeah, that one overtake there really brought him into play now, and Seb Mins is going to be in a spot of bother here. He checks over the shoulder, can see that VDK racing machine is right there. They know the package is quick. A little look to the inside there for Mins is a mistake, because now he's lost track position to Arthur Huang, who sends it down the inside and gets up into 3rd place. This has allowed Lantinga now to break away. I've got to say, as you mentioned it, perfect timing there. It wasn't too early on into the race. She didn't leave it till this point now. She left it till this point. She might have been 4th place right now. Here we go. Huang's going to go for it again now on Leodikis. He's not wasting any time. Allows Mins to get back through, and that is nicely done. Leodikis now needing to think what he wants to do into this final stage, because, again, we're running out of time, and now we're going to start to see the likes of Max Yule join into this fight. 5 karts certainly is quite a party to play with.
And particularly as the Mick Barrett Racing boys have looked quick so far this week. Nat Johnston in particular, we'll talk more about him later. But Maxiul, good amount of experience at the wheel of that machine. These are crucial corners and laps now for Roxanne Lantinger. To say, yesterday she did the same. She hit the front, but then wasn't quite able to stay there. There's a few more karts involved at this stage. And keep an eye on Jill Herman as well. As down the inside goes Huang, goes for the move. Roxanne Lantinger bites this one a bit more than she did yesterday over the chicane. Huang takes the lasting position down the straight. Here comes Seb Mins now. This is quite a ferocious start to your heat stay here in Valencia. Good move from Mins up to P2, but your new race leader for VDK Racing is Arthur Huang.
I think they always like to wait until we're live here to really showcase what they can do. Leodikis down the inside. Now we're getting reports that there is sprinkling of rain at some parts of the circuit here. I can see it's all around the track. Now that might make it very interesting going into these last laps because they're on slick tyres, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. At this moment, still Huang leads the way, but it is still a long way to go in this one. It's a long train of karts, and it's only getting bigger and bigger, Andrew.
We have had spots of rain earlier in the morning. There were spots I would call the psychological rain, where they get on your visor, but the grip wasn't great there for Seb Mins.
It wasn't.
And for Roxanne Lantinger, who runs wide. Emmanuel Leodikis protests because he feels Roxanne Lantinger has taken lasting advantage there. Mins looks down the inside and Arthur Huang. No, this, I think if there is rain out there, just from the body language of the karts, it is affecting the grip at this precise moment. Into the pits comes another one of the crops. That's Charlie Jonasson on the high-speed run crop promotion. The Swede out of the race.
Yeah, indeed, that is a shame. And there is more drama. That's another
That's
crop.
Roxanne Lantinger.
Roxanne Lantinger out of the race, and she is furious. She had a great run yesterday in that first qualifying heat. Today was looking like a similar story, but it has not started as the fairy tale she wanted, and immediately is down and in a safe spot in the Marshall post, but understandably, incredibly upset. The race continues, though, as we go down the back straight. This is where the drivers look like they lost out on traction earlier on. Is it going to be a similar story here? Well, maybe a little bit. You can see they're fighting to turn the steering wheel in to continue getting the temperature into those tyres. It is quite cold, but there's been moments out there and a spin into that final chicane as well. It's just off camera. There's no grip. The grip's disappearing out there. It's only fine rain, but you can see how much the karts are struggling.
I know it's cliche to say it, but there's certain nations that you just want at the wheel in this kind of situation. Belgium's one of them. Gilles Herman, whilst he's pushing the limits, could still have a chance of winning this race, but it's a Belgian-based driver also leading this one at the moment in the shape of Arthur Huang. Down towards turn 11 again. Sebastian Mins will be pretty used to these conditions. That is a very wet line being used by both of the race leaders. Mins to the inside. Has he got enough grip? That's brilliant. Superb from Seb Mins. Back to the race lead.
Yeah, and that's what it means to a driver. If you're at the front of the pack, you don't know the grip level. You're the first person to go into it, so you expect it. You take that wet racing line thinking there's not going to be any grip there, and then all of a sudden someone in second place goes, well, there is grip, and then just flies it down the inside. Last lap board is coming out now. Mins in the lead of this one, but is Huang going to retaliate on this one? But the gap's opened up considerably. The difference in pace now is quite considerable, and that looks really slippy now.
It does indeed. It's going to be a question as to what tyres the next few heats go with. Seb Mins has got a gap over Arthur Huang here. The eagle-eyed amongst you will spot, yes, that is Freddie Lloyd's race suit. It's the old
I
one
did tell
from
him
his
to
future
cover
days.
that.
I had a chat with Seb yesterday. It's like, where's your new suit? It's like, oh, it's here. It's just a little bit tight. It's like, okay, he wants that shape to move around. But this has been a really good performance from Sebastian Mins. He's done a lot of racing, of course, in the OK categories the last few years, but back here in X30, looking to make his mark on this IAME Winter Cup weekend.
Yeah, certainly so. Into that final chicane, he's going to check over the shoulder. He could really back off here into this chicane. He doesn't need to push it too hard because this is where the grip level is low. I can see there is just a fine, greasy line over that start-finish straight, but he's got it all settled in. Sebastian Mins takes that first win of the day in the senior class. Redemption from yesterday after that penalty post-race that dropped him to 13th. It's a race win this morning, and he'll be delighted with that one. But Andrew, you said the question, what does the next group go to? It's 100% slicks still.
They're locked in.
You've got to lock in on the slick. It's nowhere near wet enough out there. The clouds have dissipated. It's blue sky above us right now. It was literally just the smallest of brushes of a shower that crossed over us. You couldn't even see the rain on the TV screen. It was purely like a fluke bit of rain, and just unsettled the drivers there quite considerably in that last step of the race.
They dealt with it very well, though, apart from Roxanne Lantinga's retirement, which looked more mechanical in nature than anything else. 29 drivers made it home. We'll take you through the provisional results in a moment. Sebastian Mins, though, will be very happy with that one. Wins from Arthur Huang, Gilles Herman, Britain #1, Belgium 2 and 3. Emmanuel Leodakis halting for another 4th place. Solid points there for the Zanki Motorsport man. Max Yule 5th, Yanis Bouillet in 6th. Egor Ivanchenko after that tricky start finishes P7. Luna Claret up 6 to 8th. Noel Sundberg and Raul Martinez in the top 10. Good moves at the field as well. Should note Brew Fraser up 19 spots to 13th. Elias Lehman up 10 spots to 14th. Luke Taylor as well will give a shout out, up 9 to 17th. So some drivers there in that one really making good progress. Fortunately, it means there were some drivers going the other way. Adam Albacioni down 23 for Excel Motorsport to 27th. That's not good. Roxanne Lantinga, as noted, DNF'd in that one, will score points for 30th. Bit of a blow for her chances through these qualifying heats, but she's still got more races to go, as has this man, Sebastian Mins. A very professional job there from Seb. Knew that he would go back, minimised his losses, and then made sure that he was in the right position in those tricky conditions at the end.
Indeed, yeah, solid drive for... Needs to sort that race out, just that little bit. And this is all how it transpired at the very start of this race. You can just see the grip levels were absolutely fine. Bit of coming together in the middle there. I think that might have been Hug Pequan who had that drama right at the start, maybe even Igor Ivanchenko as well. There was the unfortunate moment as well in the early stage for Gimes Merkel back, who was just unfortunately spat out of the field. And then later on as well, we saw the difficulty for some who had the moment as well on the Manlau Motorsports machine. For the rest of them, though, they managed to square it away and get settled in, with Roxanne Lantinga, Andrew, taking an early lead at the start of that race.
Yeah, there's still some positives, I think, to take from that race for Roxanne. The pace looked good before the mechanical failure. This was the move from Lantinga, perfectly timed again. Arthur Huang was the threat from 4th place. Lantinga took the race lead. Leodakis as well, keeping himself in there, taking 2nd place from Mins. These were really crucial moments for Sebastian Mins. I think Sebastian Mins in previous years may have overthought this stage of the race, but he held himself in there to make sure that he still stood a chance. This was a nice move from both Arthur Huang and Sebastian Mins to move past Leodakis. Arthur Huang went on the attack at the chicane. Roxanne Lantinga over the curbs. Huang would take the race lead. This is another angle of that shot. Controlling the apex there was Arthur Huang. Very nice overtaking. It was, yeah, very controlled into the corner. This is the moment where I think we were starting to see a little bit of precipitation hit the track. You could see Seb Mins there running wide through that final chicane, went off. There was a small layer of greasy conditions that came out. This unfortunate retirement here for Roxanne Lantinga. Unsure what happened, but that wasn't looking like the smoothest run there as it was stopping. So maybe a bit of contact that produced that retirement. We're unclear of to what happened. This is where it really started to get a little bit dicey into that final chicane. Drivers going left, right and centre for these overtakes. There were spins into that final chicane as well. This moment here, this is 2 drivers who were thinking the conditions were very different. Arthur Huang taking the wet racing line, unknown what the conditions were like. Seb Mins down the inside, kept the traction, kept the heat into those tyres as well, which then went on to that first qualifying heat win. A very deserved drive, and Seb Mins now, with that result, steps up to 3rd in the intermediate classification. Gilles Herman will take the lead of that one with that result of 3rd place. Well, that is only one race out of
24 we have today, 23 remaining, and it is Senior X30 qualifying heat B versus D that is next to take to the track. And again, this one yesterday, actually relatively calm race for both of these groups, and there you can see on pole position for this one from the United Kingdom,
it looks like the rain has decided to come a little bit harder now. We're going to have to put the wet boards up, and Jamie, we may have to give him time. There may be delay on the start of this one, Ian.
Well, there we go. Race director there, Martin Bean, just saying there may be a delay. I think we're still going at quarter past, 10:15, so about 5-minute delay on this one. Now, the reason for that is they've had to declare it, well, a wet race, which means it's then open to a choice of tyre. You can go for wets or slicks. Of course, if it is a dry race, you can only go for slicks. So, yes, you don't get that option. You can see there the rain on the visor for Nat Johnston for the McBarrett Racing team. Great start to the weekend here. Second fastest ready. And we caught up with Nat after time qualifying.
End of Group 3, we've just seen a stunner. Nat Johnston, not just fastest within the qualifying, that's the fastest lap we've seen in X30 Senior so far this week. How did you do it?
Well, so it's been a tough week. We haven't quite been there, but I feel like the pace has always been strong. Yesterday we were getting there, and then today we just put it all together with a good track position. And I didn't even know it was overall pole so far, but that's a good result.
And the fact that you've done it with some really big names in that group, the likes of your Danny Caradinis and others as well, that is quite a statement to start the season.
Yeah, I reckon it's going to be a good one. I mean, we've been quick all start to the season, so hopefully we can just keep the momentum going. And luckily we've qualified well, and it's a good track if you're starting at the front, so hopefully we can just get going and have another good race.
Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. It is only qualifying. What are the hopes for this weekend for the season as a whole?
I mean, I'd probably like to focus more on the method this week. I mean, I'm a new driver. It's my first European Senior X30 race, so just have as much fun as possible, learn as much. I'm not really worried about the results, just want to have a good weekend.
Nat, thanks for your time. Best of luck. We'll see you out there.
See you out there.
Great chat there with Nat Johnston, and yeah, understandably not worried about the results, but so far they've been spot on. Second place in his first race yesterday.
I've been really impressed with Nat Johnston so far. He's one of our drivers who has stepped up from the juniors to the seniors, and for those who may be new to karting, especially international karting, often we say about the juniors to the senior jump, it's all in the mind. The equipment they have is pretty similar from the juniors to the seniors. It's not like minis to juniors, which we'll get onto later. But it's the racecraft, it's the thinking game against the likes of, just looking at some of the drivers also on this grid. Matteo Mellis, Danny Caradini in particular. These are drivers who have spent, in some cases several years learning their craft and knowing how to play the game. The dark arts, some people call it. And, okay, it's still very early in the season. We're only into the second round of heats. But Nat looks to have got to the speed level with that pretty quickly. Matteo Mellis, 6th yesterday for the Italian. Starts on the inside of row number 2. I tell you what else is also a bit of a question at this moment in my mind, Anthony. We've got the 5-minute delay just to give the mechanics that time they need to make the choices that they're going to make. But also, what does Nat Johnston do in terms of where he starts, which side? He will have the prerogative as pole position holder to start either on driver's left or driver's right.
Yeah, well, as we've seen from the karts, we've seen that Nat Johnston is still on the pole position side. If they want to make that choice has to be done really early on, actually, if they want to do that, and we've not seen that switch over there. Raphael Bullard of Belgium, he is ready to go, VDK driver. Thumbs up for him. He's thinking P1 for him. And, we're looking at this. Now, we were saying to give the drivers a choice of what they want to go for, the mechanics or the wets or the slicks. It's going to be 100% slicks. That is the game on this one. The track's not wet enough at all for a wet tyre. The question is now, what pressures in the tyres do they go for? That is going to be the make or break decision. Now, that camera there picks up a lot of rain that is falling right now. Out of my commentary, I've got no rain on the windows in the commentary box. I can't see it. It
could be a very, 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 very localised bit of weather as well.
It literally could. It could be on the pre-grid and not on the track.
Yep.
Danny Caranini, this man here in this event has had, well, quite the experience to deal with it from a driver. For him now, job is going to be simple. He's going to look forward to seeing the best results he can. Tough start yesterday. Good qualifying. P10 for him in that first race. Not the end of the world, but yeah, back into it. Well, there's a brolly up and hoods up and everything like that. That's an indication that it is not great out there. And yeah, it's going to be a fine line on this one. It might be one of those situations where, yes, okay, right now the track is definitely a slick tyre, but maybe in about 3 or 4 laps, it could be a wet tyre by then. And then all of a sudden you've got all these karts just sliding off everywhere. It's definitely going to be hold your breath into turn 1 at the start of this race. We'll have to wait and see, but this is going to be an interesting one, and any chance for a workout, there we go. Any chance to stretch the muscles and get yourself ready to give those hand signals of go faster. Right, anyway, here's your grid. It's Senior X30 qualifying Heat B versus D. A small delay to the start of this one, but we are away. It's Nat Johnston and Alex Martinez on the front row of the grid. Race win yesterday for the Spaniard on that front row of the grid. Can do the same today. Mateo Melis and Rafael Ballard go from row number 2. Dani Caronini and Nicolas Garcia go from row 3. They'll have the likes of Javier Barrasca and Alex Pinera on row number 4. Merrill Peldis, great race yesterday for the Estonian. Managed to get a P3 from the 5th row of the grid. Hugo Marti starting alongside. Sam Van der Heijden and Daniel Motor on row 6 with Oliver Kinmark and Dylan Patel on row 7. Max Lacroix and Mark Granada, who unfortunately suffered a DNF, starting on the 8th row of the grid.
Similarly needing good results in this one. Jaime Del Portillo and Daniel Caballero, both of them going from row 9 at 29th and 28th, respectively, for their results yesterday. Gabby Teixeira and Charlene Corduc, they go from row number 10. It's then Mark Martin and Neil Russell on 11. Sjoerd de Vries and Lorenzo Inacios go from row 12. Amir Sabarov and Monty Brathwaite start on row 13. Roman Saleh and Jan Rodriguez go from row 14. Tyron Kennard looking to get a good result here this week, starts on row 15 alongside Luca Leistra. And then a bit of a surprise, this row 16, Dan Alaman, who was initially 5th in the qualifying classification, had a lap deleted for track limits, fell all the way to 92nd. He starts alongside another big hitter, Senna Munier, on row 16. We expected 32 drivers in this field. We have 32 drivers in this field. But should note as well for Alaman and Munier, 17th and 15th respectively for them yesterday. And in a way, I think this is a good situation for them. They need to be able to make progress swiftly and efficiently. We both know their talents. Dan Alaman, especially over the last few years, has really improved in his skills of reading tricky conditions. He had a few difficult lessons learnt in 2024 as an example. So I wouldn't be surprised actually to see those two drivers, Alaman and Munier, gain even more positions across the course of this race than what they did yesterday.
Indeed. Can confirm, no wet tyres out on track. They are all on slicks. It's the right choice because it's not wet enough for a wet tyre, and this is that tricky situation. I am a bit nervous for the start of this race, Andrew. I'm not going to lie. It's taken them a long time to do these formation laps. Usually these we'd already started the race. We'd be going right now. It's taken a while for them to get round the track. It's taken a lot of time to get temperature into those tyres, and seeing them going into the likes of turns 3, so much understeer going into the turn. The camera's there, covered in water. This is going to be a hold your breath moment here for the front row. I can imagine they're going to be tentative to how much speed they carry. It is so easy on a greasy track on slick tyres to just misjudge that braking zone by a metre or so, and it finds yourself in the gravel and out of the race. We hold our breath then. Second race of the day. Slick tyres on a greasy track. Senior X30 is lights out, and we are heading down to turn 1. Hold your breath here as they go into the corner. Martinez straight off the track. No grip at all. The Spaniard who won yesterday is out of this race. One kart going really slowly on the start-finish straight. That is Nicolas Garcia. He's got a problem in this race. Into turn 3. No traction at all. There's karts facing the wrong way, but crucially, the rest of the field have got going. There's the 222 machine that's had a moment. That's Hugo Marti. He's had drama as well. For the rest of them, It's been a really tricky one, but crucially, Nat Johnston still has that lead and is trying to open up a gap, but the rest of the field just struggling, Andrew, to get the power down.
Everything will feel horrible right now. The tyres won't be up to temperature. The brakes will be cold. It'll be survival mode for everybody out there. Rafa Boulard had that good start, but has lost the lead now to Nat Johnston. Danny Caronini there. Well, in terms of this event, came over the finish line first in 2025. Didn't keep the victory, though. A technical infringement. Oh, as one of the CS55 machines was out wide there. I think that might have been Alex Pinheira wide out of the long right-hander through the chicane now. Drivers will be using curbs a lot through this part of the course. End of the first lap. Johnston still leads from Boulard. Matteo Melis holding there in third. Just a note on Alex Martinez. I can see what he was trying to do. He was trying to take the widest line in, but he just clipped the grass on driver's left and it spat him off into the runoff there. He has got back out on track, but is a long... Well, he's back up to 22nd place already, which tells you everything about how changeable things were on that first lap. Move here from the 285. That's Oliver Kinmark. Another similar to Sebastian Min's name that we've seen a lot in other categories, but back here in X30 and having a good time with things.
He certainly is. I have just received some reliable intelligence from our Belgian counterpart, Mr. Guillaume Alvarez. He just sent me a message. Keep an eye on Dan Alleman. Last year, Le Mans, IAME Euro Cup, he started a heat from the last, and he went all the way to P1, and he's already up 13 places. This is Marc Granada having drama once again, and is involved with Alex Pinheira there. The two colliding at the exit of turn 13, and their chances of getting through diminishing even more now. And for Marc Granada yesterday, a DNF. He does not want another one today. Kinmark trying to push his way forward in this as well. And yeah, certainly a very interesting one. As I was mentioning, Dan Alleman, 17 places he's gained. He's into P14 from the back of the grid as Caronini now sets the fastest lap of the race. The Italian in third place.
Yeah, looking good at the moment are the top three. Senna Munier is also up 17 places, so it is those two from the back of the grid. On your screens, this is the fight for fifth place. Javier Borrasca, for a time, held pole position yesterday, but it was another driver, quite a few drivers in the first group, getting track limit penalties and falling back, but Borrasca up to fifth place. Now, this is what happened. So Pinheiro just gets on the power, slides up into Granada. You got a feel for Marc Granada there. There was absolutely nothing he could do about that situation.
No, complete victim in that one, and that is purely, yeah, like you say, trying to get on that power. The back end steps out. You're just sliding. You're not driving forward. You're just going sideways, and yeah, that's how that one's ended in. I think you might notice the speed here is going to increase ever more, because I'm seeing a lot of purple sectors here now, a lot of personal bests. The sun's coming back out. The track's now starting to dry. Definitely was going to be a slick option on this one. It could have been on a knife edge. It could have gone worse. It could have got better. But it is going the latter, and it is getting better out there right now as warning flag comes out to Alex Pinheira. And that will be a 5-second time penalty as he sets the fastest lap of the race.
Two other drivers who are flying up through the order on our screens at the moment. Luke Leistra in the 244 for the MCK Racing outfit. 23 positions gained. Absolutely brilliant. And I'll note again, it's another Belgian flying through the order. They like these conditions. There's another position for the 244. And Jan Rodriguez, immediately behind, is also up 20-plus positions now. These are the kind of heats where if you've had a bad qualifying, your whole weekend can hinge on this moment. It's going to be a big gain of points for these drivers. Through again, this is a move on Kinmark. Look at the confidence that Leistra has into turn one. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, indeed. And Sam van der Heijden just there as well, trying to hold off this fight also. And it's certainly going to be a challenge for them, and right back into it is the MDC Racing driver of Javier Borrasca, who was originally just taken back there from these drivers, is now starting to feel that, oh, hold on, the grip level's coming back. All right, let's go for it. And now he's finding himself fighting back through the pack that just got past him. So this is still going to be turning out to be a very interesting little race here, as down the inside, nicely done there for Monty Brathwaite, who is pushing his way through. Now here, the VDK as well. Oliver Kinmark trying to squeeze his way back through that field as well.
And of course, for many of these drivers who are up 19, 20, 21 positions, they're thinking, hey, hang on a minute, I've got a chance of making it through to the superheats with this kind of result. Remember, it's the top 72 from a 90-plus field who go through to that next stage of the competition that'll kick things off for Saturday. Here's your race leader, Nat Johnston, doing a great job.
He is. I was about to just bring this up. Remember, we looked at a certain driver on the pre-grid who put a thumbs up and then said P1.
Yeah.
Raphael Boulard took 0.8 of a second out of Nat Johnston's lead on that last lap alone. It is down to 1.1 seconds, and well, he's not the fastest driver out there. That's Hugo Marti, but he is considerably faster than Nat Johnston just ahead. And of course, that is going to be down to the fact that Nat Johnston is still the guinea pig going into these turns. Raphael Boulard can see that, and he knows where to brake. He knows where he can go a little bit later into the corner or carry a bit more speed. The same could be said for this man here, Danny Carinini, who's holding on to third. They've got clear track from the rest of the field with, like you were mentioning there, the fantastic drive from Luca Lastra, 26 places gained, who's there in P4.
Got to wonder what tricks with the setup have been done there from the MCK Racing team. 3 wide for a moment there. That looked like Alex Martinez trying to come back through the field. So yeah, Alex Martinez after that first corner slip up is back up to P13. So you can see him there. I love the colours of that Action Racing team. The blue, the orange with the splash of green in there as well. Really does stick out on circuit on a gloomy day. Merrill Pelders is your new holder of the fastest lap of this race so far, 57.546. So what's that? We're about maybe 2 seconds off the kind of pace that we saw earlier on in the weekend. 4th place for Luca Lastra. As I say, this is going to be a huge turnaround in points. Yes, Luca is still going to have to keep starting heats from row 15 towards the back, but this just takes a bit of the pressure off. He now knows the points are on his side. Just keep chipping away and move later into the weekend.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm looking at that nose cone for Lastra there, and 26 places, really good job. Gives you 26 opportunities to maybe brake a little bit later than you thought you needed to, and yeah, and then all of a sudden you've got a nose cone. I can just see it flapping around a little bit. This is what I want to see. Raphael Boulard, he has closed in tremendously on Nat Johnston. Time is running out, but this is very doable now. 0.3 of a second is the gap. He's taken chunks out of Johnston's lead right now. He is tucked in as much as he can be. I just got a feeling this might go to the very end. Is Johnston going to retaliate, though?
He could do, but the other problem for Rafa Boulard right now is to make the overtake. The back on the dry racing line now. Boulard will have to step off of that dry racing line. And is there enough grip in other parts of the circuit for him to get that overlap, to get the overtake in? It would have to be a very, very brave move. And again, this is a qualifying heat. It's not a super heat. It's not a final. Don't want to throw away what is some really, really good points at the moment for both of these drivers. They've kept themselves in check so far, but Boulard does look quicker. He looks quicker than Nat Johnston right now. Into turn 11 once again. Nice line. They're still taking a slightly later apex than normal. Merrill Pelder sets another new fastest lap of the race so far, 56.694. It's taken pretty much a second off the fastest lap so far. The trouble for the driver in the MDC Racing team, down in 22nd. There is the rain radar, so if there is any further light rain, it's just going to be, as I say, light at the moment. It's moving from the west down the hills towards the coastline. We're a bit up in the hills here at the Lucas Guerrero circuit, so there could be more for the drivers and the mechanics to deal with in the not too distant future, Anthony.
Yeah, indeed, and we just had that slight sprinkling, but I'm going to say about 11 o'clock, that's when we're going to be expecting it. That's my prediction. This is still heating up here, 0.2 of a second. There's been some drama on the start-finish straight, 292 facing the wrong way right in front of us. That's not good at all for Nicolas Garcia. He's already had a tough start to this race, and it's being even tougher now. But still, this fight goes on. 0.2 of a second. Boulard, you know what? It doesn't look like he's settling there for second place, but I've got a feeling that he might be. It's still a good position for him. He had a 5th place yesterday. Doesn't want to risk it all with a risky spot for a P1. He might be happy with the 2nd place, as we're still giving really good points for him. as Javier Borrasca has unfortunately just picked up a technical flag. His race is over.
Yeah, that's not good news. It's a weekend that I fear may already be slipping away from Javier Borrasca. We're on the final lap of this one. Nat Johnston, this is a very, very good start at an international level to his senior racing. He does know this circuit. He raced as part of the S125 category at the IAME Warriors final at the back end of last year. He hadn't had a decent run in that guest class. It's good to see it race. Alex Martinez, 56.383, continues his progress back up through the field. That's a good recovery from Martinez from the back of the field, effectively, back up into the top 10. But Nat Johnston gives the steering wheel a tap. I tell you what, the Mick Barrett Racing boys have given him a wagon this weekend, and he is delivering. Nat Johnston now to the final corner, wins a heat here in Valencia, second and first. A slight G above the shoulders.
Yeah.
Very good drive, young man, full points.
You saw how happy he was after qualifying, and that happiness is continuing now. He said he's not going to focus or worry about these races, but I think he's thinking about them now, because that is two solid results there for that young Briton, and we'll be curious to see what he can do later on as the racing progresses for the senior category. Nat Johnston, Mick Barrett Racing taking the win there ahead of Rafael Ballard, Belgium, and VDK. Zanchi Motorsport and Italy's Danny Caronini takes the third after the impressive drive from Luca Lystra. 26 places gained for the MCK Racing machine. Potential question mark, though, over that nose cone. Might drop him back a handful of places. Sam van der Heijden, Alex Pineda, Jan Rodriguez, another good drive there. 21 places gained, finishes 7th out of Monty Brathwaite with his 18 places gained. In 8th place, Alex Martinez. Javier Borrasca crossed the line in 10th. Did have a technical flag, though. Might be in a spot of bother at the end of that race as they make their way back into Parc Ferme. That was a little bit calmer there, Andrew. Bit drastic at the beginning. A lot of movers through there, to be expected with, well, very challenging conditions. If there's ever an opportunity to try and gain weight onto your car, that was it right there, driving off the circuit. There's your full results. Top 10 have gone over. Daniel Motor, Oliver Kinmark round out the top 12. Centimetre from Neil Russell. Mark Granada, Hugo Marti, Taron Kennard, and Merrill Peldis locking out the top 18 on that one, some 20 seconds further down the road. Again, very challenging conditions for them. Second half of that grid, we'll see Roman Soleil. Gary Teixeira in 22nd place from Daniel Caballero. And then it is Amar Sabarov from Thieu de Vries, who would finish that one in 25th place. Cornda, Lacroix, Patel, Silva, Garcia, Del Portillo, and Martin will round out the 32 finishers in that one. Some drivers there really, Andrew, not having a good start to their day.
No, that was a real test for everybody out there, and passing that test with flying colours. There he is, Nat Johnston, second and first. Let's have a look at how he did it. This was one of the most dramatic starts that we'll see this week. Now, keep an eye on Martinez.
Yeah.
He's just going to move out a little bit too far to driver's left. There, catch the curb, catch the little gully, and just straight to the scene of the incident. Martinez would then recover back to the top 10. Garcia had problems actually even before they got to turn 1. A technical issue meant he had to jump out of the formation. This was the scene down at turn 3 and 4. Spinning there was the 222 of Marti.
Yeah, Hugo Marti.
Hugo Marti, who started up in the top 10. Other drivers falling off the road. As I say, Martinez already by the end of this first lap was back up into the top 25.
Yeah, indeed. It was such a move around in this race. So many drivers pushing forward from the back of the grid. So many drivers at the front who were just falling off the circuit. There was Sam van der Heijden having moments. That's a name that you don't see just dropping it off the circuit every now and then. Danny Caronini getting involved in the fight in the early stages. He was able to get up into 3rd place again. Van der Heijden just getting tangled up there with the likes of Oliver Kinmark. This moment here for Mark Granada just going off the track. It's just not good at all. A very tough little race there for many of them. This was only the first 4 opening laps of that race. It got better. The conditions got better for them as they went on. It got to the end of the race, and then we're starting to see really quick pace as they were heading for the rest of the end of the race. The next race has started to go already. Well, it's not started, but they've headed out into the circuit. We'll get back to that in a moment. but it was just these last moments here, Andrew, that really started to really kick off this drive here. Luca Lestra just scything through the field.
Absolutely, and if he does have something of a front-faring nature, the good news is it's spread out, so we won't actually lose too many positions because of that. Nat Johnston over the line will be feeling very happy about that indeed. More on those drivers later. Let's move on to the next race. It's X30 Senior once again, and this is Groups A and E heading out onto track for the first time in a racing capacity here today. Track's still a little bit greasy for this 11-lap heat. Let's run you through the grid then. Aaron Garcia starts this one on pole position. Imperious form so far for the reigning IAME Euro Series champion. Elvis Krzauskas alongside on the front row. Flavio Cara and Morgan Moore on row 2. Moore won a heat yesterday. Maurice Vercroys and Clara Kowalczyk go from row 3. Eloy Gonzalez needs a good result, was DQ'd yesterday. Starts on row 4 alongside Theo Lestrange. Oscar Goodshow and Daniel Macia starts on row 5. It's Andy Rattel, also DQ'd yesterday for a technical infringement. Starts on row 6 alongside Alex Machado, who's in new colours. This weekend, Gustavo da Silva and Otto Pickerman start on row 7. Clement Neutron also needs a good result. P30 yesterday will start alongside another imperious driver, Ruben Moya. That's your first half of the grid.
Yeah, Christian Fuente will be all on his own on row number 9. Christian Caballero not there, including 3 other drivers. 4 drivers missing from this race. Row 10, Sebastian Verga and Emilia Carey. Row 11, Jonathan Landstrom, all on his own. No Julian Silvio there either. He is all by himself. Lewis Bird and Stig de Rademacher, row 12.
We're going to have some more rain on the way.
Yeah, more rain definitely on the way. It actually is raining on the commentary box now as well. This whole field, slick tyres, has been reported to us as well. A more intense rainbow in the sky. Very pretty, but brings drama with it. And, yeah, story of my life on that one. Row 12, we've done that one. Row 13, Sarah Kojima and Keith Burke on that one. Adam Holmes and Paco Sarmiento on row 14. Ivan Debrick and Alexander Zafaridis go from row number 15. Mateo Rivals all on his own, row 16. No Spaniard of the 234. David not there on the grid. So 4 drivers missing. Is that a case of they missed the gate because they were going for wet tyres? Or is that a case of, yeah, missing? But 4 drivers spread out all across the field. Something tells me it is that first thing I mentioned. I reckon they were trying to go for wets and they ran out of time.
Yep, I think you're on the money there, mate. And, you know, there are various other things that mechanics can be tempted to change. But if you miss the gate, you miss the gate. You're out of the party. Right, here we go then. Another 11-lap heat. What are the grip conditions like going down into turn 1? We're about to find out. Oh, dear, a straight off. Even before they get to the start line, it's the 263 that's off the road there. Aaron Garcia has got through the first corner okay. Everybody else looking pretty good. In fact, yeah, it was the 283, apologies. It was Ivan Dobic for the Just Drive Racing team spearing off to drivers' right. I hope everybody's okay down there. Aaron Garcia, though, good start for him. For those who were at the track yesterday, I think we observed something very special. We're talking about the wind. The tow was big yesterday. Aaron Garcia took things out solo and delivered one of the most impressive qualifying performances I've seen in a while. The Winter Cup is pretty much the only plaudit that he's not won, as there's all sorts going on down at turn 11 as drivers just looking to get themselves going in this one. But Aaron Garcia looking really fired up for this one. Very, very strung out in the first half of the field, though. I think, again, we've got some drivers who've made some changes towards the back of the grid, who, like Luca Lestra in the first heat, the last race, are absolutely tearing through right now. But meeting those who are struggling in the middle, that's one of the Dream Racing. And another one, it's an Action Racing going round, as well as that Clement Neutron falling down the order. Yes,
yeah,
it is. Oh, dear. So, in trouble. Clement Neutron, I think it's Sebastian Vergeo as well. Round at the chicane. A lot going on there, Anthony.
Yeah, indeed. Very shaky start there for the field. These are just torrid conditions for the drivers. The sun is shining on them, but the rain is falling. The track is greasy dry, and it's just awful for them. Certainly very challenging conditions in this year's Winter Cup for the qualifying heats, but thankfully the seniors trying to deal with it as best as they can. This is all just kicking off here. This is drivers just trying to push their way forward from the back of the field. It's so shaken up right now. Moya's got himself up 12 places into 4th place now. Alex Machado's there on a 10th place, gaining into 2nd place. This is all around Morgan Moore, Daniel Macy, Eloy Gonzalez, Kresowskis there, good show. The rain is still coming down here, Andrew, but it's so fine that the temperature and the tyres are trying to keep up. And there you can see one of the cuts just going, is that one of the Simon cuts that is having a moment there? But that is a big moment there in towards the start-finish line. The drivers just can't find the traction out there.
I tell you who we need to keep an eye on. Whoa, it's one of the mole racing machines goes across the grass. Lewis Bird, kart number 307, now with premium karting, is flying through the order, up 12 positions. Lewis, in terms of stature, a bit taller than everybody else. These are conditions where you can use that to your advantage. This was the moment out wide there. It was, by the looks of things, one of the
premium
sim,
kartings.
258 running out wide there. That's Daniel Matter, the Club Calicart entry, doing really well to hold things over that curb. The curbs, of course, will be holding more moisture than the track in the little gullies there. But yeah, keep an eye on the 307 because Lewis Bird looked in good nick. Yes, a couple of weeks ago at PF International, the club event, I had the pleasure of watching, and is in better form than his qualifying position indicates.
Wind level increasing as well now. We had this over the last couple of days. Intense winds that were topping out around 126 km/h winds earlier on in the week. It certainly played havoc with the paddock. That wasn't meant to rhyme, but this has certainly been a challenge. There you can see it, the people standing on the hill there surrounding the circuit are bracing themselves. Honestly, the conditions are throwing everything at these drivers right now, but they're dealing with it superb. Beautiful move down the inside there for Morgan Moore. Yeah, Morgan Moore back up at another position. Morgan Moore took one of the heats yesterday and seems to be in a good frame of mind going into this weekend. Oh, now, who did I just see off there? We'll catch up with that. I think it might be Sarah Kojima, who's not come through sector number 1, is off at the infamous turn 3. But yeah, the wind so far this weekend, if you've not been at the circuit, brutal is the only word I'll use on everybody involved. There is the scene, and yes, it is Sarah Kojima in the 280 for Front Row 7 racing. Out of this one will score points for P28. But it's been making things very difficult into turn 1, into turn 11, and then on the flip side into turn 14 as well, where it's a huge tailwind pushing the drivers around one of the fastest parts of the course. Kojima walks back to the marshal post, more importantly looking safe there in terms of what has happened. Eloy Gonzalez started to come through the field here, Anthony, that 273 machine, now racing for Just Drive Racing. Had a very good run here 2 years ago. Certainly did, and certainly one to keep an eye on into the latter stages of this weekend. Yeah, they're still just absolutely 4 wide, Bird. And that's Lewis Bird, beautifully red. Run a little wide there. He's going to have to deal with this now as it all kicks off. Gonzalez trying to get involved. Utron there as well. Heavy braking zone now into that final chicane. They all somewhat get through. One a little bit outwards. I think that may have been Kowalczyk having the moment in towards turn number 1. And very dicey moments there. Sorry, it's one of those moments where I just had to check that what I was seeing was real. Clement Utron's in this group. Yes, so Clement Utron from that spin on lap 1 has absolutely charged back through, and it's now, it doesn't look that great on the net gain because it's only 9 positions, but it's not really because he went all the way to the back. This is really kicking off. Again, you've got the 282 of Matteo Rivals. Matteo Rivals is up 21 positions as well in all of this. We've still got 5 laps of this one remaining. Back at the front, just to mention, 4.2 second lead for Aaron Garcia. There's been a change for second. Ruben Moya is through past Alex Machado. Alex Machado had a very good start to this race, but just seems to be struggling perhaps with a bit of pace. There is the scene for second, third, fourth. The eagle-eyed amongst you will note, Ruben Moya in new colours has made the switch to the PB Karts racing team and just seems in a very good frame of mind right now. I don't think he's really been settled for the last year or so, and it's definitely going to be a contender again as more troubles into turn 1. Rain increasing here. It's not helped by the wind as well, because of course with strong wind and rain it looks like it's raining a lot heavier than it actually is, and that's certainly going to make it very challenging, and for other drivers might make it quite easy, because around the outside there Nice little bit of driving to just square things away. That's Daniel Maciel once again charging through and controlling the racing scenario on this one. We've not mentioned him much in this. Aaron Garcia, 5.6 seconds clear right at the front of the field, is handling these conditions beautifully, Andrew.
As he has been all weekend, as I say, it's been a very, very impressive run so far from, it's out wide there, Daniel Maciel for the second time
at the same time.
Race. Yeah, big crosswind out of turn 14. Clement Neutron's holding on through, and someone's lost a wheel by the looks of it, just seeing out the window. We'll see if anyone's falling down the order in a moment. The rain, the rain's really beating down now here on the pit straight. This was the moment for Maciel. Big gust, as you say. That is tremendous kart control. That will have come out of nowhere for Maciel. There is Ruben Moya on your screens. This is getting really tricky for the drivers now. You can see the tarmac starting to darken as more precipitation comes out of the sky. This is going to be very unpredictable for the remaining 3 laps.
Indeed, and again, it's going to be a tricky one again for the next group of drivers that are going to be heading out onto the circuit. And you've got to remember, that's going to be the juniors. They've not raced yet this weekend. They've only had qualifying and practice. They're going to be going out onto this circuit for the first time, unknowing what it's going to be like. These juniors are watching these seniors deal with this tremendously, but they can see how challenging it is. Once again, these two absolutely neck and neck, side by side, out of turn 13. It's hard to quite spot the numbers right now. It is the fight there. Daniel Maciel and Alex Machado and Neutron, fighting away. The camera's struggling in the windy conditions here to find that camera angle for us. And this is those moments again, just into turn 1. Just no traction into the corner. It's changing lap after lap. They're retiring.
Otto Pukkanen
out of the race as well.
Really tough weekend so far for Otto Pukkanen, a tough race week. Will score points for 27th. Andy Rattel, we saw a moment ago, losing out in that battle with Elvis Kozowski. Still, I think he's got the position back now. Neutron through and into 4th place. What a roller coaster ride this has been for Clement Neutron. 5-second penalty has come in for the 243. That's Adam Holmes. That's a shame because he was up 9 places so far in this race. We're on lap number 9 of this one. So this one plus 2 more to go as Neutron runs wide. Machado, well, had the opportunity there to go back through, but very gentlemanly says, no, after you, Clement. Keep pushing on for 4th.
Understandably, because he knew one thing was going to happen. I'm going to go into the corner trying to go for it. It's going to understeer, and then he's just going to go around me again. So if he breaks a bit earlier, he can then think about what he wants to do at another time. It's still super tricky out there. It's not getting any better for the drivers as they continue to battle with these conditions. Aaron Garcia's lead has come down now to 3.1 seconds. He's still just pottering around out there in P1 from Ruben Moya, who again is doing exactly the same thing, just eating out a little bit of that gap time after time. This is Morgan Moore, Gonzalez and Oscar Goodshow crossing the line now. Back up to the drivers just a little further ahead. Daniel Maciel, Clement Neutron starting to close in on each other also, but still quite the intense little fight happening here, Andrew, as they continue to deal with these, well, it's hard to say, ridiculous conditions that we've got here. The sun is shining down on the drivers. It is raining. There is a perfect rainbow right over the circuit right now. It looks very pretty, but the drivers are just absolutely having to deal with drama right now, and the juniors are now thinking, what are we doing? Are we going to go for wets? Are we going to go for slicks?
It's definitely Gonzalez,
straight off the track.
Gonzalez off the road, just lack of adhesion there through the double left-hander through turns 8 and 9. It does very well to get back on the circuit there without losing too many positions. Mateo Rivals has had a 5-second penalty, so that'll undo some of the work that Mateo has done so far in this race. There is the rainbow, lovely, over the circuit. Just a shame it's bringing a real mixed bag of conditions here. Right, we're on the last lap. There is your race leader, Aaron Garcia. Hasn't put a foot wrong so far this week.
Knock on wood.
Ruben Moya, though, is not perhaps the driver that he'd want closing in because, well, it's Ruben Moya. 2 seconds is the gap now between the two Spaniards who've both won this event in previous years. Garcia, though, has not won it as a senior. It's pretty much one of the only things in X30 Senior that he hasn't won. He won the National Championship in 2014.
Yep.
He won the Euro Series last year, and then, of course, went on to win IWF as there out of the race. 268, that's Alexander Zafiriadis for the Spirits karting team, who will not score well in this race. Long way to go in this competition, of course, Anthony, and all the cliches related to that. But right now, it's looking very good. It's looking like it's going to need something special to beat Aaron Garcia this week. But again, the driver immediately behind him does special things, does Ruben Moya. So it's going to be interesting to see how they progress through the rest of their heats.
No, indeed. The gap closes, but the time is run out for these drivers. Aaron Garcia, like you said, hasn't put a foot wrong in this one. Dealt the cards, or played the cards he was dealt in this one. Crosses the line, takes that checkered flag. Beautifully done for Aaron Garcia. Ruben Moya finishes only 0.6 of a second behind at the very end of that one. But Garcia, that's 2 wins out of 2. 100 points to his name. He is the leader of the intermediate classification at the seniors at the end of their second full rotation of qualifying heats. Clement Outron does cross the line in 3rd place, a 12th place gain to finish in that P3. Daniel Macia from Alex Machado. Morgan Moore crosses P6 ahead of Oscar Goodshow. Eloy Gonzalez, despite those dramas, holds on to a P8. Andy Rattel. Lewis Bird will lock out the top 10, a 13th place gain for him as well. Andrew, that looked to me like the hardest race to deal with I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's definitely up there in terms of mixed bag conditions. The wind, is back.
Really picking up now.
I've only been here for 2.5 days, and I'm already not a fan of the wind. I don't imagine what it's like for those who've been here all weekend for testing. It's pretty much been like this in this part of Spain for a month now. These really, really high winds. There's your results. Garcia for Moya, Uchon, Massive, Machado, Moore, Goodshow, Gonzalez, Rattel, Bird, Krasauskas. Unfortunately, when you have drivers go forward, you've got drivers going backwards. Flavio Cara down 18 positions in that one, slipping outside of the top 20. Yeah, really, really tough thing. Good to see Ivan Dobrik did get to the end of the race. That very dramatic start of the race where we just saw the 283 diving off to drivers right. In the end, was able to return to the circuit and finish P22. There's your race winner. In the background, Aaron Garcia going for IAME Winter Cup glory at the same circuit where he clinched that amazing victory at the IAME Warriors final at the back end of 2025. Let's see how he did it.
Indeed, you could see how the wind was intensifying there. There was the moment off the circuit. Unfortunately, a member of the media there just getting clipped, and we do hope that he is okay as well. But certainly a very shaky start there to the race. At the front, like you say, we didn't say anything about Aaron Garcia in that one until the very end of it. He had just dealt with all of it that he had to and drove off to the end of the race. It was all in that top 10 mid-pack, back of the pack, where it all really started to kick off. Drivers dropping off the circuit, and the conditions, like you say, so volatile, changing lap after lap. Every time a driver went into the circuit and felt, right, let me do that again. I'm pretty confident with that corner. They came into it this time, and then it was completely different. It's honestly the worst conditions we've ever seen for driving because, like I say, so challenging and changing for all of them. Moments like this really make you understand how dramatic it was out there.
But at the same time, it's those conditions where you've got to be brave. You can't drive cautiously in these conditions because you just lose, particularly front end, you just lose all your tyre temperature. So it's a real catch-22 situation, as they say. Sarah Kojima, unfortunately, retired from this race. Sarah was one of 7 retirements or did not see the checkered flags. Lewis Bird driving through the field. Won the PF Icebreaker Cup a couple of weeks ago, which a lot of these drivers used from the UK as a bit of a, well, quite literally, icebreaker, get things going for the season. He drove well back up into the top 10, a gain of 13. Good as well that Daniel Messier was able to survive this second brush with the grass, in the end finishing P4, a gain of 6 places. Andy Rattel and Elvis Krasauskas had a little dance in the damp conditions down at turn 1. Otto Pukkanen really needs a turn of luck here. That's 2 not so good results. 9th yesterday and a P27, but a driver of his standard will be hoping for far more. Clement Neutron, another driver who impressed me in this one. Anthony driving after a spin back up into the top 5. Morgan Moore picking up some useful points as well for Fusion Motorsport with 6th.
Yeah, indeed. For Utron, that 12th place gain there made it even more exciting with the fact that he went off. That was the moments there again, just driving off the circuit. Eloy Gonzalez really struggling with that drama to the very end of the race. Saran Garcia crossing ahead of Ruben Moyer, 0.6 of a second, separating those top 2. Seniors, for the moment, are done. Ladies and gentlemen, at home and here at the track, we're going to turn our attention now for the first time to the Junior X30 category, qualifying A versus B. And for a pole sitter in this one, super impressed. Navala Morales managing to get it P1 in the Junior category. There you can see the rain still falling a little bit. There is a driver missing from that grid, Eric Gilsenen, out of this race, will not be taking part in it. And crucially in this one, you've got an entire grid on slicks, bar 2 drivers in this. Orion Meta and Agnes Telsted have gone for wet tyres, and they are starting nearer the back of the grid, mid to back of the grid, 20th and 32nd out there. The rest of them choosing to go for slicks. That's going to be an interesting choice. You can see the rain on the driver's visor there. That's all they'll be seeing. And very challenging one. But there, Navala Morales, pole position in qualifying in the juniors. That's what he had to say. Navala Morales, congratulations. Pole position, fastest time. Tell us, how was it feeling on track?
Gracias. Le quiero dar las gracias sobre todo a mi equipo. Ha sido muy buena vuelta y sobre todo mi compañero me ha estado empujando, pero bueno, ya veremos qué pasará.
Yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow, and what has happened tomorrow is a little bit of rain. There we go. That's what you've got to deal with now. Navala, but let's see how this will transpire. Like we mentioned, one driver missing, one car not starting there. That's Antoine Vinard, who has not started on the grid. The driver on the second row of the grid has got it going now. We'll have to work to get that car back into position. Let's fire you through then the full starting lineup. The first time we see the Junior X30s out on track, and it's always our favourite. It's groups A versus B, bracing these, well, pretty awful conditions. Navala Morales, pole position alongside Freddie Wood on that front row. Antoine Vinard and Sukmani Kira go from row number 2. Great qualifying for those two as well. Rock Pinera and Tony Cachaferro, they lock out the top 6. They go from row number 3. George House, mini champion in IAME Euro Series last year, promoted to the juniors, starts on the 4th row of the grid alongside Hans Ferry. Priam Bruno and Lorenzo Di Pietro Antonio go from row number 5. They'll see Mattis Mush and Archie Rogers-Tyler on row number 6. Nikita Butter and Ludwig Granquist go from row 7, with Max Endicott and Colby Patterson locking out the top half of the field on row number 8.
Czech Peters and Pablo Reche go from row number 9. George Clark in the number 42 starts on row number 10 alongside Orion Meta, who, as noted, is on wet tyres. We'll keep an eye on that. Miguel Martins is one of the drivers up from minis to juniors this year. Starts this one from row 11. He's joined by France's Theo Polican. Johnson Stewart, another driver moving up, was 20th in the mini-final here last year. Starts alongside fellow Brit Sophie Campbell on row 12. Alexia Diaz and Jamie Mulvey go from row 13. Leonor Rocha and John Jimenez start on row 14. Then Arthur van der Sheldon and Dario Velez on row 15. No Eric Gilsenen on row 16, but there is Agnes Telsted, and Agnes has got wet tyres for this one. Cavan Hayes completes the what was 33 is now 32 strong field. All drivers being overlooked by our team in race control, headed up by David Manchester this weekend, with Sam Fisher and Kevin Mainhart alongside.
Indeed. They do a lot more work than that. It's just we're in between races right now. There's nothing for them to do. So they do a lot more work. They look very busy when the race is actually going. Right, yeah, like we've mentioned, we're fully briefed on this one. One driver missing in the form of Ireland's Eric Gilsenen, not out there. Then, of course, the wet tyres, Orion Metu starting this one on the 10th row of the grid in P20, and Agnes Telsted, who's starting this one in row 16 in 32nd place. Conditions still ever worsening. The rain is now starting to roll over the hills now. this is going to be an interesting one. The conditions now getting ever worse. The wind still picking up. It's calmed just a little bit now, but it's so volatile that it could change any second. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens. Drivers getting temperature into those tyres. One driver trying too hard in the background there. It's a rotation for one of the VDKs, and hopefully we'll get back going again. Possibly, I'm not too sure who that was actually who's spun in the background, but they'll be getting back into position now before the red line. Here we go then. I said it earlier on, hold your breath for that last senior race. It might be a case of hold your breath for this one as well. Wet, greasy circuit, entire grid bar 2 drivers on slick tyres. Here we go, into the tram lines. We are racing towards turn 1. Navarro Morales will be the first into the corner. Will he brake on time or will he outbrake? The answer is on a knife edge, and it's gone just fractionally too wide through turn number 1, and has gone wide as well as other drivers going wide as well. So much non-traction out there. There's carts off left, right and centre as they try to maintain control, and all the meanwhile you're seeing carts pushing forward. At this moment, I'm unsure who's in the lead of this one, Andrew. It's changed about 4 times. It's a VDK. I think it's Antoine Venard who's got control of this race.
Yeah, Antoine Venard has had a really good start to this one, kept control of matters at the front of the field. And Antoine Venard, another driver who's come through from the minis, he made his move up a while back, but again, knows this circuit very, very well indeed. Looks like it's one of the CS55 runners. That's going to be Rock Pinera up the order to second place for the RC2 Valles Junior Junior Racing Team, but they're going to be rallying at the moment if they're not careful in these conditions. There's Orion Meta. Orion Meta, you've got the tyre choice right now. Look at that, P20 to P2 on lap 1, supreme work.
Purple sector 2 for Orion Meta. He's been gifted a qualifying heat win here after a, well, not great qualifying after being 20th overall in this one. Just down the inside. He's not managed to get the lead just yet. I can imagine he'll get it on the exit. Yes, he does. Absolute traction there for Orion Meta. And the young man for the United Kingdom on that Lando Norris chassis for Premier Carter is pushing forward beautifully. Priam Bruno is there in 3rd place, but where is Agnes Telstar, the number 22 machine right now? I think trying to get through is only 27th right now, so has not been able to get the cart through the field right here. But Orion Meta, 19 places gained in the first opening lap.
I wonder if Agnes was one of the drivers in trouble through
possibly.
turn 1, just simply nowhere to go. But this is great work for Orion Meta. But the physical challenge now becomes, well, it's still a physical challenge out there, but the mental challenge as well. Orion has raced through the British ranks, but with no disrespect, he's not one of the big names from British karting yet. Could be about to make a bit of a mark here.
That rally
has
outside.
not been in this position before. Great work from Priam Bruno. Now, Priam Bruno has been in this position before, was very strong in the minis 2 years ago, finished P2 there, so knows how to deal with these situations. Venolt's having a look down the inside. These two know each other very well. They raced together in that mini category that will be coming up later on a couple of years ago. Pace difference, 1 minute 11.9 for Meta, 1 minute 17 for Priam Bruno.
6 seconds a lap.
6 seconds is the distance. This is such a hole. It's out of the race there is one of the MDCs. That's Alexia Diaz. Now, is that up at turn 14? That's a very sharp downward.
No, that's Tony Cachaferro.
Apologies.
Yeah, I did see an Andorran flag on that helmet there. Tony Cachaferro out of this race, buried in the gravel. And yeah, it's not going to get restarted. That is a big shame. And again, that's just dropping a wheel off a curb, probably. Yeah. That is just, you know, it runs wide, it falls off. But yeah, big shame. This fight for second place isn't over just yet. Antoine Venard seeming to be pretty comfortable with these conditions as well as Priam Bruno. He's staying right on the tail end, albeit a little bit wide. Speaking of wide, so is Jack Peters there in the background. 13 places gained, runs a wheel onto the grass there out of T13. Just keeps it on the straight and narrow now as they head down the start-finish straight once again. The rain's on and off here, Andrew, once more, but we're definitely into wet tyres. I can imagine the entire grid for the next race is all on wets.
Yeah, middle sector is where Orion Meta wins or loses this race. I say that because that's where Orion is making the most amount of time. Sectors 1 and 3, lots of straights, not many corners, but in Sector 2, that technical section running out of Turn 4 all the way to the exit of Turn 12, Orion's sometimes 4 seconds a lap quicker, but it's that question of how hard do you push? What's going to happen in the second half of this race? I doubt the track is going to dry out that much that it's going to turn towards the dry tyre runners, but you just never know. They will be getting a bit more tyre temperature into their rubber right now. It's a big lead for Orion Meta, but it is one mistake, one lapse in concentration away from totally disappearing.
The thing that I've got here is that it might actually be a stroke of genius doing this, because I looked at the weather, because the rain was due to come at about 11 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock and it hit.
You were absolutely spot
bang on the money on that one. Better than the weatherman. Right, but yes, it's only going to rain for about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
An hour. By the time we've got back to that one then, we'll be racing again. The track's probably going to be dry again, so it's not going to be long. So Orion Meta is only going to be using these wet tyres now for this race. Later on today, he's back on his slicks. They're brand spanking new, and he might actually have another great run through the race. There is Tony Cashfare out of the race. He's got back into a clear spot now, which is good to see, but such a shame for him in that opening race. But still, as this race goes on, other big movers that have got through the field now. Lionel Roca has got 12 places gained. It's up to P15. Then Teo Polican is on a 13-place gain. Czech Peters 13 places as well, all pushing themselves forward. Great stuff. Here's your race leader, Orion Meta, pushing forward. 19 places gained. If he has got a drop nose because he's had to really fight through the field, of course, he's going to be much faster than the rest of them. He does not need to worry because he's 18 seconds clear. He could be absolutely fine at the end of this one. And it's certainly the right call from him, the mechanic, the team there, to put this man on these wet tyres.
As I say, I don't think he has. I think he's driven a brilliant race in this one. Very clean, very precise. And the young man from Southampton in the south of England, this is new. He's going to start lapping people here.
Yeah.
This is a lot of new territory for Orion Meta, but the body language is good. He's looking calm at the wheel, not working too hard, just keeping his pace consistent. And 1 minute 10.869. I mean, he's still 5 seconds quicker than everybody else on those slick tyres. Just to note as well, Agnes Telsted is moving up the order. Oh dear, as one of the RSDs is off. That's Matis Moosh, the number 82, who is in the kitty litter. It's a real shame having started 11th on the grid. I don't think you're going to get that out of there.
No, that's the same place we lost Tony Cachefera a few moments ago, and that is a big shame there. Look at this, you bang on the money. Orion Meta closing in here on the drivers behind. Is this that moment? Yeah, just straight off the track, just no traction. Try to turn to the corner, just not gripped up, and he's dropped a wheel off, and then as soon as you're on the wet grass, that's it, you're gone.
Credit to the circuit design that that cart's been caught.
Yes.
The gravel trap absolutely doing its job there, and annoying for Matisse to be out of this race, but safe and perfectly okay.
Second and third there, very briefly. Prem Bruno, Antoine Vinard still fighting away, but they're some 24 seconds down from Orion Meta in the lead of this one. And crucially for that one, they're another 10 seconds further clear from Czech Peters, is there in 4th place. So they're in a real close, no man's land at the moment for those two. For Orion Meta now, he's got to deal with back markers. Now, this is going to be an interesting topic for him. Now, of course, they will try and get out of the way as best as they possibly can, but certainly a very dramatic one. We are, I believe, on the last lap of this, one more lap to go before we're on the last lap. So not long left for them. But again, I think the juniors have done a brilliant job, despite the track conditions, to hold on to these karts on this track.
They've done very well, very, very well indeed. There is Orion Meta now indeed lapping drivers. Johnston Stewart, Sophie Campbell, Pablo Reche. They're all unfortunately not going to be scoring well in this one. But we are on the final lap here. This will be a great feeling for Orion Meta. Rolled the dice, went for the wet tyres. We've seen this many times over the years in karting, that when you see this split in tyre strategy, I always say the first lap's the key one, because if you can make that early progress, you know, in this situation, you make things easier for yourself in the second half. And this has been an exemplary drive from Orion Meta. If you didn't know, you would have thought he'd been doing this kind of performance for years, but this really, really is new territory for this young driver, and credit to Premium Karting as well, getting the call absolutely spot on, being bold, and they're going to be rewarded, Anthony, with a race victory here in this A versus B heat.
They certainly will do. I can imagine a big smile on that face underneath the helmet, crossing the line. Orion Meta wins from P20 and goes, guys, why didn't you put wets on? It was raining. And yeah, I think he's just proved the point there quite considerably. But it now, oh, that's another one off into the edge of the circuit. Now, who is
George
that?
Clark.
Is it George Clark? Yes, indeed. A BMR driver now this weekend. A quick changeover of team at the start of the weekend. Sees him in a Fusion suit, but racing on a BMR. There, though, wow, what can you say for this one? And like you say, the conditions from now onwards are due to get better again. This is going to be a really strange day, but someone who might just excel beautifully in this and have a real shot maybe later on in the weekend. It's that man there, Orion Meta, 19 places gained, is your biggest mover in this race. Priam Renault taking second. Can I stress, they're only just taking checker flag now. That's how far behind they were. Priam Renault taking second place from Antoine Vinard. In third, Czech Peters from Terpolican, Freddie Wood, George House, Granquist, Endicott, Pineda. They lock out the top 10 on your screen. Nikita Botta takes 11th place from Novello Morales. From pole position, drops to 12th place on that one. Archie Rogers Tyler finishing in 13th ahead of Lorenzo Di Pietro Antonio. Colby Patterson, Sukmani Kira, Leonor Rocha, and Agnes Telstad, who did manage to gain 14 places and locks out the top 18.
Indeed. Page 2 of the results, Harrods Ferry, Miguel Martins, John Jimenez, Jamie Mulvey, Sophie Campbell wins, the ones who finished off the lead lap now. Pablo Reche, Johnston Stewart, Cavan Hayes, Dario Velez, Arthur van der Sheldon, and Alexia Diaz. 29 finishers, George Clark, Matthias Mouche, Antonio Cachafero did not see the checkered flag. Here was the race start, and I'm already trying to see where that number 57 is. Yeah, right in the middle of the pack. Into turn 1, Novello Morales, just not enough grip to get around the corner. Other drivers involved, the 51, the 45, and the 60 would all not really get back into play for big points in this one. There was more drama through turns 3 and 4 with drivers slipping off the road. This was the first sight of Orion Meta. This is the end of lap 1, had gained 18 positions. That was the hard work done. Tony Cachafero, one of several drivers, off at turn 14. Yeah, indeed, and that car buried into the gravel. Wasn't going to happen there. More went off. Mattis Mush was the next one to enter that tyre wall. Then we saw George Clark also suffer the same fate as the, checker flag went out there, right in the middle of the pack markers there. Right in the middle of the pack, there was P1. We had to wait a staggering 29 seconds before second place crossed the line. Unbelievable. There, Orion Meta can be delighted with that one. But now they've got to think, what do we do for the rest of the weekend now? We've just done that. We had a tough qualifying. We know when we were in dry conditions, the pace was okay, but it wasn't front-running pace. And now he's just had that taste of being at the front. Is that going to be a confidence boost into later on? And is that going to mean, like, I'm going to do that again? Absolutely. I mean this most genuinely. I think that's the biggest result in Orion Meta's racing career. Yeah. This is a driver who's been working really, really hard, but not been at the front of the field, has now got that taste of victory, and it's pretty addictive when you get it. So fair play to Orion Meta and the whole Meta family and Premium Karting, as we say. We'll stick with X30 Juniors. Groups C and D about to go out on circuit for their first heat of this 2026 edition of the IAME Winter Cup. All on wet. Yeah, absolutely. Tires. It's the right way to go. And this race also includes our reigning IAME Winter Cup winner in this category, starting third, Bruno Grieling. More here from Valencia. We'll be back straight after this.
it makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, created for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Menewa has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Several races down, and the second of 2 junior races in this morning phase about to head out onto the circuit. Confirmation there, it is a wet race. All drivers are on those wet tyres. It's the first race we have seen with all drivers going for the wet tyres as the rain continues to fall. Just very briefly here, wet tyres and wetsuits on as well for our person starting on the front row of the grid there. The pilot of the number 61 machine, Ivan Gonzalez. Great run in time qualifying for this young man. Really good pace overall. Third fastest overall, but still had a really good run in all of those races. Leonidas Peruzzi joining him on that front row of the grid as well. Also very strong performance there. But as you mentioned very briefly there, that second row of the grid, Bruno Grieling, Winter Cup winner from 2025 on this one. He knows how to win this event. Qualifying was good, the Germans on that second row of the grid. Yeah,
and it's been in good spirits so far this week. Very laid back and looking ready to go for the MDC team. Nilas Malik as well, just in the background there. Nilas Peruzzi in the number 67, looking ultra focused for this one for Fusion Motorsport. Fusion Motorsport again have a very strong roster when it comes to the juniors. I'm going to go a little bit further back in the pack though for someone who I think could have a good race in this one. Romeo Mello, we've seen in IAME Winter Cups in previous years and IAME Euro Series races, is very good at dealing with adversity in the conditions. There is your reigning champion, your reigning Winter Cup holder, Bruno Grieling, still with MDC Racing, looking to deliver another strong result for them. And we'll start this race on the inside of row number 2. And keep an eye on the driver immediately behind as well. Aurelio Longitano, one of the drivers stepping up, making the big step from the minis to the juniors. Finished the year, his time in the minis very well indeed. P3 at IWF at the back end of last year. And we often say it's whereas juniors to seniors, it's the mind game. With the minis to the juniors, it's a more technical game because you've got much bigger engine, much bigger karts, very different tyres, all of these technical things to get your head around. Aurelio has made a very good start to his time in the full-size formulas.
No, indeed, he certainly has, and great run to start it with that third row start. Alejandro Campos will be another driver to keep an eye on as well, joining on that third row of the grid. Whistle blows then. Karts make their way out onto the circuit, all wet tyres. This is a wet race now, Andrew. We're into that deluge, but now is the question. Sun is shining once again. Maybe are the track conditions going to improve now? But I've got a feeling it's going to be a little bit longer before we see improvements in the track conditions.
Yeah, it's air temperature at 12 degrees.
Yeah.
I mean, for us Brits, we'll take 12 degrees at this time of year, but it has been a lot warmer earlier on this week. Plenty of times. Here's a grid. Ivan Gonzalez and Leonidas Peruzzi on the front row. Bruno Grieling, Nilas Malik on row 2. Aurelio Longitano and Alejandro Campos form up an all-Swiss row 3. It's then Charles Ural and Max Cruz on row 4. Lorenz de Kock and Miko Schervers complete the top 10 on row 5. Romeo Mello, I've just got a feeling that Romeo is going to have a good race. Starts on the inside of row 6 alongside the UAE's Henry King. Hugo Fuentes and George Quinlan, they're on row 7. Andy Stewart, also moving up to the juniors, is on row 8 for this one alongside Lorenzo Zucchetto. First half of the grid completed by Santiago Barros and Sem Saslik on row 9.
Row number 10, we'll see Charlie Blair and Alexander, or Mason Kwong, I should say. Row 11, we'll see Zoltan Korny and Mozart Oman. Row 12, we'll see Stanislav Zarko and Christian Fay Lund. 13, John Foley Jr. and Leone Ella Martinez going from row number 13. we see Martin Santos going from row number 14 with Fabian Keller and Carl Lundberg on the 15th row of the grid with Alexander Kornev. The 16th row, Felipe Massard and Thomas Arias Carapacina going from row number 16. Packed grid, 32 drivers, all of them out on circuit and all of them on those wet tyres.
Yep, clearly the right choice at this stage of proceedings. The rain, if it's still going, not too heavy at the moment. Doing it the old-fashioned way, looking at the commentary box window for new raindrops. But Ivan Gonzalez, a name that's not perhaps done as much Euro-level racing as some of the others on this grid, but using home field advantage, the Spaniard on pole position has got going very nicely so far this race week. But now we're into the proper business of racing. All of the free practices, the qualifying simulations, the TQs, they're all done. Remember, it's 3 sets of heats for the juniors in this round-robin formation. A through D groups onto the back straight. Already looking like we're going to be good for a race start here. Drivers trying to get as much heat into their tyres as they can, Anthony.
Just going to throw a curveball out there. I can see a dry line forming. No, I'm joking. Right, here we go. First full wet grid here. Let's see how this one will transpire. Ivan Gonzalez and Leonidas Peruzzi on the front row of the grid. Winter Cup winner from 25, Bruno Grieling on that second row of the grid. Here we go into the tram lines. Lights out, we're racing towards turn 1. Here we go, 3 wide into T1, but it's the inside line who will get the run into the corner. All traction here for the drivers on those wet tyres. Ivan Gonzalez holds on to the lead. Grieling up into second in the early phases. Peruzzi holds on to third here. It's a good start for him despite being on the outside of the line there, as the rest of the field all gets through the first few corners unscathed, Andrew.
Very, very impressive driving from the juniors. That's the statement that you've just made. No incidents, but still through this second part of the course, there's more areas of trepidation. Running a bit wide there is the number 16 of Max Cruz, but still on circuit, still able to gain positions later on in this race. That was a nice move down the inside by the 19. I think it's Zoltan Koenig. If that is Zoltan Koenig. Oh, spin, half spin. That's a vulnerable position for Lorenz de Kock to be in. Well done, drivers. That is very good to see that everybody was able to miss Lorenz de Kock. Lorenz back into the race, albeit down at the back. But yeah, I was expecting a bit more attrition there. I was wrong. It's a very good start for this group of X30 juniors. Gonzalez leads from Grieling. Grieling from Longitano. Nilas Malik fourth. Leo Peruzzi completes the top 5. It's nearly a change there for second place. Longitano testing out the different lines.
Yeah, indeed, and there was another spin as well when we saw that moment for Lorenz de Kock. I think it was John Foley Jr. kind of made a bit of a chicane out of turns number 13. Certainly very challenging for them. Action, though, here in the top 5. Nilas Malik is dealing with Leonidas Peruzzi. And it's all kicking off, those two chopping and changing. That is Alessandro Campos getting that move done now on Peruzzi, who is now down to 6th place in this one as the conditions again continue to change a little bit left, right and centre. Ivan Gonzalez in the front of this one will, I suspect, might have to deal with Bruno Grieling or Aurelio Longitano at this point, because Longitano closing in beautifully on Bruno Grieling here. He's not allowed him to break away at all.
No, not at all. Good start for Leone Martinez. Leone was 9 places at the start of this one. It's just lost a few of those now, but still a good gain for the ECK team up into the top 20. Oh, spin there for one of the MDCs. It's the number 26 going round.
Nico
Schervers falls out of the top 20. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, is that a change for the lead? It is. So through has gone Bruno Grieling to take first position. Gonzalez back down to 3rd. Longitano has also gained. I love the Longitano livery. Just a little bit different. I love the look of it. Looks even better on a full-sized kart. It looked pretty good on a Mini back in the day. last year. But up to second place now is the Swiss driver. Spirit Karting know this junior category very well, of course.
Yeah, indeed. I love how you said back in the day. That made you sound
Back
like it was 40 years ago. No, it was only about 3 months ago. There we go. Replay here on your screen. This is that overtake. Bruno Grieling to the inside turn number 1. And again, just hugging that inside line. Squeezes Ivan Gonzalez wide. Opened the door there for Aurelio Longatano to try and go for it. Couldn't quite do it there. Switched over to the inside. Down at turn number 3. Nicely done there.
And that's what we're talking about with front-end grip, that Bruno was able to hold that line, didn't get to a point where the tyre just kind of scrubs and hops and sees the car drift wide instead of going forward. That was great control and poise from Bruno Grieling. 5-second penalty for Charles Ural in the number 17 for causing a collision. That's the latest notification from race control. Bruno Grieling, fastest of anyone out there at the moment, 1 minute 9.367. The interesting bit that we can read into that is those are quicker times than what we were seeing Ryan Meta do in the previous race. So the track is starting to gradually improve.
Yeah, indeed. And that, again, falls into those hands of these wet tyres. May need to be used at another point later on. You know, when I was joking about a dry line forming, there is actually one forming, and there is a BMR of Andy Stewart not going any further. Andy kicking the side of the cart there, and clearly in the first bit, like you say, pushing forward. Nice to see Andy here, but yeah, clearly very frustrated there at that retirement.
That's one that goes in the naughty carts folder. That's unfortunately
a bit wide.
There's going to be a change for the lead. Longatano through. So, bit of a mistake from Bruno Grieling, just drifted out too wide. And, well, Aurelio Longatano takes the lead of this race then. 1 minute 9.242 last time around, and fair play. Aurelio Longatano applying the pressure to the driver with a bit more experience. Bruno Grieling not out of this, but will not be happy the fact that the new boy to this category is just breezed on by.
Is that overheating wet tyres there potentially that is causing the grip levels to now disappear again? It's just a fine line here for these drivers, and for Bruno Grieling, yeah, it just looks like he's not got the grip levels there that he had at the very start of this race. You can see him sliding out of that final corner there as they come in towards the final sector once again. Into that braking zone. Still knife-edge conditions here, Andrew. Be curious to see what the Minis want to do in their first race. So we'll come to that later on. Still plenty of laps to go in this one. Everyone else stepping forward. There, Romeo Mello, good race so far, and on a new team as well. This is what we've liked to see. A brand new team into it, the TC Junior team. Team boss for this one, Real Madrid's goalkeeper.
Thibaut Courtois.
Indeed. Yeah, how about that?
Yeah. He likes his racing.
He likes his racing. He's got an F4 team as well, I believe.
Yeah, he does indeed. So we're on to the second half of this one. Alejandro Campos has just gone purple through sector number 1. This is the fight all in around 7th, 8th, 9th. Nice move from Max Cruz there on the Kids to Win entry. Gets 2 for the price of 1. Through past Fuentes and past Nilas Malik. Zoltan Koini under investigation for causing a collision.
Indeed. Well, we'll keep a close eye on this progression battle here, because again, starting to kick off just that little bit here as Nilas Malik just squeezes his way through there past the likes of Hugo Fuentes, the MDC racing driver, going backwards now at this point, but still in a strong position here. Back over the start-finish straight they go. The gaps at the front here holding firm, half a second between the top 2. Come down just that little bit more now. I saw Bruno Grieling right on the rear bumper of Aurelio Longatano into this lap. So again, starting to close in once more as these fights rage on here. This is Max Cruz trying to get involved in those fights. This is your front battle once again. Longatano back under pressure again as Bruno Grieling seemingly has found the grit levels once more.
Yeah, I just wonder if Bruno's been able to back off a little bit, get the tyre back into the operating window. There's another factor with how the track is changing here, is the wind, because the wind is probably blowing the circuit dry bit. There is the move from Bruno Grieling down the inside. Gets through past Aurelio Longatano. I'll tell you what, Ivan Gonzalez is back in this as well as Grieling runs wide. Back through goes Longitano. Gonzalez may have a chance here for second place. The conditions are still on a knife edge, and keep an eye on Campos. There goes Gonzalez through into second place now. They'll see the last lap board. This is all to play for. Gonzalez looking to the inside, half in defence, half in attack. Greening looks good through sector number 1. The trouble is now simply too much traffic in his way to strike the front.
Yeah, that must be so frustrating because they know that that corner is a flat-out corner when it's in good conditions. When it's slightly wet, it's a bit challenging as Campos down the inside sends it to third place. Beautiful bit of drive there. Is he going to go for second here? It's a little wide from Gonzalez. Now Greening around the outside here. My goodness, every time there's a corner, there's a new overtake between these drivers. But crucially at the front, Aurelio Longitano has dealt with that beautifully and has maintained control of this race, holding on to the front. A 4th-place gain for him on this last lap, and he's managing to come away with a solid result here in the juniors, but it's not over just yet. That fabled final chicane. Is Campos going to think, could I go for one more here from Gonzalez? No, Gonzalez has thought about it. He dives down the inside. It's a half spin. He goes round, but now it's Campos half spin. Greeling goes back to third. Longitano just holds on to it from Gonzalez and Greeling.
Great race. Great race there from 4 talented drivers. Great work from the Spirit karting team as well. The Swiss outfit get a 1-3 in that one, and you can see how pumped up Gonzalez, Longitano and Campos all are there. They'll be very, very happy with that. They've survived the tricky conditions and got good points on the board. Aurelio Longitano will go into a very early points lead on the qualifying heats table. Any ties in points, of course, we go back to TQ performance yesterday, and Aurelio Longitano takes that tiebreaker at the moment over Orion Meta. Very assured drive there from Aurelio Longitano. It was a very competitive X30 mini grid last season, Anthony. There's some real special talents that I think have stepped up this year, Longitano included in that. Looking forward to seeing what the Swiss driver does next.
No, indeed. Long way for the juniors to go. Of course, they'll see their heats. Second heat's a little later on today. There's your full grid provisional, of course. Longitano, Gonzalez, Greeling, Campos, Mello from Cruz, Nilas Malik finishing that one in 7th place ahead of Hugo Fuentes in 8th. Quillen holding on to 9th place from Linus Peruzzi, dropping to 10th place but still coming away with a top 10. Henry King takes P11 ahead of Leone Martinez. We talked about that one. 13 places gained. Solid drive there into P12. Zacchetto from Coyne. Then it is Kwong from Foley Jr. holding on to the top 16. Charles Ural and Mozart Mount finishing in P18.
Very good stuff indeed. There is the scene down in Parc Ferme. 50 points for Aurelio Longitano and Spirit Karting. The next time that we will see the juniors out on circuit will be after the lunch break. Will be at 1:50 and 2:10 for the second round. Here are your highlights from that second heat for X30 Junior. 3 wide in places down into turn 1. Very well dealt with by Ivan Gonzalez and the whole field, in fact. No incidents really on this first half of the first lap.
No, indeed, and that all down to the goodness of the tyres, of course. Brand new wet tyres, perfect for them, and yeah, no dramas in that front. Some did have the moments, as you can see, just running a little bit wide at the very start of that race. Some of the premium karting there just going backwards, but the rest of the field all getting involved there. The dramatic little early stins. Lorenz de Kock there, very good control from the rest of the field to avoid that right in the middle of the track. Must have been a quite scary moment for him.
It was indeed, and it was John Foley Jr. who had a little bit of a spin as well for the DMS outfit. That I tell you what, John had a really good recovery, back up 10 places. Net gain to 16th. Here is the move for the race lead. Bruno Greeling able to pass Ivan Gonzalez. I just wonder how much the little bit of extra height that Bruno has over his rivals played in there. Because, of course, with that, similar to what we were talking with the seniors earlier, you can get your heat in your tyres very quickly, but then it did look like Bruno perhaps overheated his tyres, lost a bit of grip, lost the lead to Longitano, claimed it back for a moment. This was on lap 7. Longitano always looked to be very well composed and in control. There, running wide. I think that was a bit half tyres not giving him what he wanted, and then another bit of gust of wind that blew Greenling off course. End of the 7th lap, though, saw Alejandro Campos coming into play.
Yeah, indeed. Slowly started to reel in at the very end, but still a solid drive there for Aurelio Longitano, coming away with that qualifying heat wins. Junior's done for now. It is time for Mini X30. Andrew, the track in my eyes is in a state where I think it slicks, but I've had reports it's all wet for the next one. And it's understandable that the wind out there is drying the track so fast that, yeah, these tyres may take a bit of a battering here in this next one. Couple of drivers missing from this grid as well. Martin Chechen Gomez and Ollie West, who are starting 20th and 22nd, both missing from this grid. But this man here, Charles Clough, what a run in qualifying. Pole position for him.
Charles Clough, congratulations, well done. Outright pole position here in Valencia for the IAME Winter Cup in the mini class. Congratulations. How is it feeling out on track for you?
It felt really good. I felt like I had the confidence to get P1, and I did. So.
Yeah. Obviously, you guys are in some of the smallest karts out there, but the wind is still the same for everyone here. How is it feeling with the wind out there?
Well, it's making the slipstream a lot better. So.
We can hear that wind now, right now. Is that going to play into tomorrow's hands as well? Are you hoping it's going to be windy to help you out tomorrow, or are you hoping for it to calm down a little bit?
I don't really mind.
You're just enjoying it. Well, enjoy it indeed. We'll see you out on track tomorrow, and we'll see you on pole position. Well done.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think he had mixed conditions with a bit of rain, a bit of dryness, anything like that to deal with. But he's going to deal with it right now. It is a drying track, but all drivers on those wet tyres. Should make it nice and interesting once again. Here we go then, your full grid of minis heading out onto the circuit. It is groups A versus B. Once or the first time we see the minis out on track, with Charles Clough starting it on pole position. Aaron Bordenova joining him on that front row of the grid. Really great performance from him as well for the Frenchman, starting on that front row of the grid. Nicolas Mattei and Marvin Mberg go from row number 2. They will have Tiago Huertas on row 3 with Eden Vallejo alongside on row number 3. Achilles Peruzzi and Uli Shirley going from row number 4. There we'll see the likes of Leo Devahive and Daniel Yoon on row number 5. Eduardo Oliveira and Alfie Davidson going on row 6 with Oliver Woodall and Ilyas Sami on row 7.
Ilyas Sami had that breakthrough performance here at IWF at the back end of 2025. Second half of the grid, Milo Cornell and Jan Timotin starts on row 8. It's then Matteo Campobello and Bram Konings on row 9. Just Corey Lyons on his own, the DMS team, on row number 10. Martin Chechen Gomez missed the gate, we believe. Same story on row 11, just Laurent Sommer in P21. No Ollie West, unfortunately, in this race. That's exactly who I would have thought would have gone for a punt on different tyres. Unfortunately, doesn't make it. Guillaume Agria and Arta Loureiro go from row number 12. And it's then row 13, Luis Patanotte and Jim Wolf.
Indeed. Well, this is going to be a challenging one for this one. We saw the flags briefly, the wind still very, very strong here, and yeah, it's just been one of those impossible calls to really make for these drivers. And of course, for the mechanics, there is the suspicion that we've got in the commentary box that West and Martin Chechen Gomez have missed the gate because they were trying to go for slick tyres and have not had the time. Of course, if everyone did that, then we wouldn't have a race right now, because there'll be probably one kart on wet tyres starting the race. But yeah, certainly a very difficult choice for them to make, but the choice has been made now. We know they'll be all good. The sun's shining, wind levels increasing, blue sky starting to show once more. It is still chilly out there. It's 12 degrees now, Andrew. It's got colder as the day's gone on, actually, and it's yeah, a bit suboptimal. But the likelihood we can say it's not -2, and it's no snow on the ground. So yes, we're still in good conditions, I think, for us. Right then, into the final sector. First mini race of the weekend. This is Charles Clough and Aaron Bordenova on the front row of the grid. XL Motorsport and PB Kart ready to go racing here as they enter the tram lines. Lights are out. We are racing towards turn number 1. And again, consistent start for the front rows, but it's going to be Charles Clough who'll have the whole shot in towards turn number 1. Grip level still good for them, but are these tyres going to overheat and shred up as the race goes on? But we'll have to wait and see as they enter in towards turn 3 for the first time. They all get through it pretty nicely.
A good start once again from the X30 Minis. Charles Clough had a very good run in this event last year. Was with the Jamie Green Racing team, if my mind is switched on today. Has had a bit of a moving around, but really has settled into his time here with the XL Motorsport team. They're in second place. Good start for it. Looks like Nicolas Maté has got up to second place. Where's Aaron Bordenova in that Michael Schumacher replica helmet? There he is, the young French driver who was fastest in his group of qualifiers yesterday. Everyone took part in one of those groups, and all the times combined into one big list of qualifiers to set the groups A through D. And keep an eye on Bordenova. It's not his first year in this category, so maybe one of those using a bit more experience to guide himself to the front. End of the first lap then. Clough leads from Bordenova. Maté, Daniel Yoon, racing on a Japanese license, but based in Korea. Just again for the eagle eye amongst you. There, up 6 places was Yoon in the 444, and again carrying on there past Maté and up to 3rd.
Yeah, indeed, nice little move there down the inside. This track obviously favouring the minis. It's so wide, these karts the smallest, so you can get 3, 4, maybe 5 wide in some places, despite the technicality of the circuits. This is great stuff for Charles Clough right now. I am surprised with the toe. The headwind that is available for the drivers behind, they are not catching down that start-finish straight. To the inside there, changes happening. A little further in the background there, and I think that might have been Woodall Loynes fighting away. Also having a good start on this one here. Andrew, Wolf up 9 places and into P17.
Really good moves from the back of the field for the Action Racing team. Here's a move then. Peruzzi down the inside of Yoon. This is for 3rd place, and Alfie Davidson there as well. Alfie Davidson not too happy with how qualifying went yesterday. Was in the first group where, quite simply, they all went way too late within the 4-minute session, and a number of drivers only got 1 timed lap in. Alfie Davidson was one of them. He'd been quickest in practice earlier on in the day, and now he's starting to show his form driving through. I'm going to say, I think he's one of the favourites for a number of championships in this X30 Mini season. He's got a good amount of experience. It's his 3rd year within the platform of formulas, running the Water Swift engine, and of course with Fusion Motorsport. Very good setup there. Another of his teammates moving through. Bordenova unfortunately slipping back a bit here. Loses out to Peruzzi. And now Davidson and now Yoon, but can still hold in there. Top 5 finish would be good here.
Yep, certainly would be, and there's still plenty of chances for that one as the sun still shines on the drivers here as the clouds clear away. No lunges there into that final chicane. They're waiting for that prime opportunity right now, but Bordenova right in that slipstream. Is he going to look to the inside here? The answer is yes, but so does the likes of Yoon. Yoon down the inside, so does Bordenova. Alfie Davidson may have gained those 2 earlier on, just lost them again.
Yeah, but he's still holding here. It's the different style of X30 Mini racing. Yeah. It goes back and forth. Keep an eye on Ollie Surley as well as Bordenova down the inside of you. That's a nice move from the young French driver. Davidson responds with a move of his own and may have 2 for the price of 1. No, not quite. Slots into 4th place by the time they get through the next corner. But Ollie at the wheel and all of that. 4:52 for Action Racing is looking to pick up the pieces here as Davidson down the inside. Yoon follows. Bordenova loses out in that one. Didn't really do that much wrong there, did Aaron Bordenova, but all of a sudden down to 6th place.
Yeah, indeed. And that's how quickly it can change here in Mini X30. Crucially as well, they've opened up the gap between themselves and Peruzzi. So Peruzzi's now all on his own. Might have to deal with, again, the toe and the slipstream. They'll catch up again, but crucially, right at the front of this one again. Charles Clough, 1.5. He's just driven away here. He's not had any drama.
Yeah, it's really picked up where he left off in terms of IAME Winter Cup competition from last year. I was very impressed with how he drove, and it's probably his highlight of the season.
Oh,
It was a strange 2025 for Charles Clough, because it started really well and then just kind of stuttered and faltered a bit. But 2026, a new year. Well, there's a change for second place between the Fusions. Davidson through past teammate Peruzzi. As I say, I had a very brief sight of Alfie Davidson. It was one of those situations where it's like, I'm not going to go and talk to the driver right now, because they're clearly just very frustrated that they'd let a situation get away from them. But, you know, this is a new day. He's a very strong racer. I've always thought that about Davidson in terms of how he reads a race, even from his cadet days. Very smart head on young shoulders. Now the two Fusions will set about trying to close in on Charles Clough. The gap is just over 1.5 seconds. They haven't got long to go, though. Only 2 more laps.
No, indeed. Timer is counting down as they enter onto that start-finish straight again. A big gust of wind there, and it just helps that toe, that slipstream to happen. And that is Ollie Shirley down the inside. The Action Racing driver pushing forward here and certainly delivering the results that we're looking for. Davidson, the fastest driver out there. The gap's down to 1 second. Timer quickly running out. Don't think it's going to have enough time to close that gap up fully to the front, but still we'll have to wait and see. But for Bordenova now, he's having a real... he's got his hands full here now with Shirley and Yoon still fighting there, possibly even Ilyas Sami at the tail end of this race. But still... But a calm race here, I would say, for the Minis with the changing conditions, but obviously all of them on those wet tyres. They've kept those karts on the straight and narrow on the island here, despite those conditions. Quick check over the shoulder. Charles Clough sees the two Fusions in tow. Davidson, Peruzzi, but not close enough to worry about as they head towards the final lap of this race.
Yeah, the good thing for Clough here is that the two Fusions are not absolutely bump to bump, and they're not able to really help each other back to the rear bump with the 429. We are on the final lap then of this one. 10 places gained now for Alfie Davidson. Other big movers in this one, we've mentioned Jim Wolf. 12 places for Jim, the German, up to 14th. And I'm glad you mentioned Ilyas Sami. And another driver who I've been really impressed with in the last 6 months and has surprised me a lot, and is delivering again here. Up 7 places for the DK Academy. DK Academy run, of course, by former world champion Danny Curl. I think they're going to have a good year. Keep an eye on those green and white machines across the course of X30 competition in 2026. Back at the front, though, yeah, I think it's going to be 1 lap short for Alfie Davidson. They are catching Charles Clough, but not, well, let's say they're not at a rate that would worry the XL Motorsport driver. This has been a very strong last lap from Alfie Davidson. Out of the final corner, I think Clough's just going to have enough to hold on. Yes, he is. Or is he? Across the line,
no,
he gets it by 0.069 of a second. There's a Paul Walker situation. Dude, I almost had you, says Alfie Davidson. But second place, good points for Alfie Davidson. It's a Britain 1-2, XL Motorsport from Fusion Motorsport. Look at the power out of the final corner there. But Charles Clough, very calm, very composed, knew he had that one in the bag.
Big gust of wind down the start-finish straight at perfect time there, just to give him that extra little moment there to get alongside. But yeah, it just wasn't enough to get fully alongside. 0.069 of a second across the line. Charles Clough just takes that one away. Solid result there for him. Biggest mover, I did mention him earlier on, Jim Wolf, 12 places gained, started 26th. Finished P14. Good racing there for Mini X30 as they make their way back into Parc Ferme. Let's have a look at the provisional full results there. Clough from Davidson. Peruzzi finishing 3rd ahead of Bordenova. Shirley from Yoon. Sami holds on to P7 from Eduardo Oliveira. Devahive finishing in P9 ahead of Oliver Woodall. Tiago Huertas finishing in 11th place, ahead of Eden Bayo finishing in 12th place. Corey Loynes, Jim Wolf, finishing in the top 14. A 12th place game, biggest mover out there, solid result at the end.
15th place for Milo Cornell. Marvin Bai finishes 16th. Ilan Timerton 17th. Luis Patanotto up 7 spots to 18th. Lawrence Sommer, Matteo Campobello complete the top 20. Nicola Mattei, difficult race there for Mattei, down 18 spots. Bram Connings, Arta Loureiro and Guillaume Aguiar, the 24 finishers. 2 non-starters in that one, Martin Chekin-Gomez and Ollie West. Let's have a look at the highlights from that first heat of this IAME Winter Cup for the Minis. This was the run into turn 1. Charles Clough picking his line and pulling away from the rest of the field. Bordenova down to 4th place in the early stages. It had actually been a very good start for Nicolas Mattei, who was up to 2nd at this point. Bordenova, a light Bordenova spirit in that race, was always responding to being overtaken by going instantly on the attack. That was a good move back up into 3rd. Noted the fusions coming through the order as well in these early stages. Peruzzi and Davidson working well together.
They were indeed, yeah, able to push through. Of course, Davidson able to catch up to his teammate, struggling in that qualifying, but certainly making it up in these qualifying heats. This was those moments where they were all just scrambling for position. Really strong commitment there from Daniel Yoon as well. Just being able to get that nose down the inside, never giving up an opportunity to get that cut down the inside. But as it carried on, Davidson just too much and really getting involved. And you know what? I was really surprised how much they managed to close in on that final lap. Like they would always say, if we went down and spoke to them now, they'd say, one more lap, but I'd have had it.
Definitely so for Alfie Davidson. Other moves through the course of that race included Aaron Bordenova. This was the tight finish at the end, but Charles Clough takes it, scores 50 points. We'll be happy with that going into the lunch break. Engines have fired up, though, for the next race. And Minis out again.
I can confirm all slick tyres again. It's like chopping and changing. I love it. Right, here's your full grid then. Mini X30 qualifying heat C versus D that is heading out onto the circuit. Mason Hibbert finding himself on pole position for this one. Will be joined by a new face, a new name. The Alaman dynasty continues. Joy Alaman joins the Mini X30 category and has put it on the front row of the grid. Nicholas Lopez and Dimitar Uzanov, great qualifying there to put him on the 2nd row of the grid. Guillaume Cole and Bennett going from row number 3. Paul Dossard and Martin Rodriguez go from row number 4, with Matis Pissons and Valentino Pachoy going from row number 5. Isaac Yoon and Brody Batch will go from row 6, with Timo Yanin and Luca Pavel on row number 7.
Looking to move forward from row 8, Arturo Geronimo and Chester Forks, Artur Konovalov and Ben Bernhard. That's the son of 2-time Le Mans winner Timo Bernhard. Go from row number 9. Arthur Ponte and Nathan Vigion go from an all-French row 10. It's then Darren Gani and Siebel Basalama on row 11. Ollie Telsted and Edo Alessandro go from row 12. All 24 drivers out on the track. A few fluffy clouds over the circuit with some blue skies as well. Air temperature's still around 12 degrees. Probably feels a little bit colder than that because, again, this headwind that's rocketing down off of the hills to our left is displaying all of those Lucas Guerrero and Spanish flags in full colour once again along the back straight. So again, the start for this one quite key. Mason Hibbert, a driver staying in the Minis for this year, on pole position, was 30th in the IAME Winter Cup 2025. Has done a lot of racing in his national championships as well. We'll be looking for a good one here. You can see the force of the wind, the camera just slightly moving from side to side. Hold on, camera ops.
Yeah, indeed.
It's tough conditions out there.
It is, holding on for dear life. Same was the marshal with the flag there. Don't let go of that flag. Right then, speed is very quick here. Are we racing? We are racing. They are going towards turn number 1. High speed here towards turn number 1 right now. The inside row have taken full advantage of that one. Mason Hibbert holding on. That's one of the PB carts going off the track at turn 1, possibly maybe Pontaine or Vigano, who's at the back of the grid there. Have they gone awry? Rest of the field is good though. Wind levels increasing massively. and can confirm, well, it's a 440, so that is Valentino Pascioi, who is quite high up in the grid here, who's gone off the track. And speaking of going off the track, that's another one not seeing the tarmac and has tumbled right to the back of the grid. At the front, though, it is kicking off nicely. That is Nicolas Lopez, I believe, who's got up into second place now, and that Club Cali kart right on the rear bumper. Mason Hibbert.
Started on the inside of row number 2, did Lopez, so it's taken good advantage of that. Yeah, he's pushed through. Unfortunately, Joy Alaman did not have a good start on this one. I think that was part of the problem for Pascioi, that Alaman moving backwards had a bit of a concertina effect and just caught the 440 out of the run into turn 1. But end of the first lap, Hibbert leads from Lopez, Dussart, Pearsons, Yoon, Uzanov, Dimi Uzanov, another relatively new name to the international scene. And I love to see this because this is in the DK Academy now, but it's been racing as a privateer a lot, getting as much track time as possible, and is making real strides in the early part of his European scene career in karting. So I think he's now up to 5th place. Yes, it's just got past Isaac Yoon. So keep an eye on the 412. I'm not going to say it's going to be a race victory this weekend for the Birol RT in that carbon black helmet, but this is a driver with a good degree of base talent.
Indeed, and oh dear me, look at this. This is quite the scrabble here for position as they exit out of 13 into the back straight. And still, we keep an eye on this progression for all the drivers. Here's your front runners right now. Still Hibbert holding on to it. It's those drivers just behind that are having the real big fight. Mason's Yoon, Uzanov Forks in that fight as well. Cole's just tumbled down to 11th place there. 6 places is the deficit right now. And speaking of those deficits, unfortunately, Joy Alaman, you can see their 19th place, not had the start from the outside there of row 1, retiring. Nathan Villon, PB kart, not having a good race in this one.
No, both of their drivers to the bottom of the order now. Lopez, slightly tighter line there, out of turn number 7. So Mason Hibbert having to deal with the pressure right now, and is dealing with it very, very well into turn 11. This tight hairpin that then opens up into this long run through 12, 13. In the minis, that momentum is always so important, especially here, because they will pretty much go flat out all the way to that 3-part chicane at the end of the lap here. These top 2 working together nicely. They are getting a bit of a gap over Paul Dussart there in the 2N Racing entry. 2N Racing, not a good results for them over the past couple of the years in X30 mini racing. They do look like they've got their next star in the shape of Paul Dussart, up 4 positions so far in this race.
Yep, indeed. And looking very strong indeed, but the gap ever closing in there, 0.7 of a second. When you get a driver who's all on their own, though, makes it a little bit difficult to really close that gap, because as you mentioned in that first race in the minis, the 2 Fusions, they weren't line astern, and they weren't able to close in, of course, on Charles Clough. These 2 are line astern. They're working so well together here to just keep that gap the same, and it is holding firm nicely in the background. But like you say, long way to go. We have to wait and see what happens here as that wind does continue. Further back in the field, other changes. Joy Alaman is back on the charge here now, Andrew. Back up into P16 and still looking very strong out there indeed.
Another driver that we need to keep an eye on, Anthony, Chester Forks, up 11 places. This is another one of the drivers in the DK Academy entry in the Argenti Motorsport livery, the Argenti Academy backed driver. I'm really excited to see what Chester Forks can do in 2026. He's a driver I've watched for a very long time, back even to his very earliest days as a 6-year-old in Bambino karting back in the UK. Had a real learning year last year, stepping up to the this intermediate mini level. But was similar to Ilyas Sami, very impressive on international debut at IWF last year. This is now what I hope is going to be a full display, a full season for Chester. And yeah, is doing very nicely in this race. He's just lost 5th position, though, to the aforementioned Dimi Uzanov. Jason Dredge, very big part of Dimi's racing last year. Back with our top 2, though. Hibbert and Lopez. This is one of those calmer mini heats, just going through the motions right now, knowing that it's all about getting those points. Everybody qualifies through to the super heats tomorrow, but there is then a cut-off once we get through those super heats and towards the top 36. So again, there isn't much margin for error for getting through. There's not as many heats for the minis as there is, say, for the seniors, which we'll be going back to in a short moment's time. But right now, Hibbert and Lopez looking good. 2 laps to go.
And it's starting to get a bit feisty between these two. Yes, we were expecting this the whole way. Lopez says to Hibbert to keep going. Don't start taking these funny lines, because look out behind. Desai's there. Pearson's is there. They're starting to close in now. They have been working well together, and they can see that they're starting to scrap at the front here. Could we see this gap close up? We'll have to keep an eye on it, because, of course, Uzanov's there. Fork's still there as well, as you were mentioning there, Andrew. The pace is strong with the drivers behind. This starting to get a little bit intense now for these drivers. But, again, the gap still maintains itself. But we have to wait and see how it will go on for these last moments. When you get to the last lap in these mini X30 races, that's usually where the fireworks come out, and right now we're seeing them once again. Hibbert goes to the inside. Lopez squeezed to the out. He now switches back through Dussart and Pearson's. The gap closes to 0.8 of a second. That's a 10th in one corner alone. Drama into the final chicane. That, unfortunately, is Isaac Yoon of South Korea out of this race. But look at this now. It's starting to fight for 3rd and 4th place now. Uzanov and Forks have switched places. They've now got involved in that fight, all on the outside here as they try to get involved. The DK Academy carts of Forks and Uzanov trying to push their way through, but they've allowed Hibbert and Lopez to break away as they still fight for that last spot on the podium.
This race really is not done here. Hibbert has done a great job so far to hold off a driver who had a good result here last year, was 12th, was Nicolas Lopez. So it's again one of those mini drivers with a bit more experience. That was close as they ran towards the flat-out section. Here it is then into the chicane. Hibbert trying to control the middle of the road through the 3-part chicane. As long as he can get his foot down off the corner, he's going to take this. Mason Hibbert holds on by 0.75 of a tenth over Lopez. Nicolas Lopez, though, good points to start this new IAME Winter Cup campaign. It was Pearson's across the line in 3rd, but I think there were some goings-on during the last chicane. Some unorthodox lines through there, but we'll read it as it is on the screen. Mattis Pearson's 3rd for Fusion Motorsport. Chester Forks 4th. Biggest mover, up 12 positions for the DK Academy team. A good start for Chester Forks. Likewise for 2N Racing and Paul Dussart. I would not be surprised, Anthony, if those 5 drivers are all very much part of the mix. I know it wasn't an A versus B race, but the depth of talent in X30 Mini is very good going into this year. I would not be surprised if those are all names that we see featuring towards the front in the top 10 on Saturday afternoon. No, 100%, 100%. This is going to be a super competitive Mini X30 grid, and that's only the start of it. Yeah. They've got so much more to go. Mini X30 delivering here. Mason Hibbert coming away with the win ahead of Nicolas Lopez. Pearson's 3rd from Chester Forks. Dussart from Pavel. Uzanov from Rodriguez. Konovalov and Cole taking the top 10 ahead of Batch, Pontar and Aiton. Then it's Geronimo finishing in 14th ahead of Joy Alaman, who recovered back to 15th place. 16th for Ben Bernard, a solid start, up 2 places for Excel Motorsport, making international debut this weekend. 17th for Siebel Basalama, Timio Janin, Eduardo Alessandro and Oli Telstad complete the top 20. Darren Gani was 21st, and then there was the problem, of course, for Valentino Palstre, 22nd, and Isaac Yoon also had a problem, but did get to the end of the race, did get back on track and scores points for 23rd. Nathan Vigion does not see the checkered flag and will score points for 24th. But a job well done there from Mason Hibbert. And let's see how he did it. I do like that some of these drivers, sometimes I feel drivers are accelerated a bit too quickly up through the order. But the likes of Hibbert, Davidson, all setting themselves up for a very strong 2026 with these results and the experience that they've had from previous years.
No, certainly so. The challenging start, though, for some of them. One driver is quite high up, Valentino Pachoy, just having that drama at T1 and unfortunately going right to the back of the grid. Did finish, though, in 22nd place after that drama for Isaac Yoon as well. For XL Motorsport, these early few overtakes here just to settle the front grid certainly made for interesting watching. Guillaume Cole was one driver who was trying to push his way forward, ended up dropping back a few spots. End of the race, this is where we started to see the drama for Nicholas Lopez and Mason Hibbert. There was Isaac Yoon out of the race, and then all in turn it started to kick off for 3rd, 4th and 5th with Pearson's Forks, Dussart, Pavel fighting for positions. This is what happened there into the chicane. Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. And of course, all of those results provisional, of course. But Pearson's and Forks just having a bit of a moment there across the line.
That was a bit Fusion Airlines for a moment there from Mattis Pearson's on the approach to the checkered flag. Minis back out at 2:30 for the next one. That'll be a B versus C race and 2:50 for A versus D.
Well, there you go. There's a schedule for you.
On your screen that we're not quite done before the lunch break. We will switch back to X30 Senior in a moment's time. We're already on to round 3 for the X30 Seniors, and it's been a fierce competition for our most experienced drivers so far.
It certainly has, but of course, Aaron Garcia still leading those at the end of the second rotation of those heats. We're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. Seniors coming up next. The wind is howling here in Valencia. IAME Winter Cup 2026 is fully underway. Senior X30 heading back out onto the track very soon. They're going for their 3rd round of qualifying heats. They've already had 2 races, one yesterday, one at the very start of today. And then, of course, now there's your radar, folks. Well, no rain in the foreseeable future until maybe a bit later on today, because that looks like it's making a beeline straight for us. There we go. No, but we should be good for the next moments. And, yeah, clear running now. It's a dry track, which brings us on to that junior of Orion Meta as well later on today. Back on slicks, brand new slicks as well, unused. Right, well, I say they won't be unused. They'll have done qualifying. Back here, though, for the seniors, and this man here, Nat Johnson, 2nd and a win, delivering here so far, and this has been a really good run for him in these races. You can see he's taking the last little words of encouragement there, just saying, hey, little gentle on these, don't push too hard. This is going to be, again, after the conditions they had this morning with the greasy track on the slick tyres, this now will have like full grip. It's going to feel completely different to what they had to deal with earlier on. Sebastian Mins joining him on that front row of the grid again. Tough first race. Post-race penalty dropped him to 13th. Then race win. So again, back where he wants to be and starting to look a little bit more comfortable now.
Oh, absolutely. He's back in the groove in this X30 machine with Fusion Motorsport. And, well, again, has to start. He's going to have this every time because he's in Group F. He's always going to start on the outside of row number 1. But the second start was miles better than the first one. So that's a good sign for Seb Mins in terms of keeping himself high up the order in this one. Bit of a mixed bag for Matteo Mellis so far. 6th in the first round yesterday afternoon, then 19th in the classification earlier on this morning. Likewise for Adam Elbassioni, 21st and 25th. There is Mellis racing on the Powlin for the LA Motorsports team. And yeah, should be on for another good drive, at least is on the inside of that second row for this particular occasion. But keep an eye on Danny Caronini just behind there, starting P5 for this one. He's always going to be a threat.
Yeah, just saying, Matteo Mellis hasn't updated his visor sticker from his old team yet. So yeah, hopefully Parolin give him a new one. Right, Ross Upton, Chief Pre-Grid Officer there, showcasing the 1 minute board. He's been battered by the weather conditions down there as well, so hopefully he's dealt with those. Still looking fresh. Still looking ever fresh. I want to know what hair product he uses. Right, everyone getting ready for this one, but woolly hats on for many, big coats. It's not fun out there at all, I can imagine, for any of them. Like you were mentioning there, Danny Caronini again. Yes, again, really positive start to this one. Good qualifying, challenging first heat, but great result in that last one. I'm sure he's hoping for the same result as that last one, but again, it's now fully dry here now, and this is where yesterday the dry conditions dropped back a little bit. It was greasy, mixed conditions earlier on today.
I think the big thing for Danny Caronini heading into this weekend, and I had a very brief chat with him in the paddock yesterday, is that quiet confidence that we talk about, that, yeah, you know, the race pace is there, and so it should be. The two visits that we had to this circuit in 2025, on the track, very, very good. It was matters out of his control, perhaps, after the race that denied him a couple of big wins, but he knows that he can deliver the goods here this week. Formation lap underway then for X30 Senior. Here they go for Groups B and F.
Indeed. Row number 1, Nat Johnston and Sebastian Mins. We spoke about them already, but can they do it from the front row of the grid? Matteo Mellis and Adam Elbassioni needing that result in this race. Danny Caronini and Arthur Juan going from row number 3, ahead of Javier Boasca and Gilles Herman on row number 4. Merrill Peldis and Max Yule going from row 5, Sam van der Heijden and Raul Martinez going from row number 6. Oliver Kinmark and Luna Correa on row 7 with Max Lacroix and Charlie Jonassen on row number 8.
Jaime Del Portillo and Casper Reipold start on row 9 for this one. Gabby Teixeira really needs a result to get her week going. Starts on row 10 alongside Albert Lombard. Mark Martin and Chimes Merkelbags go from row number 11. It's then Sjoerd de Vries and Elias Lehman on row 12. Amir Sabarov, Luke Taylor, they start on row number 13. Roman Saleh and Miguel Oliveira go from 14. Tyron Kennard and some go from row 15. Dan Alleman and Bruce Fraser complete the 32-strong field on row 16.
Indeed. If you need an update at home at what the wind is doing, all you need to do is just watch the pictures you can see at home. If the camera is shaking, it's windy. There we go. But crucially, these tyres now, you can see how much they're running them around, getting all the temperature into the now bone dry circuit. That's the quickest I've ever seen that circuit dry.
Yeah, and I say that will be the wind that's factored into that. The air temperature's still in the, well, best low teens, but the drivers will be, I think they'll quite like these conditions because it's not too hot. The tyres will be very manageable right now, and cooler air for the engines also will give a good degree of performance. Right now, though, pole sitter Nat Johnston. He's had a very good start to his time in X30 Senior. It's marvellous how quickly things can change. He's 3 heats in to his time in X30 Senior, and he's already a bona fide contender.
Hold on to that flag. Hold on to that flag. Don't let it go.
I am keeping an eye on our Chief Flag Marshal on the stand. He is going to have the hugest arms by the end of the weekend for waving that checkered flag, because, yeah, they're doing a great job out there. The marshals, of course, could not go racing without them.
For me, it's when he holds the last lap boards up and it nearly falls him over the plinth he's
strong
on.
Core. All about the strong core.
Yeah, strong core there. Right, here we go into that final chicane once again. Back with the seniors for the third rotation of qualifying heats here. Not many to go for them before we find out who's going to be making it into those super heats and finals tomorrow. Into the tram line, so Nat Johnson and Sebastian Mins. Lights are out. We are racing towards turn 1, but Nat Johnson's not had the start he wanted. He wanted to go round again, but it's not happened, and now he's down to second place. Could it even be third? It's down the inside. I think that might be the likes of Matteo Melis going for second place. It is indeed, as they head into the chicane for the first time. They pile in, and not all of them get out of it unscathed. One car going on to the dusty stuff for the first time, but crucially, it's a good start for Sebastian Mins, who takes the lead of this race ahead of La Motorsport's Matteo Melis of Italy.
Mark Martin's not had a good start, has not come through the first sector for the Kids to Win team. That was a very curious start. Nat Johnston did have his hand in the air, but it was very, very late. And I wonder if the button had been pressed to activate the race start. He's got to put that moment straight behind him. This is going to be a real test. This is why we talk about seniors and the mental side of things. Down the inside there goes the 293 of Gilles Herman. Right now, Nat Johnston's just got to get back to driving. Not worry about that race start. It's in the past now. He's still got an opportunity to get some good points in this one, but the top 4 have broken away here. Mins, Melis, Caronini, Broasca. Broasca needs a good result in this one. As off the road there, is that Gilles Herman? Yes, it is. In the MCK Motorsport entry, that very pretty white, green and orange livery, as here for second place. There is a brilliant move from Danny Caronini. Was that around the outside of Melis through turns 8 and 9? I'd love to have another look at that. But the former IAME Euro Series winner on the charge now. Mins has got to get his head down, is getting his head down. Well, he's looking over his shoulder at the moment. The gap is probably going to be about 1.5 seconds at the end of this lap.
Javier Barrasca, though, looks faster here. He looks so confident on that one, but the car did look a bit unsettled into some of the braking zones here. He's tucking in behind Caronini. Is he going to go for the move here at turn 1? The answer is yes. Down the inside, Caronini back down to third place. Sebastian Mins might have to deal with the likes of MDC Racing's Javier Barrasca, who is starting to reel in the field here on a 5-place gain, as Nat Johnston now retaliates. He's dropped to 5th, but fastest driver out there might close in on this fight as well.
Might do indeed. Javier Barrasca needs a big result in this one. Was great in qualifying yesterday, but already things have started to slip away. He had the track limit penalty that dropped him down the order. He was then 13th in round number 1. He then had a DQ. It was a technical non-conformity in the second round earlier on today. So he's well out of position in those qualifying heats points. He's still got enough time to race back through. But we always say it in this format, you can definitely afford 1 bad heat. You can sometimes afford 2 bad heats, but if you have 3, you may as well go home. It's game over. You won't get all the way through to the final, especially for a driver in the kind of MDC Racing package, which will be a favourite here in these conditions here in Spain. They won the IWF senior race last year in the hands of Aaron Garcia. Javier Barrasca, this is a big race, and he's turning a good load of pace right now. 56.973. That was nearly, pretty much 6-7 tenths quicker than Sebastian Mins on that last tour of the circuit.
Yeah, indeed. Very, very strong indeed. And you can see physically the gap closing now, dropping Caronini here. He'll soon get the toe, which is very beneficial in the seniors in these windy conditions. And Javier Barrasca knows it. He's tucking in that driving stance, that body position is just all indicating he wants the lead of this race. Tucks in, and is that saying Sebastian Mins say go for it? He did, he let him go. He pointed to the inside and said, you go for it. Yeah. Let's see what we can do. Clearly showcasing that his pace is just a little bit so much faster.
That was an intriguing one. That again was the dark arts and the mental side of things, because Barrasca gave the point forward and Mins went, nah, I'm not falling for that, and I'm not going to fight this too hard. If you want the lead, if you want to lead this one out,
go for
Barrasca, you go for it. I'm not wasting time here. today with this one. So we're on lap number 5 out of 11. Max Lacroix is under investigation. Something's been spotted out there by the race officials. We'll leave them to deliberate over that. Here is your lead quartet. Javier Borrasca for MDC Racing, ahead of Sebastian Mins, a returning Sebastian Mins to this form of racing here with Fusion Motorsport. Danny Carinini third, and then the next of the Italians, Matteo Mellis, who might be forming up a move here into turn 1. No, thinks better of it. So it's 2 by 2 working together, all breaking away from Nat Johnson, who's nicely held in 5th place after that disrupted start. He's not lost his head. He's kept himself in a nice rhythm, still on for some good points. Out of the race there, it's Luke Taylor in the 274.
Yeah, Croc Promotion suffering a lot of retirement so far this weekend, so hopefully that gets a remedy very soon. Matteo Mellis now the fastest driver out there on that last lap, 56.823. Very quick pace indeed. It's joined onto the back of Carinini again. And those all staying nice and close there at the front. Johnson, Huang, Elbasoini still in a good fight. This is a good position here for Adam Elbasoini. After those 2 tough results earlier on, a P7 will be greatly received.
It will be indeed. Down towards turn number 1 again. Alaska breaking away from Mins here as the...
I would say the opposite to that. I think he's still under pressure from these drivers behind. There's Nat Johnson with his hand up in the air saying, hey, we're not formed up.
On the start, can you understand or see why that guy was waving his hand?
No, maybe P2 slightly ahead, but it looks okay at the lights out.
There you go. Ready communication there between race control and race director Martin Bean, and yeah, maybe, possibly from our angles, impossible to tell. They'll have many more angles, and they're saying the same thing. It's, yeah, a bit of a hands-on. Right, now I will say that Borrasca's breaking away from Sebastian Mins because Mellis has just made the move on him and has got up into 2nd place, opened the gap up to 0.7 of a second. Now he is clear from the rest. Carinini down to 4th place. This plays into the hands of Johnson, Huang, Elbasoini, and Sam van der Heijden just in the background. But they are not yet close enough to really do any damage.
A couple of things to note in the midfield, just to kind of keep an eye on everybody. Good drives from Tyron Kennard, up 15 places to 14th. Dan Alleman watch after the problems post-qualifying yesterday. 17 places gained now for Dan Alleman, up to 14th. So got past both Kennard and Elias Lehman on that one. So Dan Alleman will keep an eye on. I think Dan will be a feature later on in the race meeting. If he can be on the grid, you know, top 25 once we get to the final, I think Dan Alleman's still got a chance here this weekend of a strong race result. All 4 of these drivers are definitely in the mix. Javier Borrasca ends another lap as your race leader. Matteo Mellis turning a good bit of pace right now, and Sebastian Mins is going with him. That was 56.6s for Mellis and Mins last time around, 2/10 quicker. And just look at this, Matteo Mellis has cruised to the back of Javier Borrasca. Javier Borrasca may have thought he had this race won, not anymore, because Matteo Mellis' second half of the race pace, this is where things are often decided in X30 Senior, as the tyre pressures are changing underneath the drivers, the setups are starting to have their benefits and down traits as well, as the compromises have been made. As Mellis has got down the inside, he's got it through. No, Borrasca comes back, switch back through turns 13 and 14. Here comes Mins. That's the experience of Seb Mins. Very well read there, gets P2 once again. But Borrasca is going to have to fight for this one.
He certainly is. This is going to go all the way to the very end, I am sure. But let's see how this will deal with it down the end of the start-finish straight. Well, Mins hasn't got the speed there to go to the inside move at turn 1. He's actually going to struggle out from Mellis here. Mellis looks to the inside at turn number 3, gets back up into 2nd place. Borrasca, though, still unable to break away now. And this is all starting to kick off. Carinini might be here to pick up the pieces if it does unfold. Johnson and Huang have closed in now. But look at Borrasca here. I think that last little overtake to get to 2nd place of Mellis has just given Borrasca the win here.
Yeah, they've not quite trusted each other enough through that last lap or so, and they've let Borrasca off the hook right now. But you never know, with this wind, say the circuit that's well known to a lot of these drivers is racing differently here this weekend, because we've never experienced conditions like this, especially here as they go down towards turn number 1. Here was the moment again with Mins. Oh, Carinini tried to get through there as well. That move did lose time relative to Braska, but yeah, they've caught him again. Look, down the pit straight, you simply cannot lead out in these conditions. We were talking to a driver earlier in the week who was saying it was 12 kilometers an hour the difference if you're at the front of one of these trains. That's meant that Sebastian Mins once again has got a chance to add to his wins tally here today, Anthony. We're back again to a top 5, top 6 fighting for the win.
Yeah, indeed. I love these sort of race scenarios where it all just falls into place at the very end. Checker flag is being readied here, but we still don't know the answer because Mins collided to the back round the outside. It was 2 by 2 round the outside for Mellis and Carinini. Absolutely astonishing stuff from the two of them. Carinini goes to the inside to defend. Matteo Mellis was just given that win at turn 13. Across the line he goes. Mellis takes it from Carinini. It's Italy 1-2.
Mins not happy with Baraska over the line there. There may be a little bit more to run on that one, but Matteo Mellis needed that. Really, really needed that. Back on form. Turn around from that 19th place in round number 2. It's a win. It's 50 points. It pushes him up into the top 5 in the qualifying heat standing at the moment. I like that drive from Matteo Mellis. He had to hold off Danny Carinini as well. Carinini had a really good run round the outside.
Yeah, he did. That was so close for those two, and you can imagine it could have gone wrong. They'd made a little bit more contact there, and then it could have gone into them. There could have been all 4 of them off the track there. That was so brave from Mellis and Carinini to do that, and like you say, it all came into their favours there when Mins and Baraska coming together. I can imagine those two are not going to be the bestest of friends when they get back into Parc Ferme.
No, they're not going to be on each other's Christmas card lists at the moment. There's your provisional results. It's an Italy 1-2. Mellis from Carinini. Baraska 3rd, Mins 4th, Pang, Johnston, El Bassioni. Both drivers who started on the second row needed good results and got them, so good work there by the driver of the 308. Sven van der Heyden's going under the radar a little bit, another top 10 for the Dutch driver. Luna Claire is back in the game as well. That's another strong result for her. Oliver Kinmark completes the top 10. Elias Lehmann up 12 spots to 12th. Dan Alleman as well, we should note, up 16 places to 15th. Tyron Kennard up a good number as well to 16th. Going the other way, unfortunately, Gilles Herman down 15 spots to 23rd. Max Lacroix as well had a really, really tough race. Lost 10 positions, just held in the top 25.
Indeed, there is the carts as they make their way back in. Here's your highlights from that race. No idea there on that one. Yeah, maybe it was if Seb was just a little bit ahead on those ones. Waving his hand around was Nat Johnson, but again, from our angles, impossible to tell on that one. I'm sure he will have words to say to the officials after that race about why that was happening, but we just don't know for this moment. Race, though, pretty solid for most. Some having dramas right at the beginning there. That was MCK's, that was Gilles Herman having the dramas. This fight here, great driving, I would say, from Javier Baraska right at the start of that race. Just managed to pip his way through, gets that move done. That was a gifted move, I think, for that one. Just pointed to the inside, say, no, you're going to go for it. I'll let you go through. Then later on, I don't know what happened with the pace there, but it just changed so much in those last few laps.
Yeah, I think it's setups coming into play. It's so tricky for the mechanics to get it right this weekend. It's an ever-changing scenario. Here with the moves from Mellis getting up the order, who showed spirit in that one. Carinini in the mix as well, very nearly getting his nose chopped off there, or was getting his nose chopped off by Mins in a brave defence of second place. This was the moment that decided it, though. Mins, Baraska getting together. Mellis, Carinini. Oh my goodness me!
Superb.
Right up to the edge of the curb was Danny Carinini. Matteo Mellis holds on. Great racing between the two Italians. More from them later.
Yeah, indeed. We look forward to that. Stay tuned. Plenty more races to come. We'll be back with Senior X30 qualifying Heat C versus E coming out next, which will see our third fastest driver overall from timed qualifying yesterday. We saw him out in the race earlier on today, of course. Emmanuel Liadakis back on that front row. There he is for Zanki Motorsport, and once again primed and ready to go for this one. Can he, well, emulate what he did in a qualifying, go as fast as he possibly could? Well, we caught up with him afterwards, and this is what he had to say about it.
Emmanuel Liadakis, congratulations, fastest in group and potentially fastest overall maybe, but I can see the smile on your face already. That lap certainly came your way, didn't it? Tell us about it.
Yeah, definitely. It was really good for me to set on pole for the second group, as we took revenge with a team from IWF that had the mechanical problem, and we finished last in the qualifying, so you can understand how happy I am right now.
Yeah, it must be a great feeling for you. The wind certainly may be helping you out now, but when it comes to the racing, how do you feel you're going to be the one punching the hole at the start of those races? Do you reckon you'll be able to keep control of that?
Yeah, definitely it's harder with that is so much windy, but we managed to be in the best track position and get on the toll, and that's why we set on pole, I think.
Yeah. Well, great work. Congratulations. We'll see you out there on pole position.
Thank you very much.
Well, very happy Emmanuel Liadakis there to put it fastest in his group. Not alone on that front row of the grid. Elvis Krasauskis joining him there, and certainly looking forward to seeing what he can do. The Mole Racing team have delivered, and can they deliver in this one as they get themselves ready. Intermediate classification as it stands after the first race in the third rotation of it. It is Nat Johnson still leading those points, 128 to his name. Seb Mins, Danny Carinini third from Arthur Huang and Matteo Mellis. That will change, of course, after this race. We may see some names going further up the board. Other drivers to look forward to seeing what they can do in this one. Of course, Morgan Moore, race winner earlier on. Roxanne Lantinga's been so tantalizingly close and 2 times, but has just had those dramas. So could she do it in this third? We're about to find out. Sun is shining. The air temperature is still 12 degrees for us from the UK. Balmy conditions, looking forward to it. And it's all borderline summer. I'm surprised I'm not in a t-shirt and shorts. But looking forward to seeing what this will happen in this one. All the drivers primed and ready. Let's take you through that full starting lineup for this one then. Qualifying C versus E, Emmanuel Liadakis and Elvis Krasauskis on the front row of the grid. Roxanne Lantinga and Morgan Moore on row number 2. Igor Ivanchenko and Klara Kowalczyk going from row number 3. Yanis Boulier and Theo Lestrange go from row 4 from Hugh Becoin and Daniel Messier on row number 5. Jörg Rana and Alex Machado go from row number 6 with Noel Sundberg and Otto Pukkanen on row 7. Kevin Backer and Ruben Moya go from row number 8.
Gautier San Juan and Christian Caballero go from row number 9. It's then Theo Eriksson and Emilia Carey completing the top 20 on row 10. Joao Castro and Jonathan Landstrom go from row number 11 for this race. Mara Beatrice and Stigler Adamaker go from row 12. Emilia Wiczomierska and Sarah Kojima there on row 13. It's then Thomas Fernandez and Adam Holmes starting on row 14. Emilia Pauli and Ivan Dobic go from 15. 32 drivers due to go in this one, completed by row 16. Ellie Dax and David Kolaika, although I do think David may have withdrawn from the race meeting because I cannot remember seeing the 234 out on track at any point from yesterday. So we'll try and get on the lunch break confirmed whether that is a withdrawal or not.
Indeed. There was Colin Vallejo there from the PB Sport team, and they're getting themselves watching on in this one. As we see the field now stretch their legs on circuit to get ready for this third race of their weekend on track. But right now for this, it's all down to seeing what these drivers at the front can do. Like I say, it's been ups and downs for the drivers here, and we'll have to see how this progresses. Still the wind going through. I'm loving the ingenuity from the marshals here. That is well, that's obviously clear wrap that you use to wrap up maybe tyre boxes on a pallet, and they've used it in their marshal hut to create some shelter. I like that. And it's see-through as well, so they can still see Smart thinking, that is.
Safety first.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought of that. I'd have put cardboard up everywhere, and I'd be like, why can't I see anything? Right, so here we go, down the back straight, all ready to go. It's a nice shot, that one. Everyone getting temperature into their tyres. Really supposed to do it, but there we go. I'm not going to tell them off. There you can see, once again, Deputy Race Director Dan Ashton telling them to watch the lights as they get ready to go racing here. Manuel Leodikis and Elvis Krasauskas on the front row of the grid as they head very slowly into those tram lines. We wait to see who bolts first. It's an early bolt there for Leodikis. As the lights go out, we are racing towards turn number 1. Leodikis under pressure for Roxanne Antinga. She's on the grass. Rejoins incredible kart control, but amazingly manages to keep that kart facing in the right direction.
Elvis Krasauskas has got the lead of this race from grid number 2. Took advantage of that little meeting of the mines and side pods towards turn number 1. So normally we say P2, that's not where you want to start, but in this case it definitely was. Morgan Moore's had a good start as well. Another driver from the outside column up to P3. That looked a little bit too close for my liking between Leodikis and Roxanne Lantinga. Roxanne had a great start and, well, is now probably fighting down in around 15th, 16th position. Out of turn 13 and 14 they go towards the chicane. This is going to be a very intriguing race now. It's down the inside there. Was that Alex Machado on the move again? Has had a very good start in the 294 now with the DRM racing team. End of the first lap. Krasauskas, Leodikis, Moore, Machado, Ivanchenko, Matia, Kowalczyk, Picon, the man from the Caribbean island of Guadeloupe, who Picon for the PB kart racing team. Oh, as off the road is one of the victory lanes. It's the 270. Noel Sundberg falling down the order. Something's happened to Ruben Moya as well. Oh, that's what's happened to Ruben Moya. His exhaust completely ripped off the kart. Oh, out of this race. Not a good moment at all from the 2023 Winter Cup winner. Now, the question is, if his exhaust has come off, it probably means that someone has been given a piggyback by Moya, who out there is potentially running with some damage.
Yeah, indeed. We'll try and work that one out. I can't see any other names in and around the area that went out. Well, could have been Noel Sundberg, actually.
Maybe, yeah.
We saw him off the track, and they were together. They've gone down 17 and 15 places each, so they were next to each other. It is a possibility. And, well, Leodikis has just been given a warning flag for that moment at the start of that race. Unfortunately, that's a 5-second post-race time penalty, and that will drop him down the order massively here. This, though, still kicking off. Morgan Moore in the lead of this one. This is good for Moore because that race win earlier on yesterday has put him in good steps for today. And if he can get another one here, he's in a really good spot as he would take the lead of the points.
He would, although I'm going to bring that question. And a reminder, commentators not formal officials. How's that front fairing looking to you, Anthony, on that Fusion machine? Is it a little bit too free of degrees of movement? It's very close to the track.
It's 100% rubbing on the floor. Yes, you're not wrong in that one, but I'm not seeing that that standard bobbing up and down. But is that because the NASA panel is so tightly bolted to the front of that one, was preventing that from happening? I'm not too sure. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, no, it does beg the question on that one. Here, though, Leodikis, he'll know he'll have that 5-second. Is that going to G him up here to really push to try and get to the front and try and break away?
I think so. I think it's going to give him a good amount of confidence across the middle part of this race. Caballero 56.663 moving up the order. Who else has had a good start in this one? Kevin Backer up 5 spots into P10, and Amelia Kari as well. Amelia needing some good results is into the top 15 now. Back at the front of the field, Moore still leading from Krasauskas, Leodikis, Alex Machado P4. Alex Machado, one of the most experienced drivers in international karting, particularly X30, but has raced in other categories as well. And one of several faces in X30 seniors. It may just be me getting into my mid-30s. Seems like there's a lot of drivers who've changed teams this year. There's Machado down the inside, nice move, takes the P3.
It's a very silly season.
Very silly season.
Yeah, that's a good tongue twister, that one. But yeah, indeed, names moving all over the place. I remember looking at my I was checking my social medias over winter while I was at home doing nothing. And yeah, I was just saying, wow, he's changed team, make a note of that. He's changed team. That's a new change. That's a new change. That's a new change. I'd be like, I can't keep up now with this. It's a lot happened over the season. But, you know, they've all got themselves where they want to be now. And so far, we've just got to get used to these orders changing. And speaking of that, it already has. Morgan Moore down to second place now as Krasauskas retakes that lead. And, well, has not dropped off the back of him here. Morgan Moore has stuck to that kart like super glue. Not going to look for the move down the inside, but knows that the pace is there to keep up with Krasauskas, and is looking to just keep up with him as this race continues. Lap number 7 of 11 laps here. Moore just looking like he's actually struggling a little bit out of the chicane. He is avoiding that second curb through turn number 4. Krasauskas clipping it. Now, if you do clip that curb in the right angle, you can gain a good 10th or so. If you clip it at the wrong angle, you could lose a race or so because your chain comes off.
Yeah, we've seen it before. Marcus Luzio, apologies to Marcus if he's watching. He probably doesn't want me to remind him of the final 2 years ago when he was in the lead of the race round this place and it all went wrong. Just to note, Elvis Krasauskas is a little bit further down the standings at the moment because he got a 5-second front fairing penalty in the last round, so that was a 14th place classification. Oh, Kevin Backer's out. Kevin Backer in the Marshall post there. That is not what we were expecting. He was going well. Down 15 places, will score points for 30th as a result of this. The Dutch driver's really not having a lot of luck here today. Joins Roxanne Lantinga in the list of ones to not see the end of this race as Moore starting to attack Krasauskas once again.
Yeah, indeed. Messier there as well has closed in. Machado just behind as well. Ready to pick up the pieces is a Clara Kowalczyk as well. Really good qualifying for her, and this race certainly going her way at this moment, but we'll keep a close eye on that progression. Back down the back straight they go, and Moore, looking a little earlier on. He's looking again here. He's seriously got he's got the top end here. It looks like he's having to back off now, and it puts him under the pressure from Daniel Messier. Here's Messier now. He's going to go for the move into turn 1. So's Moore, 3 wide sandwich. Oh, that's incredible. For Daniel Messier, takes the lead of the race.
That's overtake of the week so far. Daniel Messier keeps his foot in it and takes the lead of this qualifying heat. Now, can he hold on to it? Slightly defensive line through 7. Understandable. Doesn't want Morgan Moore going for a counter-attack. Keep an eye on Alex Machado as well. Elvis Krasauskas' pace doesn't look great right now. Is Machado going to step down the inside? Yes, he is. The experienced Andorran nearly ran a bit too deep. No, he's got it. Good control of exiting the corner there was Alex Machado, and Clara Kowalczyk might have a go here as well. A lot of experience for the Polish driver. 5-second penalty for Piquion in the 2:16. Where is the man from the Caribbean at the moment? In the midfield, 11th place at the moment. That could be quite a costly 5-second penalty. Here goes Kowalczyk down the inside of Krasauskas. Krasauskas closes the door, holds on to 4th place. Messier and Moore once again. A little bit of tape just fluttering about there on the rear right corner of Daniel Messier. I don't think that'll be too much of a problem. Under investigation, Christian Caballero in the 271. Another bit of work for the race officials.
Yeah, indeed. I think that is the coloured piece of sticker that is on the kind of end of the rear bumper. Yeah, to identify it. But yeah, no, he's all fine. This one here, I don't think Moore's up and over with this race yet. I think he does want the win on this one. And right now, well, yeah, if he didn't take the win on this one, he would lose the lead of the intermediate classification. So a win here is vital. Andrea, there's another rainbow. With a rainbow comes rain. It's raining again, and that's not what we want to see at all.
Yeah, a few spots on our commentary box window with 2 laps of this one to go for Group C versus E. And again, the question is going to be how hard is the rain at the moment. In warm-up this morning, it was psychological rain. It didn't affect the drivers too much. We've already seen in race trim earlier today, little bit heavier, and it did start to affect things. There's a bit wide there was Messier. Is that the start of things going wrong for the drivers? Into the infield straight, down, and here goes Moore. Down the inside, retakes the race lead through turn number 11, controls things on the transition to 12. Morgan Moore may be thinking, right, I need to get track position, because if it does suddenly tip it down, you know, you could quite easily see a race neutralisation, but it's not
blue
tipping it down at the moment.
sky
It's very bizarre. You've got blue sky. On one window, we've got blue sky and nothing. On the other window, we've got quite a few spots of rain. That's lap 10 done, so we are now on the final lap. This one will run to the end. I think at the moment it's okay. The level of rain is just going to be on the visor, but not affecting those tyres.
No, not at all. But it's just one of those. It's psychological at best. And for all these drivers, it's just a case of just maybe think about what you want to do into these corners on this last lap. Moore in the lead, though. Daniel Macier, after that high of the 2 for 1 at turn number 1, can he retaliate on this one? Big look over the shoulder. More defensive now into the third and final sector of this one. Can Macier go for the up and under on the exit here? No, he can't. Moore parks it right in the middle of the track. He denies Macier a move down the inside, but it will go into that final chicane once again. It is only a qualifying heat. Is it worth the risk on this one? Macier answers that question with no. He stays behind. He does not go for the move. Morgan Moore takes his second win of the weekend in senior.
He's looking good. Is Morgan Moore. Always has a smile on his face. Well, 95% of the time he has a smile on his face. You know, he don't win every day. But that's a good one for Morgan Moore. Another 50 points puts him on top of the intermediate classification as things stand. Daniel Macier, though, he'll be very happy with that double overtake into turn 1. That was spectacular stuff for the Club Cali Kart driver. And they're starting to build a few results across their squad together now. And we'll see how they do after the lunch break. Alex Machado, another strong result. That is now 4th, 3rd and 3rd for Alex Machado. He's putting a good score together and showing that he's got good race pace, because every single time the Andorran is doing this from row number 6. They'll head into the Parc Fermé area, go over the weighbridge and do all the mandatory checks as they're called through by the race officials. Just to note, the seniors not quite at the last race yet. That'll be coming up in a moment. But Group C will be out again at 3:50, and Group E will be out at 3:10. There's your provisional result. All from Macier, Machado, Leodakis, Krzauskas, Ivanchenko, Kowalczyk, Caballero, Lestrange, Roxanne Lantinga returns into the top 10 after that problematic start. Other moves just to note, up and down the field, Jonathan Landstrom up 6 spots to 16th. Adam Holmes up 7 spots to 21st. Noel Sundberg going the other way. Problems in the early stages, down 11 spots. Of course, retirements for Kevin Backer and Ruben Moyer. Quite big retirements in that race.
Yeah, indeed. And not what he wants at all. And still a long way to go, but there's always that worry that when you're in that mid-pack and you go backwards, that, yeah, it's going to add big, well, not a lot of points to your name at all going into this one. There is Morgan Moore. Happy, I think, with this one. This is the start. Leodakis, 5-second time penalty, and I can suspect that that is what it was for. A slight bit of contact there with Roxanne Lantinga, forcing off the track at the very start, dropping her into the back of the field. Gave Krzauskas the early advantage in that race. Everyone else, though, seemingly relatively decent start. Battles ensuing as everyone trying to fight their way forward in the early stages of that race. There was the big overtakes in the background there. The Club Cali Karts moving forward of Daniel Macier, would like to go on to that front moment. I think was that moment. Ruben Moyer having that drama with Noel Sundberg, who went off at the same spot. It may have still been 2 separate incidents. We aren't too sure about that one, but when you put 2 and 2 together, you get 4. There is the moments where we started to see the fighting happening at the front here. Morgan Moore taking the lead of the race. Later, this moment here, look at this. Daniel Macier to the inside. It's a 2 for 1. Just kept his nose out. Fair play to Morgan Moore as well to just give the enough racing room.
I was going to say exactly the same thing there. You're spot on, Anthony, that Morgan Moore could very easily have just chopped down and been really aggressive, but that's not Morgan Moore's style. I did have a look at his front fairing at the start of the race. I think he might be all right. I mean, it might just be the setup with the Kart Republics, because they obviously have a big focus on the aero that product in recent times. This is the move from Morgan Moore down the inside. Ultimately, that's the one that would give him P1 on the road. And this was another angle of it. Macy as well, very respectful in terms of how these two race, which is good to see in X30 Senior after a bit of a big start. Over the line then, Morgan Moore took the race win. One more race to go after this.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Minerva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the 2026 IAME Winter Cup. I'm yet to get that year wrong so far this year. It will happen, I'm sure, at some point. Aaron Garcia, pole position. He is your theoretical points leader. Here's what he had to say.
Aaron Garcia, what a time that was. Congratulations, outright pole position. No slipstream, no tow, and you're faster than anyone else. That's an incredible feat. That must be an incredible feeling. The kart must be set up beautifully for you.
Yeah, the car was perfect. I want to thank the team, MDC, and also to Rice for the engine. We make alone the lap. I test all the days alone, and I know I can make the lap. So yeah, we make the perfect lap and we take pole. So yeah, really happy with today.
You were a 10th faster than second place in that group alone, and their pace was pretty quick as well with a slipstream and a tow. Does this mean going into those races later on that you've got nothing to worry about and you'll just drive away?
Well, I think the race will change a lot. We will try our best, and yeah, we will see what happens there.
Oh, congratulations still. Great job, and we'll see you out there in pole position.
Thank you.
Well, I think his racing so far has answered that question I asked there in that post-qualifying interview. No, he doesn't have anything to worry about. So far, he has dominated. He's had 2 wins out of 2. And both attempts, he's just driven away from the rest of the field. Will that happen in this one? Senior X30, qualifying heat A versus D. Aaron Garcia will face Alex Martinez on the front row of the grid. Remember, Martinez had the off at the start of the race earlier on today with the wet conditions on the slick tyres. Now it's dry. He wants redemption. Flavio Carrier and Rafael Ballard will join on that second row of the grid. Mauricio Cruz is there alongside Nicolas Garcia. They'll have Eloy Gonzalez and Alex Pinheiro on row number 4. Oscar Goodshow and Hugo Marti on row 5. From Annie Rattel and Daniel Motor, row 6. Gustavo da Silva and Dylan Patel go from row 7. Clement Otron and Mark Granada round out the first half of the field, row number 8.
Looking to move forward, Christian Fuente and Daniel Caballero go from row 9. Sebastian Berger's had a tough competition so far. Starts on the inside of row 10, is joined by Charlene Cordier. Row 11, Julian Sorvillo starts alongside Neil Russell. It's row 12, Lewis Bird had a strong race last time out. Starts alongside Lorenzo Ignacio. Who's that in the pit? That's Sorvillo who's come into the pits for some repairs.
I don't think he's even left.
Oh, okay. So he's never got out onto the track for these formation laps. Carrying on with the grid, row 13, Keith Burke and Monty Brathwaite. Monty drove really nicely in the previous set of heats. Paco Sarmiento and Jan Rodriguez, row 14. Alexander Safirieris and Luca Leistra go from row 15. Matteo Rivals and Senna Minier go from 16. 2 big hitters starting at the back of the field. Now, what is going to happen here for Julian Sorvillo?
I think it's definitely battery related on this one. Of course, these are a tag starter, touch and go, and yeah, it's just had no bite. It didn't get the starter going, and he's up, he's out, and I can imagine absolutely furious with this one. You can see his mechanic was trying his best to get that connector on, but every attempt at pressing the button just wasn't happening, and I think that's going to be a race over there for Guillaume Sauvio from Belgium. The driver who was starting this on the 11th row of the grid will not take the start.
And that's a second did not start in a row for the 2:45. Just to note, Zafiriadis also does not take the start here. No. Is not out on circuit. Apologies, not quite sure why, but that might be weekend done, in fact, for Zafiriadis, because that's 27th, 26th, and a lot worse with it being a DNS.
Not start, That's a shame. But it just shows how competitive it is here at this level. And, of course, these drivers, if you have 2 bad races, you might just feel disheartened knowing that there is no point, because we're not going to get into this one. We're just going to be racing for the sake of it. And it's just, it's one of those. It is a bit disheartening. Right, though, at the front here, Aaron Garcia, Alex Martinez on that front row of the grid into the tram lines. Will we go racing? The answer is yes. Towards turn number 1, it's a solid start for Garcia on the inside line. Martinez has gone back into third, nearly out of the race again there as Fabio Cario, and I think Rafael Ballard just making a little bit of contact there. One cut off the track at turn number 3, rejoins, and it's all gone a bit awry there into the chicane. Karts on top of karts here. Marshall's quickly on the scene, but there's 2 karts, 3 karts that have been caught out there at the exit of 3 and 4.
Luca Leistra, who after that great performance earlier on, is involved in this. Who else have we got down there who's not come through sector number 2? Oh, one of the RSD machines looks a bit torn up.
Possibly Jan Rodriguez.
Yeah, Jan Rodriguez has started in the similar part of the field. Look at the lead that Aaron Garcia. Oh my goodness, that's a big hop across the grass. Is that one of the MCKs going through, right? I think it was Maurice Vercroix. The wind has...
Was that the wind?
To say it's picked up again is an understatement. End of the first lap, Garcia from Cara. Martinez down the inside now for second place. Eloy Gonzalez in the... Oh, that's a very Eloy Gonzalez move. There's a gap. I'm taking it. Third place is mine. There's nothing that Flavio Carriac could have done about that. Oscar Goodshow has had a good start, up to 8th place past Andy Rattel. Clement Uchon on the move again. Anthony up into the top 10.
Yeah, indeed. That wind really playing havoc with the drivers here, and certainly showcasing the challenges. Now, was this wind related? No, okay, so he is off the track. But the wind really did kick up there at the same time. Maybe it was a bit of both that just squeezed him off the track. That's not what you want to see at all.
You should see how quickly the dust behind was
just
dispersed.
whipped away.
It just over the fence. This, I say, particularly through that corner, it's a bit of a crosswind for the drivers.
Look at the lead.
I'm lost for words. I'm lost for words with Aaron Garcia. And I think the worrying thing for the field is he looks like he's getting stronger. We saw it a lot across the course of 2025 that all culminated in him winning IWF here, and that in itself was an impressive performance. He's come out of the winter break, you could argue, twice the driver that he was last year. By the way, if you're not at the circuit, the wind really is.
Goodness me.
This is probably the strongest winds I have ever seen at a kart race. I don't know about in your commentary career, Anthony. I know we've faced some pretty brutal weather in the years, but this is something. Look at that! The members of the Tim Wilson Motorsport team are always flying back to Gatwick. So the Action Racing team. That is remarkable.
Yeah, I've never had the commentary box wall move here. And yeah, that's quite something. These drivers will be having an incredible headwind. And actually speaking to some of them, they said, yeah, it is difficult because the visor lifts as they go through it. So if they lift their head up a bit of a strange angle, it catches the visor and it whips it up. Unlike some helmet designs in there's no real clips on these ones. They just go down because they say that the speeds aren't that high. But when you go, let's say 112 kilometers an hour with a headwind of 80 kilometers an hour, it means you're going nearly, close to 200. So very, very challenging for them indeed. But these drivers dealing with it. And so, I will say, are the camera crew out there right now to give us still steady as they can be pictures right now for us.
A little bit further.
That. We lost one. Hopefully they're okay.
Andy Rattel is up 5 places in this race. Needs the results. Had a DQ yesterday and 9th in round 2. So keep an eye on another one of the drivers who's moved in the off-season, now with the KBK team. And right on cue. Thank you, Andy. Down the inside.
Oh, straight off
who's
the
that?
track.
Martinez.
That
Alex
is Martinez.
has fallen off the road down at turn number 1.
Is it mechanical? It is. He's looking down at the kart. I think, is that the chain that's come off? Because he was just all by himself there. And it's just speared off the circuit. That is disastrous for Martinez, especially after that result earlier on today.
And that's, well, his first 8th, and now will be probably about P28. So it's not weekend over for Alex Martinez, but oh dear, the ghosts of IWF will start coming back when it wasn't his driving that took things away from him in the autumn. It was the materials not quite complying with his wishes. And again, right, I say if it is a chain, it's the first one that we've seen in race trim this week. It is a risk around this circuit with the big curves that the drivers like to attack, even in these conditions. It promotes Eloy Gonzalez up to P2. Andy Rattel now on for a P3. This is a nice looking run here down the inside. There's a good move from Alex Pinera through past Nicolas Garcia for 4th place.
Yeah, indeed. All utilising how close this group of karts is right now, and any chance for a nose down the inside, these drivers will go for it, and just utilising that one nicely. I've got to say, for Gonzalez, he'll be loving this. He's opened up that huge gap between himself and this fight just behind as they all try to square themselves away. But so far, the second half of this lap, they've all stayed true to their word and held position. This chicane, though, might give something to happen. Utron's looking very nice in the background there. Is he going to go for something here? No, is the answer. He stays behind. Flavio Carrier still there as well, also trying to get involved in the fight. Maybe a look to the inside at turn 1. Utron goes. Garcia tries to defend it, and the two stay in the same position.
Yeah, Garcia needs to be a bit careful with that. I don't think Clement Utron would have been too impressed with what just happened there. Further down the order, Mateo Rivals needs a big result. It's up 17 places so far, and this one is, there's the move from Pinera through past Rattel into 3rd place. And Alex Pinera, I would put in that category of real strong underdog as Rattel responds back down the inside, retakes 3rd place. Garcia on the outside now. Clement Utron could be dangerous here. He's got a little bit of a run on the inside. Will he get some help from Flavio Carrier? No. Good hold from Garcia around the outside. So a lot of switching back and forth. These drivers knowing, I think 3rd is about as good as it's going to get in this particular heat. Clement Utron straight in, gets that position. That all have felt good past Garcia, up to P5.
That's Rattel going full defensive there into the chicane. We're only going on to lap 9 here, 8 completed. Still a long way to go. This is causing a bit of a rolling roadblock here now for 3rd place onwards. And these drivers, I might find, they might start tripping over each other here. And for Alex Pinera, needs to think what he wants to do here. I would say best course of action to the inside, go for that move. But he's not done it just yet here and has stayed behind just for the time being. This, though, if we see that defensive posture once again from Rattel into that chicane, it's really going to cause fireworks here. In the background. Look at that train of karts now that's going to come through. Watch Rattel now. Is he going to take the line? He is. He's defensive again, and he's hit him off. And that's Pinera into the back of Andy Rattel. I had a feeling something was going to happen, and that was kind of it. Now that is just, he's gone so early on the brakes there, has Rattel. He's then, Alex Pinera's tried to dive it to the inside. He's just misjudged it, and he's made contact with the rear. And now look what this has done. It's brought everyone into play, and this is all for 3rd place.
I think Daniel Motor got thrown out of the pack in that as well. In the 3-0-1 has fallen a long way down the order, and this is all breaking down a little bit now at the end of this qualifying heat in X30 Senior. Drivers need to keep their heads in these conditions. Oh, just to make matters worse, the rain's back. Again. The rain's back again, just as folks. I say, it's so strong, this wind. It's just blowing. I mean, in some ways, it'll be blowing the water straight off the circuit.
Yeah, the cloud's 2 kilometres in the other direction, but it's blown it across
all
the track.
Way in.
Here it
this
is again.
Was the moment. Nice. Big hit to the rear of Andy Rattel, who will be furious about that. Oh dear, you don't like to see that. And when what happens here with Daniel? That's how Daniel Motor gets thrown out of the pack with a bit of a nudge there with Garcia.
Oh, that is such a shame. And you could see immediately Alex Pinheiro was throwing his hand up like, why have you done that?
Yeah.
And, I mean, it's one of those that the officials will make the call on that one, but certainly a very shaky one at this stage of the racing. Garcia leads 2.1 seconds from Gonzalez. Pinheiro still holding on to third. That is the fight that we are seeing here on your screens to head through. There's your race leader now. Look at that. Unbelievable to be able to drive away in this sort of scenario. Yes, okay, it may have been helped by the fact that they were fighting fiercely for third place. I mean, even Gonzalez on his own has not been able to keep up with Garcia.
No, it's been a 10 out of 10 performance from Aaron Garcia so far. He's not got this competition won yet.
No, not by a long shot.
The comparison I've made once already this week is that this is very Danny Caronini-like in terms of how Aaron Garcia has been putting these races together. You only need to look at what happened here last year to know it's not done until that checkered flag comes down in that final. Here's your fight for third place. Pinheiro, Garcia, Granada, Fuente. These are the four who survived the conditions in this battle that was probably around 15 karts at an earlier stage of this race. The field has been blown apart by the wind, the action, the moves back and forth. But it's not going to change things for Aaron Garcia. 3 from 3. Tornado force performance from Aaron Garcia leaves him top of the table and clear by 16 points. After round 3, he looks back to see where everybody else is. They're in a different postcode to him at the moment. Big thoughts for the rest of the field of how they are going to stop this man.
The emotion at the end of the IAME Euro Series season in 2025 for that young man taking that title was incredible. Him and the support from MDC was fantastic, and it was super emotional. If he can finally come away with a Winter Cup result after this one at the start of 2026, I don't know what could stop this young man.
Yeah, so National Championship in 24, Euro Series last year, IWF last year as well. He has won a Winter Cup, but that was back in 2022 in the junior category.
Not won it in the senior.
Not won it in the seniors. Well, there we go. That was another dramatic race. The drivers will head back on in and get ready for their next set of races, which will start at 3:10.
I think I just saw there a VDK of Rafael Boulard in the barriers at the exit of turn 13 there. He's tumbled down 23 places and did not cross the finish line, and that is a last lap, I think, retirement for him. He didn't look too best happy there when the front of the grid went round. Look at those tents in the wind there. I know that there'd been a lot of work to strap down all the awnings into this weekend as a lot of wind hit the track. Here's your full results then at the end of the third rotation of Senior X30 qualifying heats. Garcia confirms the lead with 150 points, 3 wins out of 3 ahead of Gonzalez. Pinheiro from Garcia, Granada from Fuente, then it is Utron from Verga, Marty from Rivals, good show from Vercruz, Russell from Carrier, De Silva, Bird, Brathwaite, and Rattel. Hold on to the top 18, Rodriguez, Silva, Mota from Cornda, Burke from Caballero, Patel, Sarmiento locking out the top 26 retirement, Rafael Boulard, Martinez, Silvio, Leistra, and Munir not making it to the end. So big shame for them. That young man there, though, Aaron Garcia, definitely deserved 3 wins out of 3, and this is how it all unfolded.
Down towards turn 1, everybody checking to the inside. Martinez looking for the route round the outside. Oh, Flavio Cara had a bit of a wobble in the middle of the corner as well there. There was an incident at turn number 3. Number of drivers out of contention, including Paco Sarmiento, Luca Leistra as well. Big moments coming out of turn 13 and 14 as well. The wind back to some of its strongest gusts and gales across the course of this race week so far. It's quite something to experience if you're not here at the circuit.
Wow.
Moves going on as well in the top 10. Moves down the inside there from Marc Granada. Good result for Marc Granada, actually. P5, needed that one, a gain of 11. That was Alex Martinez leaving the race. Looked to be mechanical in failure. That was completely on his own. And then this battle between Pinheiro and Rattel and others, Anthony, that got a bit boisterous.
Boisterous understatement. This moment here, Rattel into the tyre barrier. An unfortunate moment there. He'd gone defensive. He tried to sweep back across. The rest were just trying to push their way through as well. That was that moment as well in the background. Daniel Mose just squeezed out of the order. Then it all started to kick off a little bit, where unfortunately, yes, Rafael Ballard, who was in that fight, just ended up in the barriers at turn 13. Not sure what happened there. But there you see Aaron Garcia taking the win. 3 wins out of 3, put him into that top spot. Great run from him. I'm sure he's pretty happy with that result, Andrew. Yeah, I think he's looking like the strongest in the seniors here.
Oh, it's definitely. I'd say the pace that he had yesterday, we talked about in qualifying, the not having the toe maybe worth a quarter of a second, and the fact that he got pole by such a margin, I think just shows the level of margin that he's got over the rest of the field. They will have those thoughts, though. This circuit can bruise those who take too many liberties. That will be potentially more of a thing tomorrow. So competition not won, but he'll be wanting to keep this this form up. We'll be wanting to keep our comms box in one position.
It is windy.
Yeah, for those not at the circuit, we both are pretty near to Silverstone and enough.
Yeah.
We've been around enough, British circuits, most of them built on old RAF bases and things. This is the heaviest, strongest wind I have ever experienced. And not just a kart track, folks. Any motorsport arena. It is wild out there.
Yeah, indeed. It's even shaken our comms box camera. Right, we're going to take the lunch break now. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with plenty of races. The second half for the juniors and minis, and of course the last 2 races for the seniors. Make sure you do not miss it. We'll see you in a few moments' time. Right then, here we go into the tram line. Great start.
Phillips goes for the lead. What a move. To try and take second place away from Ramagers. Here comes Denny Babicek down the inside.
Evans into that final chicane. Once again, Alabama on the outside. Oh no, there's contact. He's gone round.
Right then, here we go, into the trap line. Great start.
Phillips goes for the lead. What a move. To try and take second place away from Ramagers. Here comes Denny Babicek down the inside.
Evans into that final chicane. Once again, Alabama on the outside. Oh no, there's contact. He's gone round. Welcome, one and all, to the IAME Winter Cup 2026. We're halfway through the day here in the majestic city of Valencia. It's just south of Barcelona. It's a few hours away from the capital city of Madrid, but the coastal city is primed and ready, despite the windy conditions bracing us here for the Winter Cup in 2026 here at the fabulous Lucas Carrero circuit in Spain. We are ready, primed to go for the second half of those races of the track opening in 2014. As mentioned earlier on, event record set by Aaron Gars here in time qualifying 55.772. No one's going to go faster than that one at all until maybe later on in the weekend, maybe with the brand new times a bit later on, but we just don't know. The track itself, though, absolutely fabulous venue. 1.4 kilometers total track length, 210 meters down the start-finish straight, 135 down the back straight towards the likes of turns 14 and 15. It's around 9 meters wide, no elevation change here. It's a flat circuit for us to go racing on. Certainly very, very interesting in terms of slipstream and toe that will reach down that back straight. The turns in total, though, there are many of them. We see turns, 19 of them, 11 to the right, 8 to the left, and one hairpin out there. Each and every one of those turns provides its own unique challenges. Many of them provide their own unique overtaking opportunities. We see it in towards turn 1 after the slipstream. Turn 3, the first major pinch point. 6, 7, 11, 12, and 13, the S's, and then all the way down the back straight into that final chicane. 17, 18, and 19 always gives us fireworks, and I'm sure we are yet to see the end of it. Top speed drivers will be reaching that down in towards turn number 1 as well. 112 kilometers an hour. They'll average around 86 around the entirety of the lap. It is a fast, demanding circuit for the drivers, but they're ready. We're ready. The question is, are you, the viewer, at home ready? Myself, Anthony Jordan, Andrew Mather in the box. Second half of the day. Andrew, we're getting into the nitty-gritty now.
Yeah, this is where things start to move around in terms of those points. What all the drivers trying to get through to tomorrow's superheats. For the seniors, it's the hardest job of all. There's simply more than 72 of them. 72 go through. You don't want to be ending your competition on Friday. In terms of the juniors and the minis, they do all get through, but they all want to get to the final, of course. Only the top 36 in all categories will go through to Saturday afternoon's big races to find our IAME Winter Cup winners for 2026. But they are going to not just have to deal with each other, Anthony Jordan. They're going to have to deal, if you're just joining us for the first time this race meeting, with brutal winds, up to probably 60-mile-an-hour winds straight down off the hills here in Valencia and straight into the face of that young man, Freddie Wood, who made his step up to juniors last year. He's had a very good start to his second year here at the IAME Winter Cup in this class. Let's hear what he had to say after qualifying.
End of the first group here in Valencia for X30 Junior IAME Winter Cup qualifying 2026. Freddie Wood, fastest in that session. That must be a good feeling.
Very good feeling. Ever since this weekend started, we've had very good pace all round, and now finally showed in quali.
Second year for yourself in the juniors, a switch to Fusion Motorsport in the off-season. How has preparation gone for you so far this year?
Done a lot of testing in England, but I've always been quite quick around here in Valencia, and Fusion have definitely given me the right package for now to go ultimate pace.
Absolutely. I mean, Riley Cranham won the title with those guys last year. It's going to be a competitive year, though, isn't it? There's lots of contenders in that awning.
Yeah, lots of contenders, Sukmani, Lorenz, but Riley did it last year in the Euro Series and British, so I'm going to try and recreate that this year.
I'm sure you will. Thank you for your time, Freddie. We'll see you out there for the heats starting tomorrow.
Thank you.
And that tomorrow becomes today then. The drivers in X30 Junior have already been out once early on this morning. Wood was 6th in the first round of heats. That'll have been an A versus B race. Now switching, of course, to the inside, though, for the run down towards turn 1. Ivan Gonzalez on the right-hand side of your screen. Kart number 61, second in their earlier heat. But again, I think the drivers that we're going to really be keeping an eye out in this one are the driver just behind the number 61, Bruno Grieling, in the number 27, winner of this race last year. Aurelio Longitano as well, the number 18, won his respective heat earlier on this morning. And I'll just throw another one in for good measure. She's had a bit of a under-the-radar performance so far, but Sukmani Kira, like Wood, in her second year in the juniors, has just come off being, I want to say, the 3-time now British Women's Racing Driver Club Kart Sport Trophy recipient. Sukmani has had a very good step up last year, was very, very close to some big results. Now with an extra year's experience, could be on for a big breakthrough result here in Valencia.
Yeah, certainly so. Looking forward to see what she could do in this one. Engines on, karts make their way out into the unknown of weather conditions. Sun is shining. The clouds once again are coming over here, Andrew. Well, it's happening so quick. It's sunshine, clouds, bit of rain, then it's sunshine again. The wind's just howling it over the hills. Here's your grid, though, for this one. Freddie Wood, pole position. Ivan Gonzalez starting alongside it. Sukmani Kira, Bruno Grieling going from row number 2. Tony Cachaferro and Aurelio Longitano going from row number 3. Haditz Fadi, I should say, going on row number 4. They'll have Charles Yolal joining alongside. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio and Lorenz de Cotte going from row number 5. Archie Rogers-Tyler and Romeo Mello on row number 6, with Ludwig Vanquist and Hugo Fuentes on row number 7. Colby Patterson and Andy Stewart lock out the first half of the grid on row number 8.
Pablo Reche and Santiago Barros go from row 9. Orion Meta had a brilliant victory earlier on today. Rolled the dice, went with wet tyres. And it is raining now. So Orion Meta starts on the inside of row number 10. Mason Kwong is on the outside. Teo Polican and Mozart Ehrman go from 11. Sophie Campbell and Christian Phelan go from 12. Jamie Mulvey and Leonie Martinez. Leonie had a good race earlier. They start on row 13. John Jimenez and Fabian Keller on row 14. Dario Velez and Alex Corneve go from row 15. Agnes Telsted was the other driver to roll the dice and go for wet tyres in that transitioning race earlier on. Agnes starts on row 16 in this one alongside Thomas Carapuccinia. There is the site of race control. It's so strong, the wind, that even their truck is wobbling around a little bit.
No,
David
that's
Manchester
just
in the
our
middle.
cameras.
That's just our cameras.
They're fine in there.
Sam Fisher and Kevin Maynard on the outside. We have had one driver stop already. It's, I think I'm trying to make that. It's the 45 that's come to a stop. It's a Paralin. That's going to be John Jimenez, who was starting 27th in this race. There is one, I hate to use this word, I don't think it even is a benefit of the wind. Whilst ever the wind has been coming through, I think you were absolutely spot on earlier, mate. It's actually raining 1 or 2 kilometres up the hills.
Yeah.
It's just the moisture being blown in. So things are being blown through. It's only really properly rained and affected the track when the winds have been a bit calmer.
Oh, look at that. It's just... The cameras can't even stay focused on the karts of this one. It's great. Here we go then, into that final corner. Real big headwind for these drivers now. They've got to focus into these corners. It may affect their braking zone ever so slightly. Freddie Wood and Ivan Gonzalez then into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're racing towards T1. Brilliant start for the inside row. The outside have been caught sleeping there. Freddie Wood all on his own clears. Going to bring Sukmani Kira, Tony Cachaferro on that inside line through the corner, and they're absolutely clear and dry as they head in towards turn number 3 now. Tailwind now for them into the braking zone here. They're all going to get through it absolutely fine. No dramas there whatsoever as they go through, but clearly a good breakaway for Freddie Wood, but does have the very close company of his teammate of Sukmani Kira just behind.
Yeah, indeed. Sukmani Kira, a good start there, using that inside line from row 2 to great effect. She was 15th in the first round of heats once any post-race changes were happening to any of the drivers out there. And I tell you what, Sukmani Kira is on the tail here of Freddie Wood. Will they try and work together? It's a group of 3 clear of the rest of the field. Ivan Gonzalez has converted well. That's pretty much as good as you can get, unless something unexpected happens when you start P2 here in Valencia. It's that long right-hander as Kira's going to go on the attack here. Sugmani Kira down the inside, 3 wide. Here comes Gonzalez to take the lead away from Fusion Motorsport. Great use of the slipstream there. You can understand why Sugmani Kira went for that move, but Yvonne Gonzalez doubled up the slipstream, breaks through into the race lead, but Kira now down the inside. Shutting the door there is Gonzalez. This is good racing between the juniors, but all of a sudden the breakaway of 3 is no more. Woods down the inside of Kira. Tony Cacciafiero is now part of the equation. Cacciafiero had a DNF in the first round, so needs a good result.
Yeah, it certainly does. This is not good at all in terms of that one, but let's see how this one goes. Just keeping an eye off the left-hand side out of this commentary box, Andrew. The rain is coming over the hill now. It really is. This is the rain that is hitting us right now. It is not directly over us. When it comes directly over us, this will be a significant amount of rainfall that hits us. You can see it from that shot there. These track conditions are not going to stay optimal, and you can see it now. Look how slippery it is. Ivan Gonzalez is all over the place through the chicane and is going to lose out to Freddie Wood. Wood takes the lead down the start-finish straight, but hold your breath into turn 1. Is the grip level going to be there? It's not. He turns in and he understeers, but it carries on, and he just gets it through. But it's starting to turn now, Andrew. The conditions are getting ever worse.
Oh, Wood deep into turn 3 and 4. Looks like Bruno Greeling's gone off at turn 3 as well. As deep into the gravel there. Oh my goodness, there's another car in trouble. That's the number 23 Action Racing of Christian Fay Lund out of this race. The other kart involved, I think, is Bruno Greeling. I think has just missed a transponder point at the moment. I don't think he's actually fallen all the way out of the top 20. There he is in the reddish helmet, just ahead of Ludwig Gronquist, the MP Motorsport, the Swedish driver, very accomplished mini karting career. So, well, we're again into survival mode. If you can get through the next couple of laps, you could be on for a big result in this second round of qualifying heat. No overtaking through this part of the course. Out, I think it might have been Romeo Mello, maybe, that was off the road. That's a big faller for the Thibaut Courtois Junior team, because Romeo Mello not logging on our timing screens at this stage of the race, Anthony.
No, indeed, and that would be a shame at this point. Oh, here we go. Look at this fight now that's on.
Greeling off.
Yeah, indeed. I'm looking at that, and that's it's just not good out there at all. They can't stop. It's turn 3. I'm just watching them pile in. It just understeers off the track, and they're doing everything they can to keep control of this now. Can't actually see out the commentary box window that the rain is so sideways. It's that sideways rain that we've got here. Yeah, it's just covering our windows here. It's pretty awful. The cameramen dealing with it nicely as well, and so are the drivers. But look at this here. Now, Greeling to the outside is going to try and go for the up and under here. It's not going to work out for him. Granquist in control of that one for this time being. As they exit out over the back straight once again. Still a sizable lead from these top 3. But this is absolutely brilliant stuff. And look at that weather now. No, that rain's really coming down. This is going to be a tricky one now for the last half of this race.
It is indeed. This is going to be tricky for the race officials as well. Tell you what, Teo Polican is driving absolutely brilliantly. There's another one
into
off.
The wall.
Is that one of the Birrells perhaps stuck in the gravel, or is it in a Mick Barrett Racing? No, it's not. It is one of the Birrells. It's Pablo Reche in the number 60 for the Monlau Motorsports team is out of this race. But Teo Polican, the young French driver for Dream Racing, up 17 places in this race. And I tell you what, if this one gets to a level where the race director has to put safety first and stop it, track position is in these kind of laps could be quite important.
And you've got to think the next group now scrambling to get wets on the carts. 100%. That rain is rolling over the hills still, but we know that this track will dry quickly. But I don't think this rain's going to be stopping anytime soon. There's more clouds coming over the hill. But I've got to say, though, these slicks are still doing a relatively decent job at the moment. They're still on the track. They're still going around. They're still going at a fair lick at the moment as well. So they're not having too much drama. Yes, you can imagine they are being tentative. They're not going full pace right now. But certainly something to think about maybe if you're a certain driver in a previous race. You were the only one that did it, and will you be the only one again?
Indeed, say everyone running on the same MG tyres, the SH2 compound for the juniors as opposed to the SM2 compound for the seniors. Freddie Wood doing a great job here, keeping things nice and calm. All three of these drivers are, they know that they're on for some strong points here. At the moment, Gonzalez sat there in third, would have the lead in the intermediate classification and may be going for a move for second place here. To take that away from Sukhmani Kira. Just to put comparisons in, lap times down to 1 minute 19s, 1 minute 20s. So that's pretty much the same pace that we saw from the drivers when we had the last rain shower. The juniors are feeling the full brunt of the conditions today because they had the changing weather condition race before in round number 1. Kira responding now, Anthony. In fact, more than responding, is down the inside of Freddie Wood for a moment there and nearly taking the race lead.
That was very close indeed, but now here comes Ivan Gonzalez. He's going to look to the inside and he's got it done into the braking zone of that final chicane. Back onto the start-finish straight. How on earth did they close up so quickly? It must have been a mistake from Wood.
Yeah.
There must have been a moment for Wood on that last lap to get the group so close. You can see how squirrely it is under braking here. Gonzalez just not able to get that kart to the apex here, but is doing a good job of closing in on Wood once again. Again, you have to remember the conditions are changing lap after lap, corner after corner, and you can see here that Wood's just being so conservative going into these corners. He's just pulling back just that little bit more just to help get that cut through the corners. He doesn't want to push too hard, and it's allowing Gonzalez to close in here. Gonzalez can see when he's pressing the brake, and he can choose whether or not to brake just that fraction later into these corners, and he's right on his rear tail once again through that corner of turn 13 back onto the back straight here, and it's all fine for the moment. He's not had to do a bit of a bit of an oversteer moment there, and he's very unsettled on this lap. Doesn't lose out on track position here, actually benefits there through the final chicane from Gonzalez. So Gonzalez not fully comfortable with that final chicane, but is much faster in that middle sector. Two drastic different racing lines there for the top runners. Tia Polican, look at Tia Polican in this one, 17 places gained. Now the Frenchman on the Dream Racing machine is closing in dramatically on the 3 up ahead here. Their pace is dramatically lower. You can see the dust, the debris, the rain that's coming through, and the side-by-side action now for Ivan Gonzalez. Tries it down the inside at the exit of turn number 6, but again, cannot get it through. These are absolutely awful conditions for the drivers, but they are dealing with it miraculously on these slick tyres. In towards turn number 11 now, understeering all the way through. Nothing that Gonzalez can do to try and get a move down the inside of Wood. He has got full control of this one for the time being. But will it be a last lap lunge into the final chicane? Tia Polican fights with Sukhmani Kira in the background. Polican's off the track. Kira holds on to third. And now, for these two here, it's going to be a change, because look at this, Gonzalez to the lead. He managed to get it through turn 13. Beautiful stuff to the line. Ivan Gonzalez wins the qualifying heat, B versus C. Ivan Gonzalez takes it from Freddie Wood. Sukhmani Kira does take third, ahead of Tia Polican and Ludwig Granqvist. Aurelio Longatano takes P6 ahead of Bruno Grieling. Lorenzo Koch holds on to 8th. Colby Patterson and Hugo Fuentes round out the top 10. But there, the last lap, the change, Ivan Gonzalez sneaks his way through and gets past Freddie Wood in the horrible, horrible conditions that are facing these drivers right now. But there it is, Tia Polican, the biggest mover, all the way up to P4, 17 places gained. A superb drive there for Tia Polican and for the rest of the field on that one. Credit where credit is due to all the drivers in that race. The rain, the wind, the dust that was kicking up as well, and managing to get to the very end of that race. And we'll be chatting to some of our drivers after that race with Andrew Mather, who is down there. There is your full provisional classification as it stands. Top 10 we've gone over. Tony Cachefero taking 11th. That's a better result after that retirement that he had earlier on today. Charles Jurel, Santiago Barros, Archie Rogers-Tyler and Harit Sveri running out the top at 15 out there. Jamie Mulvey and Orion Meta lock out the top 17. Orion Meta still in a decent spot there after that win earlier on. Puts him still 6th in the points. Campbell still there as well. Good result as well. Connie from Keller. Then it is Thomas Carapacina, a man from Stewart, and Velez from Telsted, who rounds out the top 25. Multiple retirements. Kwong, Martinez, Racho as well. Mello, Fei Lund, Di Pietro Antonio, and Jimenez as well, all retiring from that race. Here is the highlights from that one. And again, relatively decent start for the front runners here. But for Freddie Wood, he would get closed in. Sukmani Kira and Ivan Gonzalez certainly making it a bit of a challenge. This was that 3 wide moment here with Ivan Gonzalez taking an early lead of that race. Would retaliate. And there was that overtake on teammate Sukmani Kira down the inside. Turn number 7 and 8. Just managed to squeeze his way through. This was where the rain started to fall down. And that was where Ivan Gonzalez just getting a little bit loose there over the curbs. They are freshly painted curbs as well. They were only painted a couple of days ago. And there, Bruno Greeling off the track as well. Not sure what happened here. Massive rear axle damage there to Christian Fei Lund for the Axion Racing team out of the race. Multiple retirements there at the turns 15 and 16. That was Pablo Rice there off the track and straight into the barriers. High-speed corner usually is flat out, but in the conditions that we had, nowhere near. The drivers still pushing as hard as they can. Across the line, though, Ivan Gonzalez would take the lead and take the win of that one. Very soon, we will head down, I'm sure, to Andrew Mather is down there. Now, I have told him he's not allowed to wear a hat today in this wind. If he is on camera wearing a hat, I will have words with him when he gets back to the commentary box. But yes, I'd like to see that hairdo in the wind, as I'm sure everyone else would like to see as well. Clean-up operation underway. Great work from the marshals out there on track, bracing the conditions as well. Big shame there to some of the drivers, and I can imagine those carts just a little bit too damaged to get them going. Right, over to Andrew Mather down in Parc Ferme, hopefully with no hat.
Thank you very much, Anthony. I'm wearing the hat to protect my head. Ivan Gonzalez, tell us about that race. Very tricky conditions.
That race was really complicated. Halfway through the race it started to rain, and we all had to slow down the pace a bit. And I managed to get past Freddie in the last corner, and good.
I say a very good overtake off of that long right-hander. What was going through your mind as you went down to that final chicane?
I'd just go in the middle of the track and don't go too long in the curve.
Thoughts ahead of the next round of heats? This weather's very unpredictable. Are you confident that you can deal with whatever comes?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident that I can handle the next heat.
Fantastic. Well, Ivan Gonzalez, best of luck for the remaining races. Anthony, back up to you in the box.
I'll be having words, Andrew. That was a clear hat on your head there. Right, yes, indeed. Plenty more races to go. Another junior race about to head out into the track. Groups A versus D, but as you can imagine, a little bit of a wait before that race. And, of course, there might be the choice of tyres in this one now. Well, I say that, it rained, it got really slippy, but the wind is so intense. The track's dry again. It's definitely going to be slick tyres for them, but again, I'm looking at the hills. I can see the clouds starting to make their way back over to us again. And there's going to be another bout of it very soon, I can imagine. There is your grid. And, oh, no, I can see wet tyres here, and quite a few of them. And the front row is definitely some of them that have gone for it. I wait to see the full list of who is on what, but I can definitely see on that front row wet tyres. The track is dry. It is dried very quickly, but there are clouds looming. This might have been the right choice. This might have been the wrong choice? We don't quite know just yet, but the conditions changing so quickly, and therefore Novella Morales on pole position for this one certainly will be thinking, has this been the right choice? I'm looking at the karts in the background. Yeah, there's wet tyres on those karts in the background as well. If they've all gone for wets, they're all in the same boat. And of course, it should be all fine. If there's one driver in there that's gone for slick tyres, it might have been a bit of genius there, knowing that the track would dry so quick. And but the threat of rain is still real. You can see it again coming over the hills. We don't quite know yet. 52 not getting started up. Rock Pineda does now get started up and they make their way out onto the track. Let's quickly fire you through the full lineup in this one. Another one of the junior races here, qualifying Heat A versus D. Novella Morales on pole position. Leonidas Peruzzi joining alongside Antoine Vinard and Nilis Malik going from row 2. They'll have Rock Pineda and Alejandro Campos on row number 3. George House and Max Cruz on row number 4. Priam Bruneau and Mika Chavez going from row number 5. Row 6 is Mattis Mush and Henry King. Row 7, Nikita Botta and George Quillen. And then it is Max Endicott and Lorenzo Zucchetto who lock out the first half of the field.
Next up on row number 9, it's Czech Peters and Sam Saslik. Row 10, George Clark now with BMR. That's a change for this weekend with Charlie Blair alongside completing the top 20. Miguel Martins and Zoltan Koini on row 11. Koini needs a good result here, was DQ'd from the previous round. Johnston Stewart, Stanislav Diarco, that's your 12th row of the grid. It's then Alexia Diaz and John Foley Jr. on row 13. Leonor Rocha on the 14th row of the grid as there's problems for Alexia Diaz, who was meant to be starting a little bit further up the order. Martin Rucho is on that 14th row as well. Just to round off the rest of them, Arthur van der Schelden and Carl Lundberg on row 15, Eric Gilsonen and Philip Massard on row 16. Cavan Hayes will start 33rd and last, but make that now 32nd because Alexia Diaz is out of this race. Looks to be a technical problem on the number 58 kart there. No bueno, and that will go no further, unfortunately, for Alexia.
No, that is a shame. Can confirm all karts wet tyres, yep. No one on slicks. It is dry at the moment, as mentioned. You can see it in the background there. Rain on the way. It's well, I say it's about a kilometre away, but it's already hitting us because again the wind. So yeah, it's going to be getting wetter and wetter as this race goes on. So probably the right call actually to go on those wet tyres. As again, Marshall's holding on for dear life on those flags. Please do not let go. Right, field on the back straight. By the way, Andrew, I got told off by our other commentary counterpart, Nicole, who's watching.
No, what have you done now?
That, well, you know, I said not to wear the hat.
Yes.
Yeah, she yelled at me for saying that.
Good.
No.
Good, Nicole.
Not good.
Trained her well.
No,
right.
Absolutely not.
Novella Morales then on pole position for this one. Leonidas Peruzzi alongside. I'll tell you what, George House from 7th place. This is deja vu. I think I said this last year that he could be a good contender for a race win in this one. There's plenty of competition around as well. Priam Bruneau will like these conditions, if anyone could possibly like these conditions. Here we go then into the tram lines. Are we running? Yes, we are. Down towards turn 1 we go. Morales, good start into the lead of this one. Looks like number 47 of Antoine Venant has slotted into second. They've all made it through the first corner. I've got to say, so far, been very impressed with the X30 Junior starts through turn 3 and 4. Still looking good. And I tell you what, Morales already starting to break away.
Yeah, indeed. Very good start there indeed. As they continue on, you can see in the background that rain on the way. All of these drivers on the wet tyres, of course, but as they come through the shot now, as you were mentioning there, Andrew, Novella Morales really strong start here compared to that other start that we saw earlier on, but that was when it was challenging conditions and it was wet and they were on slick. So now on those wet tyres, much more traction here as the weather's going to get awful, and I can see everyone is abandoning the viewing platform right next to the commentary box. They've all run off. Look at that rain on the way, and straight off the track, not even wet tyres can save you. For one driver there out of turn number 14 and 15. Rejoins, but further back in the field. Across the line they go. Oh, big off on the start-finish straight. And that's disaster striking for the number 16 machine. And that is a huge moment there. And look at the rain. It's absolutely turmoil. It's gone from dry to wet in, honestly, 1 second. This is absolutely astonishing.
Yeah, the driver off on the fast right-hander was, I thought it was George House. It was one of the Excel Motorsport drivers. It was George House down to 20th place. This is horrendous conditions now for the drivers. Nilas Malik's had a good start and has closed in on Morales now in the opening part of this second lap. Look at the drivers just about finding enough grip there through turn 11. Max Endecott's had a good start as well. Well, of course, the last time Max Endicott was here in Valencia, he was snatching an IWF X30 Junior title, a lot similar to what he did with the podium spot in this race last year. That is, it's not night time, anybody. If you realise, oh dear, have I got my times wrong? Is it the end of the day? No, no, no. The whole atmosphere has changed here.
Oh, look
this
at
is
that.
Horrendous conditions. These are probably some of the worst conditions I've ever seen in karting, not just because of the rain. We've had heavy rain before in karting, but I cannot remember this level of precipitation and then this gale force wind. As the number 41 loses control in a straight line. That was Martin Santos Arrucho going round in 32nd place. There was a nice move as well from Leo Peruzzi. Looks like Peruzzi was up to second place, has now lost it again. Venant back into that position, Anthony.
I'm getting flashbacks to Clay Pigeon here at this moment.
Yes.
The microclimate on a hill, like it's sunny 5 minutes, absolute storm the next, and my goodness me, this is not what we expected to see in Spain. But it's the conditions we've been dealt, and Navarro Morales doing a superb job of holding on to it, because half a second is the advantage. Antoine Venant, though, is there much earlier on the turn in there for Antoine Venant. Leonidas Peruzzi taking a wider line, and it seems that wider line has worked out through the chicane. Big sideways moments over those curves. We've already seen two drivers lose the back end out of that final turn and into the start-finish line. Big look to the inside there. One of the victory lanes, Priam Bruno, trying to get the move done, not able to do so.
Priam Bruno could win this race. He's looking really, really good right now. Does like it in IAME Winter Cup. Had a good run a couple of years ago in the Minis. Just lost that fourth place, though, back to Nilas Malik. Meanwhile, Venant attacking Morales for the race lead. Peruzzi still there in the orange and blue Fusion. Venant down the inside has got the race lead. He's been working on that for a good lap and a half or so and has made that work pay off. Now the question is, can Nuvola Morales find some kind of response? And down the inside, a little look there, but no way through. I've got to say, in spite of the conditions, I'm very impressed with this X30 Junior driving, especially at the start of the season. They'd be forgiven for falling off the road.
Yeah.
With a bit of race rust, but they're all doing a fantastic job out there.
I've just clocked as well, they've not got wetsuits on.
Nope.
There may be one wetsuit, but I know definitely Antoine Venant is rocking out there with no wetsuit. So is Navarro Morales, and they are taking an absolute battering. Look at that. That is unbelievable. Honestly, I don't even know what to... Oh, one's gone very slowly. That's a Mick Barrett going slowly. Quillen, I think that was. George Quillen, yeah, going very slowly out of the chicane. Oh, my goodness me.
I'll be honest,
Anthony,
Anthony,
I'm so glad I'm not out there.
I don't think a wetsuit would save you right now. It would act like a massive sail as well. This was the start of the race.
That was the start of the race.
This was less than 10 minutes ago, folks. I'm not kidding. This is remarkable what we're seeing here in Valencia. Pretty much a dry track has turned to this.
And that was the second lap.
Second lap.
One lap. And that was the change in conditions. Oh, my goodness me. Absolutely astonishing. Absolutely astonishing. And despite that, the drivers don't even care. Look at this. That's a minute ago. A minute ago, and it looks like that. This is
This is an old boys reference. This is getting a bit Adelaide 1991 out there.
That's before I was born.
Yes, it was. That's the final corner, end of lap 5. Antoine Venant leads this race. And there's Prien Bruno. I said he had a chance. Down the inside, takes second place, away from Leo Peruzzi. So the race is on then. It's the Belgians coming to the fore again in the wet conditions. These are two drivers who know each other very, very well. Antoine Venant and Prien Bruno. There's a little tap there. Venant holding on. Two very good teams backing these drivers this year as well. VDK Racing and Victory Lane Karting. VDK Racing, of course, have been around for a good number of years in the front line of karting, and have had a number of a Belgian driver come through, including Thibaut Ramicus, who was here last year in this race. Oh, brilliant switchback from Prien Bruno. Can he make it work? Could it be a round the outside drop? Here comes Peruzzi. Leonidas Peruzzi take a bow with that one. Whilst Venant and Bruno were fighting amongst each other, Peruzzi slips through on the inside and takes the race lead.
Oh, beautiful move there, and great stuff to do that. Oh, do you know what? Imagine if we had the old windmills on the visors right now. They'd be taking working overtime.
There'd be helicopters.
Here we go again. Venant to the inside. Look at this movement here. Bruno switches to the inside, late second. Peruzzi carries it round the outside. Absolutely sublime. We're nearing the end of this race. And again, Bruno looks to the inside, gets second place away, but Peruzzi has got the advantage here. Venant back down the inside. No, it's back again. I can't keep on top of this now. Bruno back into that top spot now, into second place. Venant, despite its best efforts, can't hold on to it.
Nilas Malik back up to 4th place. Max Endicott is currently one of your biggest movers in this race, up 10 spots to 5th. Leo Rocha, for the record, is currently the holder of that accolade. 12 positions gained. The wind building again.
Wow.
My goodness me, as there's been another change for the lead, and as Prien Bruno got to the front of this field, through the gloom, through the spray, I think Prien Bruno has taken the lead of this heat. Down towards the final chicane. Yes, there he is in the yellow and black helmet, and now Prien Bruno's just got one more lap to hold on to take a great victory.
Look at this. You know what? No, is this the last lap? I think this is the last lap now. They're not checking flag yet.
Yeah, going on to lap 8 now, yeah.
It's on the final lap now. There we go. We're so distracted with the weather. It's, so Bruno in the lead. Not the victory just yet, but still a chance for Venant to close this gap up. Any slight mistake could open the door wide open now for the remainder of this race. I like that line from Venant there, hooking the wheel on that curb, throws it round. It looks slow, but you can really get on the power early with that one versus the wider, faster looking outside line. But here now, it seems to have worked out for him. Bruno's opened up a huge gap now to the drivers behind, and I think these drivers just want to do one thing and one thing only, and that is get out of the rain, because this is awful out there. Down the back straight, Bruno leads 1.3 seconds from Venant. Here they come into the final chicane. Here comes Nilas Malik to the inside. Is he going to go for the move in the background? The answer is yes. He gets through into second place as Prien Bruno. You called it, Andrew. He could take the win on that one. Absolutely superb stuff for the juniors. And that sees Prien Bruno take a first win. He moves up to second in the points now.
That's a statement victory for me from Prien Bruno. He knows how to go all the way in this IAME Winter Cup. Second in the minis 2 years ago. But in these conditions, some of the worst racing conditions I have ever seen following karting. Prien Bruno has emerged on top, and in the end did it fairly comfortably. 2.3 seconds ahead of Antoine Venant. Biggest mover in that race, the Irishman, John Foley Jr. for the Daily Motorsport team, up 14 places and into 12th place. And, well done. Genuinely well done to all 32 of the drivers who took part in that race. They all finished. I would not have been expecting to say that even halfway round lap number 1. There's your provisional results. Bruno from Venant Malik in third, Peruzzi fourth, Rock Pinera gets back past Max Endicott to get in the top 5. Czech Peters, Nikita Botte, Nuvolo Morales, and Alejandro Campos completes the top 10. Foley Jr. was mentioned up 14 spots to 12th. Leo Rocca up 13 to 14th, going the other way, unfortunately. Mika Schervers down 10 to 20th. Max Cruz down 14 to 22nd. What have you just spotted?
That's just someone trying to use an umbrella.
That's a bad move.
That's a bad choice in this side.
Says the man in the relatively warm and crucially dry comms box.
You say dry, it's leaking.
I say it's not.
It's coming in the commentary box. I'm getting rained on right now.
There is the scene. Scarcely believable, considering that was a nice, just windy Parc Ferme 12 minutes ago. I feel so sorry for the drivers. They wouldn't have known that was coming.
No.
They would have looked very daft putting a wetsuit on before that race. Look at them now. We might see some old suits coming out for later on in the competition.
There's another umbrella up right next to me in this one, and I don't think that's going to last too much
longer.
longer.
That's
That's going to be gone now, probably. Right. That's the conditions we started the race. I can't believe that. The sun was shining. The sun was shining at the start of this race. It looked lovely, but the camera looked the other direction. 1 lap later, and it was absolute carnage with the weather. You could see it coming, but the wind was so strong that it was heading this way so quickly. Literally, it took 1 lap. That's all it took, and it went from beautiful Spanish winter to that.
There's George House having his moment off track.
And understandable, because, again, it happened so quick. The change happened so quick. He was expecting to go into the corner. It was to grip. This happened again immediately after. Again, curbs so wet and everything like this. I'm going to have to put my coat on indoors here, Andrew. I'm getting rained on right now.
We'll get ready for Group B versus C. Well, we'll stand by to see whether we do get this one started or not. The replays continue. That was a great one from Peruzzi around the outside. Was using the classic wet karting lines very nicely at this stage.
Coat's wet.
Genuinely, folks, Anthony Jordan looks like he's
standing outside. This room is not watertight.
Start delayed due to weather conditions. It's just popped up on our screen. That is very understandable. But Priyan Bruno takes a race win and takes 50 points in the intermediate classification. That won't feel like a just reward right now. But no, that's a very good score for Priyan Bruno and is definitely going to be a contender, I think, this week, especially if the weather continues to be any degree of wet. So next up, X30 Mini in the B versus C race. This is a great sight of my colleague. This is no joke. He's genuinely been
I am
rained
wet.
on.
Look, I'm covered in water. It's leaking through the window. Do you want to switch sides?
No,
No.
You always have
fine.
comms position number one.
Fine. No, you know what? Fair play. We're dry. Dry. Look at that. Those poor marshals that... Yeah, there has been a delay. They're coming off the circuit. Yeah. There's going to be a stoppage here. And understandably, this rain is very heavy. But it's not just that. Look at that.
Yeah.
It
is a very simple situation, folks. If I need to reiterate it, the meeting can't be run safely.
No.
And the safety is paramount right now. Jamie Oscott running through the shot there, always in shorts. But like even something like observing for the officials out there on circuit, when you're literally fighting the elements. I did a race recently at Wilton Mill, which was nowhere near as bad as this. And when you've got the inclement weather coming in, it can be genuinely hard to say, it's that cart and that cart. Can we have a look at that, please? And that's what I mean by you can't run the event safely. And then on top of that, we've got an orange weather warning at the moment. I think it's absolutely the right call to stop racing and just hope that this is one of those freak weather conditions that comes through in 20 minutes and we can get back racing again.
Yeah, and if you think about it as well, the next group that would be coming out would be the Minis. and some of the youngest drivers, and I think,
They'd probably wash away.
they would probably. We were saying that at the start of the weekend. The wind was so intense that we thought when they were in the pit lane, before the rain came, it was just wind.
Yeah.
And when the minis were there, we were thinking they're going to start up, they're going to sound like they're accelerating, but they're going to be going backwards because the wind is so intense. Like you say, we had spells where wind was hitting 126 kilometers an hour. Then they said, the next day, don't worry, it's going down a bit to 112. Good, so it'll be much better. You look in the paddock here now, every single awning has its usual straps on, but then it has extra massive straps all over them to try and keep the roofs down. I know there's a lot of talk from some of the teams that are saying that, our tents have taken a really big battering. We're probably not going to be able to use it again.
Yeah.
It is one of these. Like you say, that the RGMMC truck is quite a sturdy tent, but it's had to be surrounded by lorries and vans and everything to protect it from the wind. It's been the worst weather conditions we've seen so far.
And I've got to say as well, whilst we've got this moment, full testament to the staff here. They don't like rain.
They don't.
For
obvious reasons.
But they have already, up to this point this week, faced a number of challenges, and it's one of the things I really like about this place. And wherever we go, there's always committed members of the team, but there's something about this circuit in particular that they just dive straight in and get things run again. We had some of the fencing down yesterday and straight back up again and making sure that we can run on time. The weather again has taken it away from them. They've made the right call, and we can only hope that we'll be back up and running as soon as possible.
Yeah, indeed. And on that note, we are not going anywhere. We're going to take a break. There is going to be a stoppage now. We will be back as soon as we can. As soon as we have any information, we'll be back with you. But we are going to take a short break. We will see you in a few moments' time. Bye for now. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are hopefully going to be going racing again very soon. Sun's come back out. The rain has cleared for the time being. However, that's not stopped the wind. The wind is still absolutely astronomical out there now with wet conditions. I'm currently standing in a puddle of water. What's been told to us now over that rain, it was very heavy, it was very intense. The media crew has had to protect a lot of the equipment so they can actually broadcast tomorrow. So what is going to be happening right now? We are going to be commentating over the next 2 races. The next mini qualifying heats, they are going to go out on track. We are going to be commentating on it. There will be, I think, 1 camera looking at kind of like everything. So it will be very different views from what you see at home. After those 2 mini races, the juniors and minis will have done 2 qualifying heats. The seniors have done 3. They are going to make a decision whether or not to go or not go after these 2 minis to continue the racing in the hopes that we can complete the day within the daylight that we have remaining, or we stop and it's called there and everyone's done, well, the minis and juniors will have done 2 heats, the seniors have done 3, but there's no new rotation, which means there's not an odd number of heats, effectively.
It's that scenario that we had at IWF and Swearer in 2024, where once a rotation has been started, it has to be finished at some point. So again, with a full schedule for tomorrow, the light is actually going to be the bigger problem, because on a normal timetable, we were due to race up to beyond 6 o'clock tonight. Right, let's get into minis then. Qualifying heat B versus C. Let's see if we've got everybody on the grid. That's the first question. There's 1 kart, action kart in the pits, a little bit stuck. Let's take you through it, though. Anthony, who have we got on pole?
Pole position, Aaron Bordenova will be joined by Mason Hibbert on the front row of the grid. Marvin Mbay and Nicholas Lopez go from row number 2. Eden Vallejo and Guillaume Cole go from row number 3. They'll see the likes of Ollie Shirley and Paul Dussart on row number 4. Daniel Yoon and Mattis Pearsons go from row number 5. They'll see Alfie Davidson and Isaac Yoon on row number 6, with Ilya Sami and Timo Yanin on row number 7.
Row number 8, Jan Timata and Arturo Geronimo. Row 9, Bram Konings and Artur Konovralov. Row 10, Martin Chekin-Gomez and Artur Ponte. Row 11, Ollie West, who's hopefully out for this one. Yes, I think Ollie is. Alongside Darren Ganney. Row 12, Artur Loreo and Ollie Telsted. Jim Wolfe had a really good drive earlier on in the day. Starts 25th for this one. My esteemed colleague is using former grids of mine to soak up the puddle of the comms box.
I was standing in it. Looked like it had an accident.
You used your resources very, very well.
I did, yeah. I used my shoe earlier to kill a wasp in the box. Been very resourceful today.
The conditions on track, actually not the worst I've ever seen. The wind, as you say, you can see the wind is still there because of the spray. But there are blue to cloudy skies over us. So that weather system has come through very, very quickly with the wind. The track inspection was mainly looking at standing water, I think, particularly down the main straight. But as these formation laps are going on, already that water's been cleared. Right, our kart that was stuck in the pits was Ollie Surley.
Was it Ollie Surley?
Yeah, it's Ollie Surley. It's the Action Racing number 452 that has now joined. I think Ollie Telstad has not made it, but Bordenova has made it. I know there was a bit of a late call on that, and Ponte has made it as well.
Got a new problem in here now, Andrew.
Go for it.
We're condensating up in here. It's
commentators producing hot air. Who would ever heard of that?
Who'd have thunk it? Right. Yes, we are blue sky right now. Over the hills and far away is more rain.
Yep.
Heading this way. I can see it from the commentary box. So we are good for the time being. And this is what we mean with the call that we're going to make after these 2 mini races. As soon as these 2 races are done, we might be in a huge bout of rain again, which is where they make the call. Now, it does mean that we miss out on the final qualifying heats for junior and mini. It means we miss out on the final last 2 remaining rounds for the seniors. So we still got a considerable amount of karting to try and get through today. And like you were mentioning, daylight is a concern as well as weather. Right then, here we go. Qualifying Heat B versus C for Mini X30 is away and racing towards turn number 1. The spray is immense as they go through. They disappear out of shot. And this is the only shot that we are going to have of this one. We will be watching from out of the window as best as we can. Bordenova holding on for the time being, although down the inside is going to go the Fusion kart. Mason Hibbert taking an early lead, but he spins on the exit, and included in that are 2 other karts also spinning in sympathy, meaning that Bordenova, despite only briefly losing the lead, has retaken it and has already got about a 4-kart advantage from the rest of the field.
It looked to me like Bram Conninks was another of the sympathy spinners in the 422. We'll check that through in a moment's time. I think there's been a problem for Alfie Davidson out there. The 447 has not checked through the first sector. Could just be that he took avoiding action. As I say, with some of the challenges today, even the timekeepers, some of their equipment's had to be taken back in because it's simply being blown away and potentially damaged. So we'll update you on that. But as they come across the back straight, it is the Michael Schumacher tribute helmet of Aaron Bordenova in the lead of this one. Then it's the 445 of Nico Lopez. The 453 of Aiden Valio looks to have got up to 3rd place at the end of the first lap. Good start for Ilyas Sami, up 9 spots to P4. Jim Wolf up 16 spots into the top 10. Great stuff.
Yeah, it's impressive stuff here in these conditions, but certainly persevering through the field here. Big movers indeed. Artur Loureiro has got himself up 13 places as they push through. Jim Wolf now up to 7th on an 18th-place gain. And Timoturn has got himself up 10 places now and into 5th place. So some good runnings here as they head out, but you can clearly see there the breakaway at the front. The fight is on for 3rd and 4th. That is Ian Vallejo and Ilyas Sami.
Just a quick update on Alfie Davidson. Yeah, I thought this might be the case, that Alfie Davidson is still running out there in 11th place. So it's probably he's run wide at one point, gone round the back of a measurement point, and then reappeared by the time they get to sector number 3. Change for 3rd place. Ilyas Sami through past Aiden Valio. The progress of Wolf continues, now up to P19.
Yeah.
19 places up to P6.
Here we go, down the inside, in towards the final chicane. That is a nice move there. Ilyas Sami now up to 2nd place past Nicolas Lopez. And that is on the charge now to try and catch up to the leading driver of Aaron Bordenova. That has got a significant advantage over the rest of the field here right now. I did very briefly see the driver currently sitting in last place, which is Arthur Pontain, having that moment in the water. Hit a big puzzle there as, unfortunately, Martin Chechen-Gomez retires from the race.
That's a real shame, that. A real shame, because that's the first time I've seen that livery, and it's a nice, late 1980s, early 1990s McLaren F1 tribute out there. So we're on to the 3rd lap of this one. 2 completed. Bordenova still leading from Sami, Valio, Lopez, Timotown, Wolf, Davidson, Loureiro. The good start there for Artur Loureiro for the Peter Racing team. The Portuguese driver has gained 15 spots so far in this race, is solidly there up in the top 10. Ollie West starting to make some progress as well, I should mention. Anthony missed the first race, is out here for the second one, has gained 7 places so far. Another driver stepping up. This is, I think, the first time that Ollie's raced outside of the UK. Apologies if I'm mistaken on that one, but giving it a really good go there in 14th place.
Yeah, indeed. Nicely done there from the rest of the field. Back down that start-finish straight now. We're gaining more cameras as we go on. This is good. Here at turn number 1. Nice move round the outside there to just get through. So everyone just pushing forward. Artur Geronimo, one driver who's pushed himself forward nicely in this one. Alfie Davidson still in this fight. Is there 6th place, now into 5th place after that move.
Yeah, good scrap on your screens there. Going back and forth with Timotan in the red helmet. Midway point of this race, 1 minute 17.3. Last time around for the race leader. I've got to say, Ilyas Sami's going to have a chance to lead here because he was a second faster on the last tour of the circuit. So Aaron Bordenova needs to pick the pace up a little bit if he's going to retain this lead.
Yeah, indeed. Now, he was quite lucky at the start of this race that, of course, he will have had Mason Hibbert, who would have been fighting. He had taken that lead, did Hibbert, before that spin. That's obviously given the breathing space to Aaron Borden-Over at the start of this race. However, that lead has now diminished slightly. And as you were mentioning there, Ilya Sami really starting to close doors. Set the fastest lap of the race on that previous lap as well. Is not the fastest right now. There's purple sectors coming in from Eden Bayo and Nicolas Lopez just behind. There's the change for the lead, though. Into turn one, just the calm move down the inside, beautifully done. And oh dear, that's been a sizable impact there. Into the final chicane. Driver up and on feet is okay.
It's Jim Wolf.
And it is, yeah, that's a big shame. Axion Racing German driver Jim Wolf out of this race. He is okay, but has had a big hit to that barrier in that final chicane.
5-second penalty from a warning flag for driver 447 Alfie Davis. Oh dear, there's an Excel card going in a very unorthodox manner. It's the 444 of Daniel Yu. Now, did Daniel fall off at turn 6
I think
there?
he did, yeah.
And then rejoined round at turn 8.
Yeah, he's gone round the side of Marshall Post 5 there. He's tried to rejoin at turn 7, but I think he was thinking, no, this is silly. I'm just going to come back on here, which I can understand. But, yeah, if you go off the track somewhere, you have to rejoin it in the same place you went off. And he's cut out he's cut out an entire corner there, effectively. With that manoeuvre, so that's a bit of a shame. Eyes on that, down the inside. That's a big moment there for Timerton. On the inside of Lopez, steps up now into 5th place and is on a 10th-place gain now, so looking very, very strong. Sami in the lead, yes. Borden-Over not dropping off the back, sticking with him.
No, and I really like that Aaron Borden-Over is showing that ability to adjust. It's not easy leading any kind of motor race in these conditions, but you're absolutely right, Anthony. He's not been dropped by Ilyas Sami. You can see where Ilyas Sami is quick and learn from that. Times are coming down, actually. In fact, quite dramatically. Mason Hibbert has just gone and put up 1 minute 14.2, as you can see on the graphic on your screen. That's nearly 2 seconds quicker than the leaders. So Mason Hibbert, despite that spin earlier on, has not been deterred. Is currently in a scrap for 11th place, a little bit further back with Ollie Surley there. So Ollie Surley's had good progress as well, having had that drama in the dummy grid earlier on. Changes for 18th place. Timio Janin's through past Bram Connings. Yeah, as we mentioned, Ollie Surley now ahead of Mason Hibbert for 11th place. We're on lap number 6, coming towards the end of it. Ilyas Sami. I know I said a lot of it the last time we were here, Anthony, but if there's a bigger transformation in a driver at this level, someone please show it to me, because I'll be thoroughly impressed, because this young man has totally changed his perspective, his performances. Oh dear, the 441 of Timeo Ganin is off the road, but back on the circuit for the 2N Racing team. But no, just to go back to Ilyas, he was having a really tough time in karting this time last year, and the work that the DK Academy team have done with him, that his family have done, is really, really impressive to see. And also, I think, shows to a lot of other drivers who maybe aren't having the best of fortunes right now. Like, don't give up, especially at mini level. There, you have time. There's a lot of pressure on young drivers to get through the orders, get into juniors. It's like, whoa, sometimes, oh dear, as the 463 is off, that's Darren Gani. Time can be a good healer, and that's definitely the case for Ilyas Sami, who's performing really well.
No, exactly that. And I think a perfect example of that one, you could look to a younger cadet of Kenzo Craigie back in the day.
Yeah.
He really struggled. Then he went to Honda Cadet, suddenly shone in one round. And
Just get a bit of confidence.
And then that confidence came through. It's confidence that's come through right now for Ilyas Sami as he takes that qualifying heat win across the line. Borden-Over taking P2 ahead of Alfie Davidson. Vallejo finishing in P4 ahead of Timerton. Lopez from Dussart, Loreto, and Geronimo finishing in the top 9. Shirley running out the top 10 from the rest of the field there. 11th place, Mason Hibbert, good recovery drive. Martin Bay as well, good run for him. Artur Konolavov as well, 13th place. Yulian Cole, also good run. Daniel and Isaac Yoon, 15th and 16th place out there. Ollie West from Bram Connix, Parsons from Ponton, and then it's Janin, and Gani, who rounds out the 22. Gani yet to actually cross the line. Retirements, Jim Wolf, Chechen Gomez, and Telstat unfortunately not making it to the end of that race.
So those drivers will head back into Parc Ferme. As things stand, 85 points for Alfie Davidson is the score at the top of the table as things go into the next race. Bordenova second and Sami equal second on 82. There is your provisional result. Ilyas Sami takes a win. Good win there for Ilyas Sami by half a second ahead of Aaron Bordenova. Alfie Davidson third, Aidan Valio fourth, Ilan Timotan up 10 places to fifth place. Nico Lopez sixth, Paul Dossard, Artur Loureiro in a good drive to 8th place. Biggest mover up 15. Arturo Geronimo up 7 spots as well to 9th. Ollie Surley wraps out the top 10. Then it was Mason Hibbert, Marvin Bai, Artur Konovalov, Guillaume Cole, and Daniel Yoon, the first of the Yoons over the line there in 15th place. Isaac Yoon 16th, Ollie West, Bram Connings, Mattis Pearsons, Arthur Ponte, and Timio Janin. The 21 finishers retirements for Darren Gani, Jim Wolf, Martin Checker Gomez, and Ollie Telsted.
Indeed, there is Ilyas Sami then. Delighted after that result, of course. That could have been his last race of the day at this moment. As you can see, there's some cheers around, and everyone quite delighted with those results. Sun still shining, wind strong, track is still wet, and more clouds on the way. Next race, Mini X30 is going to run straight away for Groups A versus D. As soon as that race is done, a call will be made. Are we going to continue racing, or is there going to be a stoppage? If we start racing, we've got to commit. Yep. And if then there's a sudden pause, it means it changes tomorrow's timetable. Because then if they stop the rest of today, it means that they'll have to, well, if they start something, they'll have to add the rest of it onto tomorrow, and then that will affect that. So
or substitute it.
Or substitute it, yes, of course. So there is many things that are happening behind the scenes. We honestly don't know the full picture in the commentary box. We can only speculate on a lot of things that are going to be happening. One thing I can tell you for certain is that this race is about to head out onto the track. That is 100% a fact. And this one will see the likes of Charles Clough and Joy Alaman at the front of the grid. Charles Clough, great start. Joy Alaman for the front of the grid. A little bit of a challenging start, and hopefully can tally on this. There is Joy Alaman, who has now been switched to the inside of turn, or inside going into turn 1. Charles Clough on the now outside of the grid. And so they've chosen to do that. And just to give you an indication of the wind, I can see a camera man out there on circuit chasing his hat. He's got it. It's good. No loose hats. Andrew.
7 laps will be the order of events for this one. Groups A and D. And the switch has been done, as you mentioned there. And it's still, I've not had a chance to ask him yet. But last year, well, you can see on his lid, he's Charlie Clough. Last year, he was Charlie whenever we raced in England, and he was Charles when he raced in the in Europe. So it's definitely given him some good boosts here at the IAME Winter Cup. Raced very well last year.
I just go with whatever they put on the entry list.
That's fair.
That's fair.
So he'll start from pole position in this one. We'll be looking for that wide line from where normally P2 starts. But that angle of attack a little bit better when the conditions are slippery and questionable, to say the least. Other drivers to keep an eye out in this one, maybe a little bit further back. This is exactly the kind of conditions where you could see someone coming through. Achilles Peruzzi, for example, 7th place on the grid for this one. It's not the whole field that swaps sides. So 3rd place, for example, Nicholas Mate, the 461, you can see is second in line on the left-hand side of your screen. Joy Alaman will have to start, of course, a little bit further back, make sure to not jump the start. But I've been really impressed with Joy so far. Not easy when you're coming into a paddock, your first time, you know, whoever you are. But when you've got a name of someone who's raced very, very well, very, very recently, that is naturally going to bring some eyes on and attention. And Joy has dealt with that very well so far.
Disaster in the commentary box.
Oh, no.
My tea's gone cold.
Oh, dear. Well, it was 85% rainwater.
It was on the way back. Right then, anyway, enough about T, more about some racing. Mini X30 qualifying Heat A versus D. Here's your grid. Charles Clough, Joy Alaman, front row of the grid. They have switched sides. Clough will start on the outside, Alaman to the inside. Mate and Uzanov go from the second row of the grid. They'll see Thiago Huertas and Ben Eaton on row number 3. Achilles Peruzzi and Martin Rodriguez go from row number 4. They'll see Leo Diahive and Valentino Peixoto on row number 5. Eduardo Oliveira and Brody Batch go from row 6 with Oliver Woodall and Luca Pavel on row number 7.
Milo Cornell continues things on row 8. He's joined by Chester Fawkes. Row 9, Matteo Campobello and Ben Bernard racing on an international stage for the first time. That's row 9. Corey Lyons as well stepping up to this level. Had a very good run in the British Championships last year. Row 10, the start of this one with Nathan Vignon alongside. Laurent Samer and Cyril Basset-Lama starts on row 11. Guillaume Aguiar goes from row 12. Is joined by Eduardo Alessandro and Luis Paternotte of Belgium. Completes the 25-strong field.
Looks like Oliver Woodall may have had a slight rotation on that outlap there, and unfortunately has tumbled to the back of the order. He obviously has got a chance to get back through, but in the meanwhile, 2 carts have just collided at turn number 7, or turn number 12, I should say. Now that's only the formation lap, or the outlap. This is now the formation lap. They have still got time to get formed up, but could be already some onboard damage and or not in position for their race.
Indeed, so drivers sampling the conditions, trying to get as much knowledge as quickly as possible. A quick review of how Group A did in their first race. So Charles Clough with a race win so far. Achilles Peruzzi went from 7th to 3rd. Other highlights to note in that one. Eduardo Oliveira had a decent drive up to 8th place. For Group D, they took on Group C earlier on. Joy Alaman finished 14th. Dimi Uzanov, we've mentioned already today, had a very, very good first run. Had a bit of a go at IWF at the back end of last year. But this is really the new start. This is the fresh season start for Dimi Uzanov, and he's performing well. Was P5 in that first heat. Ben Eaton starting 6th, was in the end 12th in that one. And other ones to keep an eye on. Chester Fawkes we saw moving through the order, but had a penalty. I think it was a front fairing, but either way, moved him down to 9th place. But that was still a gain of 7, so we'll see what Chester can do from the outside of row 8 once again. And whilst we're focusing on drivers moving up through the order, yeah, no, that was all the major ones that are out on track at the moment for this heat.
Good. Perfect. That's what we need. Right, field making their way into that final chicane. A bit of words being happening there. Everyone being told to get back into position here, and they have done just that. Joy Alaman, Charles Clough leading that train. Are we racing? Answer, yes. Down towards turn 1. Good start then for the outside row this time of Charles Clough, who's able to carry that momentum round the outside. Joy Alaman having to obviously back off just that little bit, just to allow the outside row to get that advantage with the switch of sides. Looks like it's still been a relatively decent start for the field. Everyone in towards the sector of number 2, but there's a big moment there out of the chicane, and that is a driver who is going to be in a level of discomfort, I am sure. Eduardo Alessandro there caught out. Corey Loyens as well, and potentially Guillaume Alguer also involved in that incident. The race continues. Yellow flags out at post 3 into turn 3 as the drivers, thankfully and miraculously, all get going again.
They do indeed, or there might be one that's then stopped a little bit further round at Marshall post 6, so we'll monitor that situation in due course. Back at the front of the order though, good start for Charlie Clough. There's Chester Fawkes on the move. We said to keep an eye on the 427. Gets past Dimi Uzanov there, and it's up into 5th place is Chester Fawkes. Here's a move for the lead. Mate down the inside of Clough. Mate had a good run through the chicane, but Clough uses the classic outside wet karting line to hold onto the race lead. Luca Pavel Luca Pavel probably one of the more experienced drivers in this category. I think this is his 3rd year of running in the minis. And, using that experience very nicely down the inside. Had the lead for a moment. Clough's going to come back, but this circuit switches back and forth in this infield section. Was that a double back switch? Whatever it was great. It
double bluff.
Gave him Clough the race lead once again. This is going to be a good scrap for the next 5 laps or so.
Clough the Bluff.
See
there you go.
There.
Like it. That's his new nickname. Yes, indeed. Good little run here for them. But they're stretching out now. They've done that one. Pavel having to think what he wants to do here. Still on a 12th place gain. Very good. Chester Forks on an 11th place gain. Huerta still holding on nicely to 4th. Just behind the likes of Nicolas Matei. And a little bit squirrely there for Matei there as he was going down into the chicane. Got to keep that one on the straight and narrow. Tucks in again on that slipstream. The toe helping out. And just like that, he's on the rear bumper. Just like that, he's on the inside line. Not wasting any time. Can he carry it through? No, is the answer. And Clough carries it round the outside.
Other drivers having good drives through the field. Luis Paternotte up 11 spots, Anthony, to 14th place. And also Ben Bernhard on his first IAME Winter Cup appearances. There's a move down the inside for the race lead. We'll come back to that one with Bernhard because they're doing it again. Side by side, they like this part of the circuit, Pavel and Clough. Clough's going to get back to the inside for turn 8 and retake the race lead. It's good news, though, for the likes of Mate and Huertas immediately behind. They're not working together right now. It is a lot trickier to work together in these kind of conditions compared to what we saw earlier. But either way, this is keeping things pretty tight. Ben Bernhard's progress continues. So the son of Timo, 2-time Le Mans winner, now up to 7th place. That's a really good drive. You know, doesn't matter who you are, coming into this level. At this first time, he's done a good amount of racing in the German national championships, but that is really good progress early on. Definitely a name to keep an eye on over the course of the weekend. Back with our leaders, back and forth. This is a brilliant scrap between Luca Pavel and Charles Clough. Pavel down the inside this time, but will Clough try and use that wider line? No, he's not going to be able to do so. Great work from Luca Pavel there, taking control by turn 1. He's now able to use that wider line. Now can he set about breaking away from the XL Motorsport 429?
Well, that is easier said than done, especially with Chester Forks setting that fastest lap of the race. He is starting to close in on the 4-car to just ahead. Change there as well. Huertas down the inside is trying to go for the up and under, but Nicolas Matei takes that one back and it slots into 3rd place now. Pavel, yes, has got to the front here. Not out of the woods yet. Charles Clough all over that rear bumper. In fact, actually, he's trying to get a move down the inside. Not close enough, though, as they exit out. We saw the slipstream, the toe, how effective it is down that start-finish straight. Are we going to see something similar down the back straight here? Well, he's going to push him through this stage. They'll get him down into that final chicane. He's not going to go for the move just yet. It's a very sideways moment, though, under braking for Pavel. Holds on to it, only just, though, over the line. Is this going to be the moment we see the move down the inside? The answer is yes. Clough not wasting time. He's going for it straight away, and he's later on the brakes, and he's got it done.
Very good second phase of that overtake from Clough. He just moved over to driver's left a bit there to ensure that Pavel wouldn't have a counter-attack towards turn 2 and through turn 3. He's got a little bit deep, though, through that 3 and 4 section, keeping it off the curbs, which is imperative if you want to keep your kart in good nick around this circuit. Mate and Huertas still there, 3rd and 4th. What is Forks' pace like? Yeah, still closing in. Keep an eye on Chester Forks as we get into the last couple of laps of this race. 2 more after this one. Change for 8th place to report on, Anthony. Matteo Campobello is through past Achilles Peruzzi, who's a little bit out of sorts at the moment. Bit of a surprise to see the driver who flies the flag for the UAE losing 2 places so far in this one.
Yep, but still inside that top 10, so it's not the end of the world just yet. The driver just behind him as well as Ben Bernard. So again, he's had a really good race, and he's now up into 9th place actually. So Peruzzi, holding on to the top 10. Right, field heading through now, nearing the end of this race, Andrew. We're on to lap number 6 now in this race. Clough, Pavel still very close, Matei. Huertas still swapping places in the background also. but it is now the likes of Chester Forks that is trying to get involved in this fight. The top 5 closing in pretty nicely. And I think actually it's Forks who started to make the move. Yes, he's up to 4th place now on a 12th place gain. Fastest driver out there. It's only a couple of places away from joining these top 2 at the front.
It is indeed. This has been a good steady race from the minis. Now the sun is back out again, but it's still really, really tricky conditions. There may also be starting to get a little bit of glare off of the track surface as well with that sheen from the water. But Clough holding position right now ahead of Pavel. The gap back to Matej in 3rd place is about 1.3 seconds, and they're getting quicker and quicker all the time here. We're on lap number 6 out of 7. A couple of other changes to report in the middle of the pack. Bodie Batch, who joined this grid at IWF, was the youngest driver on the grid for IWF. Well, a few months on, a little bit older, a little bit wiser, and he's now in 11th place. On to the last lap then. Luka Pavel kicking again, driving over onto the wet stuff. Now, is that going to be an opportunity for Pavel to switch back? Again, really well-controlled line into turn 1 there by Charles Clough. That's the first overtaking opportunity done and dusted. Into turn number 3. Pavel's not going to be close enough to attack there, but again, Clough runs a little bit deep, and immediately Pavel is back on the rear axle of the 429. This is the part of the circuit where they like to go back and forth. Is there a switch back on for Pavel here? No, not quite. This is a really, really entertaining scrap.
It is indeed all over them, but again, now it's still not over. Plenty of opportunity, especially into the next S section here. Could we see the up and under from Pavel going for these moves? He's lining something up here. You can see he's taking the outer line. He's trying to hook it in, but it's not going to work. Charles Clough doing exactly the same thing. Last attempt could be this run down into this fight. But let's see what happens here in this final lap. In towards that final chicane. Pavel looks to the outside. Clough goes defensive. They both make the corner. It's not going to work out. Clough will take the win here across the line. Charles Clough takes it from Pavel. Nicholas Matej will slowly make his way to that line. He takes 3rd place. Forks from Bertas in the top 5. Uzanov from Campobello. They lock out the next few spots on that one. Great little race for them as they go through. But I've got to say, Charles Clough dealt with that pressure beautifully.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Charles Clough showing his class and showing his prowess here at the IAME Winter Cup, wanting to go better than he did last year and go home with that trophy. Still a long way to go. Of course, now, the latest news we're hearing in our ears,
yes.
Anthony.
We
continue, but I think the last 3 senior heats are not going to run. Now, that's okay, because it basically means everybody gets another go.
Yes.
And that makes sense, because those 3 senior heats were due to go off 5:30, 5:50 and 6:10. It will be dark now if we keep trying to run those ones. So that's yes. Understandable, and also think fair, because it gives everybody another chance to race. Everybody knows where they stand.
Well, it gives the juniors and minis their full heats.
Their full programme, yes.
Their full programme allocation. Obviously, yes, the seniors miss out on one, but they still get an extra one to square things away.
Yep.
The only difficulty with doing that is then 4 is an even number, and then you might have to deal with some double points. But other than that front, yes, it's bang on. And the sun is still shining. There are clouds, again, they are still on the way. So hopefully if we start, we can continue for that one. And yeah, the team behind the scenes have been doing a lot of thinking, a lot of talking with everyone. And I think the right decision has been made there. And we continue to go racing here, despite those weather conditions being a question mark. There, Charles Clough, though, deserved little win there. Controlled race at that very end, Andrew, and I think a shining light on what could potentially be one of our victors this weekend.
Could well be, but as I say, there's a lot of racing to go. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that latest heat in X30 Mini. This was the run down to turn 1. Charles Clough electing to start on driver's left. Absolutely the right choice, because that long line round the outside was always going to be his. Really good scrap, back and forth, and clean racing as well. I'd really like to see that with Luka Pavel. Numerous times going back and forth, particularly through turns 7 and 8. A shame for Corey Lyons. Corey retired, had an incident on the first lap, was also out of the race with Laurent Sommer and Eduardo Alessandro. Here was another move from Clough. Just see how Clough just drifts to the left-hand side there. That's where the grip was during that race. No opportunity for Luca Pavel to cut back inside.
No, indeed. You know, these guys are just showcasing some great skill there in these horrible conditions that are improving as we go on, but still, good show from them and a great class just as they're, you know, coming of age and getting into the world of racing, really showcasing some good stuff. We're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. Seniors coming up next.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Minerva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
You can indeed contact Minerva. Sol is here. You can't miss him. He's about 10 foot tall. Right, next race is coming up. Senior X30 is heading out on track very soon. Qualifying Heat B versus E. This is now their fourth rotation. Hopefully we start these. We can finish these senior races. The sun's still shining. Let's say clouds on the way. Nat Johnston back at the front of the grid. Clear visor on board. The sun's still shining, but as I say that, yeah, clouds now starting to loom ever closer over the track. Wet tyres on board, smart choice. However, I will say that, Andrew, track with the wind drying very, very quickly.
We've seen it already twice today, that this circuit dries out very, very quickly indeed, as the wind almost gets supercharged as it swifts down off the hill. So I don't know. Yeah, it's everyone at the front at least has gone for slick tyres. Who's going to be that brave one sometime in the future who goes with a slick? Of course, if it rains again, that could be a very questionable choice indeed. Anyway, let's get into this one. This is the start of another round of heats for the seniors. Here is how they line up, all 32 of them, for groups B and E. These groups determined from time of qualifying yesterday. Nat Johnston starts on pole position, has been very impressive in his first run in the seniors at this level. Is alongside Elvis Krasauskas for Mole Racing for the start of this one. Matteo Mellis and Morgan Moore, that's your second row. Danny Karanini and Clark Kowalczyk form row 3. Javier Borrasca and Theo Lestrange will start from row number 4. Then Merrill Peldes and Daniel Maciar completing the top 10. 6th row of the grid, Sam van der Heyden, Alex Machado. Row 7, Oliver Kinmark and Otto Pukinen, who really does need a good result now, considering there may be one round cut short. End of the first half of the grid. Row number 8, Max Lacroix and Ruben Moya.
Row 9 will see Christian Caballero and Jaime Del Portillo on that night throw of the grid. Emilia Carey and Gary Teixeira take row number 10. Jonathan Landstrom and Mark Martin go from row 11. Sid Redemaker and Sjoerd de Vries go from row number 12. Row 13, Sarah Kojima and Amar Sabrov, with row 14 being Adam Holmes and Roman Soleil. Row 15 in the top 30, Ivan de Beek and Tyron Kennard. Row 16 being, I believe, just Dan Alleman. I think we've had the missing David Kalika for quite some time now, and I still don't think is out there on circuit. No, and I think even Ivan de Beek is not clocking up on our screen as well, so possibly another driver to not get that kart out on track. But for these drivers, now it's just a case of seeing how long this weather can last for. Wind again, rolling the clouds over. Track in a state of drying. There's a big wet line still out there, though. The inside line going in towards turn 1, actually on the grid, very, very wet still. The outside line, of course, the racing line, very clear indeed, and is only clearing every second with that rain out there. But good to see that we've been able to get the seniors out here. It's so quick when the weather changes here so far this weekend. It's really hard to make that right call, but guys and girls behind the scene have done a fantastic job here. And the drivers as well, and the mechanics, of course, because they've got to be on standby, ready to get these karts on the grid. And they have done just that. So into the final corner we go then. Nat Johnston and Elvis Karakowskis then on the front row of the grid. Matteo Mellis, Morgan Moore, Karanini and Kowalczyk in those top 6 as well. Who's going to take it then at the end of this race? Into the tram lines. Lights are out. We are racing towards turn 1. And again, good start. It's 3-4 wide in the background here. But it looked like Krasowski's trying to carry the speed round. Nat Johnson, though, parking it right in the middle of the track. Holds off the entire chasing pack. As through goes the victory lane. Is that Clara Kowalczyk? That's got up into 2nd place with 1 in the barriers there. That looks like, is that Danny Karanini into the barriers? It's a Zanki Motorsport. It was quite high up. It was. Karanini tumbling down the order.
And not what the Italian would have wanted in the early stages of this one. I think Meryl Pelders has also had a problem. Meryl's I thought the 279 was off the road. Mark Martin and Sjoerd de Vries also delayed at turns 3 and 4 on this first lap. So Nat Johnston leads once again. It's been a good run so far from the young Briton. It's already taken a good couple of results in the heats that started this competition. Remember, the seniors got going yesterday afternoon, late in the day after timed qualifying. So that's simply because there's so many of them. We have to have more rounds of qualifying heats to get everybody to face one another. Here's a challenge, though, from Krasowskis. Thinks about going round the outside. Johnston takes the middle of the road. We know now that that's where the grip is, that wider line, about 3/4 of the width out through turn 1. Nicely taken by Nat Johnston, who continues to lead this race. Clark Kowalczyk, yes, did have that good start. He's holding there in 3rd. Morgan Moore, P4. Oh, now what happened there to Johnston? Johnston's lost the race lead. Was that a mistake? Did he just run a little bit too wide, or has he got a further problem? Either way, down to 3rd place. Morgan Moore's going to be on him in a moment. Matteo Mellis still there as well in the green helmet, P5. But we've got a new race leader, Anthony. Elvis Krasowskis to the front.
Yeah, indeed. Very strange moment there. Maybe, again, just dropped a wheel, maybe clipped that curb in an awkward manner, and it just sent the kart sideways. Unsure how that happened, as Mellis has had a moment. Mellis is tumbling down the order here. Andrew, is it transponder related, or is he still there? Because he's tumbled down to 11th place now on my screen.
Yeah, we'll check it next time through, as there's Morgan Moore down the inside, and the 258 of Masia also on the chart. No, I think you're right. I think there has been a problem for Matteo Mellis. Johnston back down the inside. I like that. Takes the initiative. Doesn't show weakness. Remains,
bit too hard, though.
But a bit too much. Yeah, these are the bits that he'll need to learn over the next few months. He's not giving this one up. is Nat Johnston. Morgan Moore, though, he's been racing at this level for a good few years, and he just knew Morgan was nice and calm there, let it play out. Oh, that's a bit too close between Johnston and Masia through turn number 6. But yeah, this is what we're talking about in terms of learning the racecraft. Juniors, very keen to get involved with the scrap, aren't they, Anthony? Which sometimes they just have to tone down a little bit once they get to the seniors, because it can cost them time, as they are doing. It's great fun to watch on screen as Masia drifts through turn 12. Johnston gets back ahead. Ultimately, the position is his right now, but look at that gap now up to Morgan Moore. Morgan Moore's clear, gone in third.
Yeah, indeed. Another lunge down the inside there for Masia. And again, this has been, what, like 4, 5, 6 overtakes in one lap between these two. It's allowing Machado and Lestrange to close in. Nat Johnston's throwing his hand up going, what are you doing? We're lap 3 of 11 right now. Come on, get on with it and just push forward. It's an understandable argument, but Macy's just like, hey, no, we're in a race right now. I'm going to defend this position.
Yeah, it's brought Alex Machado and Theo Lestrange into play here. Alex Machado, one of the most experienced drivers on this grid. I'll tell you who else is going to be joining in soon as well, as Machado goes through past Johnston, takes that position, but now gets tipped round. That was with Theo Lestrange. Nat Johnston's held up by that as well. Darren Caronini's going to take about 4 positions there around the outside as it all stacks up through turn number 7. But I was about to say, here he is, Ruben Moya, now in the Pepe Kart colours, that beautiful dark red and black livery on the 203, knows how to win at this event. Bouncing back after that retirement in the previous round. Gained out of that. I think he's now running in 7th place, squabbling over with Theo Lestrange for 6th.
Yeah, indeed. And unfortunately, Christian Caballero under investigation now as well at this point. Loving all that green in the top 8 there, Andrew. Everyone pushing forward from the mid-pack and having a really good race here. A brief look down the inside there for Theo Lestrange, as one car going very slowly in the background there, the 278 machine crossing the line now. That is a very unfortunate result there. That is Jonathan Landstrom, who has got going, but now at the back of the field. Low in this fight, Ruben Moya now in this fight. Andrew starting to get involved. And speaking of starting, I believe that rain may be on the way, because I can see another rainbow in the sky.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on Moya as well, making some adjustments. In fact, is that really an adjustment, or is his right hand just staying on top of? Ruben Moya got a problem here, because he's permanently riding around with the his right hand possibly on top of the spark plug.
Is it on top of the engine, or is he kind of shielding the engine from the wind a little bit?
Yeah.
Yes, of course, he's got the radiator flap that he can adjust on that one to keep variable the temperature a little bit of the engine, but is he covering it as well?
It's his right hand that he's playing around with, so it's not going to be radiator.
Maybe it could be his hand cold, maybe it's wind chill and he's warming his hand up. You just don't know. There's a multitude of things. I did that on my old motorbike. Every time I was stopped at red lights, I'd hug the engine with my hands. So it is a tactic. Johnson, warning flag, causing a collision. Nat Johnson, who is there. Well, that's going to be a shame for him, not the result he was wanting after the dramas that he's had in this race already.
Yeah, this is a tough one. It's a tough one for Nat Johnston, but it can happen. It does happen when a driver steps up. And, I say he had a little go in the S125 category here back in the autumn when we were here for IWF. He likes the challenge. He's one of those drivers who just throws himself in and very calm head. Here are your drivers fighting for the race lead. Elvis Krasauskas and Klara Kowalczyk. Big season, I think, coming for Klara Kowalczyk in terms of re-establishing herself and getting going again. Has switched teams in with Victory Lane. With that, is on a KR chassis now as well. And right now in this race, in these slippery conditions, does seem to be suiting her.
Yeah, it does indeed. Looking so much tighter on that inside line there towards turn 1, nearly clipping the back of Krasauskas, and that's the danger of taking those two different racing lines. Yes, I can see your hand gesture there, Andrew. The rain is here again, and it is sideways rain once more. Only very light as the clouds once again start to loom over the circuit. And again, if this is giving the idea of any drivers in the next race to think of slicks, probably not the best choice to go for. Lap 7 we are on right now, and still here, Kowalczyk looking pretty strong. However, Morgan Moore starting to close in just that little bit as well. You can see that fight in the background. Daniel Macia just there as well. Kowalczyk really all over the bumper now. I'm thinking move into turn 1 here. We'll have the toe, we'll have the slipstream, looking to the inside. Yeah, not wasting any time. It was the right call to make there.
Oh, spot on from Clark Kowalczyk, and takes the lead of this race. Controls things off of turn 1 as well, through the little kink of 2 towards 3. Oh dear, these clouds are rolling. And this is again, because the wind's so strong, folks, if you're not at the circuit, the clouds, it's gone very dark very, very quickly again here. In the hills above Valencia. Krasowska's trying to fight back here, but that outside line for Kowalczyk is the place to be, and she retains the lead right now. Macia's still there in 3rd place. Moore, at the moment, would be top of the standings as things are with that 4th place. But remember, we've still got, 2/3 of the field in X30 Senior yet to have their races in this rotation. Got to really assess things when everyone is on equal number of opportunities to score. But coming to the end of this lap, 7 down, not many to go in this one, as Macia has a go at Krasowska's for 2nd.
Yeah, indeed. That was a big lick of curb as well there on the exit of the chicane. Just unsettles the kart slightly, but not enough to deter him from a move here into turn 1. Deep on the brakes there, but too deep on the exit. Krasowskis takes it back and holds on to 2nd place. He's back down the inside now, although is Macia into turn 3 and 4. Now he's got it done through the inside, steps up into 2nd place.
Good move there from Danny Macia. Unfortunate news for Nat Stappen fans. Nat Johnston at 2 5-second penalties now, though that's a better bit of news. He's just gone and set the fastest lap of the race. More through past Krasowska's for 3rd as well in the recent moments there. Good driving from the Irish lad again, down the inside through and out of turn number 7.
Indeed, and this is a good little scrap now for Morgan Moore, just pushing himself now forward. He's left it a bit late now to try and do anything to the 2 up in front. Kowalczyk clear now by half a second from Macia, but that's still doable between themselves. If Macia can get that move done, Morgan Moore certainly will be on the right path to close back in on this fight. But you can see Macia tucking in as much as he can. It's not enough just yet. He's only dropped a 10th from Kowalczyk. So again, the gap is closing, but not as quick as I think he would like it to be.
Sector 2 might be quite good for Daniel Macia, though. Macia's had good speed through the tight and twisty stuff right here. The sequence of corners back and forth, and Macia's down the inside. He's got the move done. Brilliant stuff for the Club Cali Kart driver. New race leader for Spain on home soil, Daniel Macia.
Yeah, indeed. He's going to continue this fight here. Time quickly running out. Landstrom now the fastest driver out there. He's coming in 27th place, so that's an indication that the track's certainly looking very quick in multiple places here. But eyes on this one. Macia in a real control of this race now. Tucks in, pushes forward as much as he can. Kowalczyk 4/10 further down the road. Little bit of oversteer for both of them. But this is now going to be the final lap, and will Morgan Moore be able to get that 2nd place away from Kowalczyk? Will Kowalczyk hold on to P2 or close back in on Macia? We'll have to wait and find out. 1,400 metres between these drivers and that checkered flag. Macia in control, has opened it to 0.6 of a second. It's all clean through the chicane of turns 3 and 4 at the start of the lap. Everyone pushing forward. The gaps opening between the 2 of them. Morgan Moore, the ever closer to closing in on Kowalczyk here as they exit out onto the infield straight now. Big, heavy braking zone available to the drivers. There's battles happening thick and fast throughout the field, but eyes will stay focused on this one. I don't think Moore's going to be close enough. He might have a chance if he's really brave on the brakes in the chicane, but I don't think he wants to risk losing out on a 3rd place, only to get P2. I think this might be all done and dusted. Daniel Macia on a 9-place gain here, remember, has pushed his way through the field beautifully. That Club Cali Kart for Spain crosses the line. P1 for Daniel Messier. Clara Kowalczyk takes P2 ahead of Morgan Moore. Elvis Krasauskas takes 4th place ahead of Theo Lestrange. Christian Caballero takes P6 ahead of Sem van der Heijden and Javier Barrasca in P8. Alex Machado, Danny Caronini lock out the top 10. Conditions for now, holding, sun shining, rain on a knife edge, wind still blowing a gale. But that race there, done and dusted for groups B versus E. They can make their way back into Parc Fermé, knowing job is done. Dan Aleman, we've been mentioning him over the course of the weekend. Tough qualifying, but showcasing the speed in these challenging conditions. 20 place gain from the back of the grid. Finishes well up in that order in 11th place. Great drive there for Dan Aleman. As mentioned, these field will make their way back. Controlled drive for the field again, despite the torrid conditions that they have got there. There is your full results. Top 10 have gone over. Dan Aleman, as mentioned, biggest mover out there. Just gets ahead of Ruben Moyer at the end of that one. Gabby Teixeira from Tyrone Kennard. Also, great drive there for Tyrone Kennard. 15 places gained from the back of the grid. That's a great drive. Stig de Rodemaker joining with a near top 10 finish there on that one. P15 with 9 places gained ahead of Mero Peldis. Otto Pukkanen from Nat Johnston. Tough race for Johnston on that one, plus that warning flag will drop him down. Actually, a couple of warning flags there for Nat Johnston. That will tumble him way down the order. That's a race to forget for the young Briton. Adam Holmes and Matteo Melis, Roman Saleh win 21st place. Max Lacroix and Amir Sabarov, Oliver Kinmark and Amelia Carey, Jonathan Landstrom and Seda Kojima, Mark Martin and Ivan Dobek, who was out there in the end, Jaime Del Portillo and Sjoerd de Vries round out the 31 finishers. All cuts that started that race did finish, which is good to see. We will be heading down to Parc Fermé very, very soon. Andrew Mather once again has braced the conditions. I'm not pulling rank on this one at all by not going out there because it is sunny. I might have gone out there myself. But no, he said he wanted to go, and already some 5-second time penalties have been applied. And I think that is to the Kids to Win driver from Spain, Christian Caballero. He's just dropped down to, I believe, 7th place with a 5-second time penalty just added. Right, so that is the first of that 4th rotation of senior races done and dusted. 2 more to go in that one. Then I think another decision will be made, seeing if we can squeeze in the juniors and the minis of their one. Then another decision will be made. But of course, we are now fighting the sunlight here. And of course, this would have taken place a lot sooner. We are quite considerably delayed at this point due to the weather conditions. So a lot of changes being made in that schedule. And we do hope that we can squeeze in as much as we possibly can here. But you can see from that shot there, the wind still blowing quite the gale out there. And the clouds still looming in the background here. Next race that will be coming up very, very soon will be the seniors again. That will be groups D versus F. That will see the likes of Alex Martinez, this time on the inside row, joined by Sebastian Mins on that front row. That is certainly going to be a race to watch. So looking forward to that one. In terms of the intermediate classifications now after that race, of course, we are still expecting a full rotation to happen for the seniors. Morgan Moore now has taken the lead of that one, 175 points to his name. Daniel Messier with 160. Aaron Garcia now 3rd with 150. Of course, when he does his last race, if he can win that one, he's on 200 points. He is still the net leader of the intermediate classification. Let's head down, though, to Andrew Mather.
Much Anthony here with Daniel Messier. Daniel, very quickly, thoughts on that race?
It was a difficult one because during all the race the track was evolving. So we took the gamble to go low on pressures, too low. Also the sprocket, basically we didn't change too much. So hoping that the track will evolve and like it was. So the first 2 laps I was like with caution because I knew that my moment will arrive. At the end, last 5 laps, I knew that I had the pace to go in the front, step by step, safely always, because this week is so long. But yeah, everything was perfect. The team did a perfect job with the setup, so everything was easy.
Great stuff. Thanks for your thoughts. Thanks for your time. We'll see you later on. Anthony, back to you in the box.
Thank you very much, Andrew Mather. And yeah, quick words there, of course. The next race already out on track. Qualifying Heat D versus F. Let's fire through this starting lineup. Alex Martinez, Sebastian Mins, row 1. Rafael Ballard and Adam Elbasoini. Nicolas Garcia and Arthur Huang on row number 3 with Alex Pineda and Gilles Herman on row number 4. Hugo Marti and Max Yule on row 5. Daniel Mota and Raul Martinez go from row number 6. Row 7, Dylan Patel and Luna Claret. Row 8, Mark Granada and Charlie Jonassen on that row. Row 9 sees Daniel Caballero and Casper Reipold. Row 10, Charlie Cornder and Albert Lombard. They'll see Neil Russell and Gimes Merkel back on row number 11. Lorenzo Inesio and Elias Leman go from row number 12. They'll see Monty Brathwaite and Luke Taylor on row 13. Jan Rodriguez and Miguel Oliveira go from row number 14. Luca Leestra and Sum Ng on row number 15. And Senna Ynir and Brew Fresher round out the 16 rows. 32 drivers on track. Good to see. I believe we have all bar one. Elias Leman not clocking up on my screen, unfortunately. The driver who was due to start the 12th row of the grid in P24, I believe, not out on circuit. Right, this is going to be interesting. Tyres. We have got a couple on the slick tyres. Gilles Herman, one of them. Albert Lombard is the other. 2 drivers on slicks, the rest on wets. This is going to be an exciting one right now, Andrew. Stark opposite to what we saw in a previous race where one went on wets. Lights are out. We are racing towards turn number 1. Alex Martinez, inside line, has got that whole shot into turn 1 round the outside. Sebastian Mins tries to follow through but can't quite do it. Looks to the inside at turn 3 but has to settle for P2 for the time being. The field dive in towards the likes of turns 3 and 4, all over the curbs, and it's all clean and dry. And the crucial thing is there's not 2 significant drivers who are going a lot slower than the rest of them. Andrew, they are still in this fight. The track might just be ideal for a dry tyre.
I think this could be a bit of an inspired call from Gilles Herman. And again, Gilles Herman is one of those drivers who always change the lead. Mins through. Martinez was a bit deep there into turn number 11. And Mins nipped through. Boulard there as well is up to 2nd place. Gilles Herman's going to have really bad understeer for the first 2 laps of this race. But just watch his pace, watch his sector times as Boulard has taken the lead of this one. This will help Gilles Herman as well. The front runners are not working together to break away, keeping things tight at the front of the field. End of lap number 1 then of 11. And yet Gilles Herman in the bright yellow helmet right in the centre of shot is P8. I think he's got a chance here. The lap times in the previous race were down to what? 1 minute 6s, 1 minute 5s.
Yeah, about that.
That is quicker than the lap times that we were seeing from slick runners earlier on in the race. I think we're right at that precipice of turning over things. And look, already Gilles Herman's got confidence on the brakes. That's going to be the key thing technically right now. He can hold a tighter line. If it doesn't rain, Gilles Herman is going to disappear off the front of this field. Look, it's already up to P3.
Yeah, indeed. Inspired call, straight down the inside. No drama. Again, and
He's
another
gone.
one. That's 2-3 places in 1-2 corners. And he's clear. He's at the front. Inspired call there to go for slicks this early on. The wind clearing the track nicely. The clouds just holding. Can the clouds hold off for the entirety of this race? Remember, the previous races we saw early on, it only took 1 lap in these weather conditions for it to go dry to completely wet.
Absolutely. This is where Gilles Herman has got to balance the risk now. He's got to assume that at some point it is going to rain in this race and he's going to need as much time in his back pocket. Look at that, 1 minute 2.620. He's 2.5 seconds quicker than everybody else, and that was whilst he was overtaking 4 or 5 different drivers. This is a brave decision from a driver who, again, is another one of those, similar to Clark Kowalczyk, big season, I think, for Gilles Herman. It's had some good performances, particularly in the juniors, was Belgium's representative in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy a couple of years ago and performed very well in that series. Had a bit of a learning curve year in the seniors in 2025. Here's the battle for second place. Arthur Huang's driven very well so far today. Here he is taking on Sebastian Mins. Probably won't go for a move at that point of the circuit. Bit narrow, bit quick for a big send.
Yeah, indeed. And again, similar story into the chicane. Maybe something towards turn number 1 here. Looks to it now. Mins will squeeze him to the inside, of course. That is the wet line. But both these drivers are on the wet racing tyres. Both of them get through. No drama with that one, but no position change. 1 minute, 0.4 lap time. Gilles Herman in the lead. Absolutely fine. Question is now, though, where is Albert Lombard? He is also on slick tyres, but I don't think he's had the same success here.
No, he's down the back.
He is down in 27th place, not on the pace at all, which is a shame.
But he's now starting to pick things up as there's a move from one of the VDKs down the inside. That's Arthur Huang, who's got second place off of Sebastian Mins. And for the XL Motorsport team as well, Adam El Bastioni getting involved in the 308. The VDK Racing team will like these conditions. They are one of the best in the world, if not the best this side of the Atlantic, at reading the conditions and getting the decisions right. You think back a couple of years ago to when they had that duo, that forced duo of Thibaut Ramekers and Finn McLaughlin, and how many times they got the tyre choice absolutely spot on and the setup choice to go with it. So not a surprise to see their boys coming forward. The trouble is, they've had the wool pulled over their eyes by a fellow Belgian, Gilles Herman, who's now under 60 seconds for a lap time, 12.8 seconds in the lead, is down the inside.
To break away now. Also in that turns, they're allowing Alex Martinez, who, remember, is very quick around this circuit. He's starting to close back in again.
Indeed. So still a good number of laps in this one to go. We're on to lap number 6 out of 11. If you're just tuning in, you're watching live coverage of the IAME Winter Cup, first major European IAME race of the year. And we've had a little bit of disruption with the weather here in Valencia. It's down the inside. Nice move there from El Bastioni, who's had a disrupted day as well for XL Motorsport. And with drivers and seniors knowing that this could be their last heat. We're not saying that 100% official yet, but it could be. You know, if you've had a bad day earlier on as Mins goes back in.
Mins driving like it is.
Yeah, Mins driving at the moment as if this is the last race. Need every point that you can get to get up the grids for those super heats tomorrow. Alex Martinez now starting to come back into this battle. Anthony started started on pole position, didn't he? So, so he's gone backwards in the early stages, but we know he's a quick finisher round here at Valencia, so could still be on for top 3 here, perhaps.
Yeah, I wouldn't say so. I would say so at all. And he's looking for it now as he switches to the outside. Or did he leave that door open though to El Bastioni, who is again looking to see if he can come away with his best race result so far this weekend. He's under pressure as well from Max Yule. And they're all starting to concertina up just now. El Bastioni to the inside, defending from Yule, looking for the inside move on Martinez. Not close enough. And Martinez actually losing a lot of time to Sebastian Mins with that defensive posture.
Yeah, it's maybe not quite the way that he wants to do things at the moment. We're on to lap number 8. El Bastioni back down the inside, retakes that position away from Martinez. Max Yule on the scene. Max Yule keeps nicely chipping away at the points table, Anthony. This is another strong run from one of the Britons for the Mick Barrett Racing team. And Mick is watching. Had don't think he's here this weekend, but he'll be doing well. Into 7th place now is Max Yule. Again, defensive from Mins down into turn 1. No way through there for El Bastioni. Be interested to see what people do with tyres this next time around. I had a very brief look in the Parc Ferme area. I think most are going to go with dries. Nice move from Yule down the inside of Martinez and now up to P6. Just to very quickly mention as well, reiterating that potential last race scenario, Senna Munier up 16 places in this one into the top 15. Has been consistently moving forward for RSD today.
And as well, with Gilles Herman, with his thinking, okay, let's just risk it, let's go for the slicks. Yeah. He's put himself up to 6th in those intermediate classifications. So that's a really good gain of points that he's got here. Essentially gifted to him here right now, because it was the only one of 2 who's gone for it, and it's the only one that's really paid off.
Yeah, but I think that you make your own luck sometimes.
You do.
And Gilles Herman has, here's a good scrap. Max Yule again down the inside. Britain versus Britain here, down towards turn 1. It's through. Through goes Max Yule. Nothing that Sebastian Mins could really do about that. Brilliant move up to P4.
Yeah, carried the speed, had the toe, had the slipstream here as well. It's going to happen. He's going to lose out again. El Bastioni looks to the inside. Here comes Martinez back. And this is now Sebastian Mins starting to really fall back a little bit here. He's retaken it from Alex Martinez. So he's got that one back. But yeah, you know, he was pushing early on in this race. Maybe, again, the pressures could have been something here. The pressures were there right at the start. Pushed his way through. Now they're too much. And now he's started to be a little bit skittish and not have the momentum that he wants out there. There has been a retirement in this one. Charlene Cornder, I can see the car stranded out in the circuit. That may have been earlier on in the race, about 8 laps ago. Yes, indeed. So that was very early on in this race. But here, though, at the not the front, but 2nd place, Arthur Huang. It looks like he's at the front. He's 31.8 seconds off the race leader right now.
Yeah, the leaders started lapping people. It's the flip around of what we saw Ryan Meta do in the juniors earlier. So Charlie Jonathan, unfortunately, now a lap down. Just to mention as well, Neil Russell, the Swiss driver for Fusion, up to 10th place. That's a gain of 11. Monty Brathwaite's had a good day. Well, I told you that Gilles Herman was lapping people now. As round he comes to start another lap. This is the last lap now for Gilles Herman. Other tyre watch, though, Albert Lombard. It's again what I always say about when you take the risk. Lap 1's so important.
Yeah.
Albert Lombard didn't have the lap 1 that he needed, but second half of the race has been very good, up to P8 now. So that's a good gain. It was worth the gamble.
100%. 100%. It took a little longer than I think he would like, but yeah, inside that top 10 now, really making a good go of it. There is Gilles Herman. Those are back markers that you can see just ahead. Pace considerably faster on the slick tyres, the up and under, nothing there the back markers could do. That, I believe, was Sum Ng, who has now got out of the way, the entrant from Hong Kong, under blue flag conditions. Gilles Herman then making his way into the final chicane. Remember, we're going to have to wait 34.5 seconds for 2nd place to come across the line. Inspiration there for Gilles Herman. Slick tyres was the one. Comes away with a strong, strong result.
Well, he's very stoic man is Gilles Herman, and he'll be very, very happy with that performance. He will take things into tomorrow, at least, with knowledge that he's got pace here this weekend. The only reason why he's a little bit further down the order is that unfortunate moment in one of the earlier rounds here today. But an inspired tyre call by Gilles Herman means he will score 50 points. Now, 2nd place comes over the line. Arthur Huang leads home and VDK 2-3 with Raphael Boulard. I tell you what, here at the IAME Winter Cup, Belgium are looking very, very strong. They've had a good few years as a nation in international karting with some very strong talents coming through. It just seems to be getting better and better and better for them. That is a very good performance from Herman, Huang and Boulard. Albert Lombard, in the end, did get up to 4th place. A gain of 16 positions for the Swiss driver. So he will be looking pretty good in the points after that one. Max Yule P5 for Mick Barrett Racing. Sebastian Mins, P6. Adam Elbassioni just faded a little bit in the second half of that race, but still good points in 7th place. Alex Martinez, 8th. Monty Brathwaite, good drive there, up 16 places to 9th place. The top 10 was completed by Daniel Motor. Casper Reipold, Neil Russell, Hugo Marti, Senna Munier, and Nicolas Garcia, all in the top 15. Should see a good number of those in action tomorrow when we do get to those super heats. Geims Merkelbach has had a frustrating IAME Winter Cup. It's going to be a bit nervy on the points after that 16th place. Marc Granada, Alex Pinheiro, Luna Claret, and Raul Luis Martinez in the top 20. But there is, at the moment, a very lonely Gilles Herman in Parc Ferme. So far ahead of his rivals. Now they've started to join him, but actually, again, that's some of the back markers directly behind him on the weighbridge. Let's have a look at the highlights. Keep an eye jerking out to the right-hand side of your screen there, just keeping himself out of trouble. This first lap from Gilles Herman was expertly executed, knowing where the grip was. You could see the front end of his car just not quite turning in there, but he knew the tyre temperature would come. Good start for El Bassioni, moving up the order. Sebastian Mins was controlling things in the early stages of this one. Max Yule getting involved as well on a solid run into the top 5. That was his move past El Bassioni, and then this one through past Sebastian Mins, and Mins pointing forward, knowing that he just didn't have the performance at that specific moment in time to battle that one. Alex Martinez was bright in the middle phase of the race. Will, I think, be a little bit frustrated after that 8th place, though. It's not quite gone his way today. Has gone the way of Gilles Herman, though, in this round of heats. He was one of 2 drivers to take the risk and go with dry tyres. He made it pay off. Let's see what he's got to think of that. He's down in Parc Ferme with Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Andrew Mather. Gilles Herman, an inspired decision there to go for slick tyres when everyone else, bar from Lombard as well, was on the wet tyres. Tell us, first of all, who made the call to go slicks? Was it you or was it the mechanic?
Was the coach Kenny Rosens.
Okay.
He made decision to put a slick tire.
Good old Kenny, hey, what will we do without him? But for you there, you were happy with how that one unfolded, and you thinking that could have been the last race, or are you thinking you think the day will continue still?
Yeah, we still got one heat to go. We do the same like now, but yeah, it was very good.
For you out there, is that going to be a nice confidence booster? You hoping that the rest of the racing this weekend can go in a similar way?
Yeah, I hope it's the same way like this. I can win everything.
Yeah. So what do you owe Kenny now?
I'm very happy for him.
You can give him a big hug, I'm sure. But Gilles, congratulations, well done. We'll see you out there hopefully later on this week.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Gilles Herman. As the sun is still shining, the wind is still strong, but the rest of the grid here ready to go racing. More senior races coming up. Back over to you, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Great work out there in the blustery conditions. Moving on then, it's X30 Senior again. It's Groups A and C next out on track. The wind's still blowing quite firmly here. I do believe we're going to see a lot of dry tyres in this next race, with the likes of Aaron Garcia ready to go, Emmanuel Leodakis also on the front row of the grid. And there is the first bit of news. Aaron Garcia has elected to switch sides. So normally he would be on the left-hand side of your screen. He's now on the right-hand side, indicating that, unsurprisingly, he wants that wider line, that dry line into turn 1. So you're going to see the opposite. You're going to see everybody checking up to driver's left as opposed to driver's right, which is the norm here at Valencia, because that inside line still very slippery. It's been a perfect run so far in this competition for Aaron Garcia. Very impressive performance. He holds that number 1 at the end of his kart number because he is, of course, the IAME Euro Series champion of 2025. And then the last time we were here, he won the IWF, the global title for X30 senior drivers, in a stunning display from a number of drivers in that one. The drivers are competing this week for the following prizes: €250 cash and a first-round entry to the Euro Series at Zuera in about a month's time. Second place, €500, and the first 2 rounds of this year's IAME Euro Series entry for free. And then the winner, it's the same for all of these classes, €1,000 cash, a full series entry throughout all of the 4 rounds of the IAME Euro Series for 2026 and a ticket to IWF 2026. It doesn't feel that long ago since we were talking about IWF 2025, and we're already talking about drivers booking their way to one of the biggest races of the year in the autumn. We are ready then for this next one. Let's take you through the full list of drivers for this one. You know who's on pole position. It's Aaron Garcia, who's elected to switch to the outside. Be joined on the front row of the grid by Emmanuel Leodakis, the Greek driver for Zanki Motorsport. The distinctive blue and yellow colours there, the Dayglow yellow, proudly displayed at the front of the grid. From here on in, it's everyone back to their normal position. So Flavio Cara will start on driver's right inside of row number 2. He's joined by Roxanne Lantinga, who really could do with a good result in this one. Maurice Vacruz starts on row 3. He's joined by Igor Ivanchenko. Eloy Gonzalez is going to be up for the battle in this one. Starts on the inside of row number 4. He's joined by Yanis Brule, Oscar Goodshow, Hugues Picon. That's your top 10, and row number 5. Andy Rattel and Hugh Grana go from 6. Gustavo da Silva and Noel Sundberg on 7. Last of the first half of the field, Clement Tron has overtaken a lot of people today. Needs to do so again from row number 8. Is joined by Kevin Bakker.
The rest of the field here, row number 9 sees Gato San Juan. There we'll see the likes of Christian Fuente as well on row number 9. Brand new tyres, full set. Theo Eriksson of Norway on the 10th row of the grid. All drivers are on slicks, but he's got a fresher set than the rest. Sebastian Verga joining alongside. João Castro and Julian Sorvillo go from row at number 11. There we'll see Maurice Vatrice and Lewis Bird on row 12. Row 13, Emilia Vishamirska and Keith Burke. There we'll see fresh tyres on row number 14 as well in the form of Tomas Fernandez with a full set of tyres. Paco Sarmiento going for a brand new set on the left-hand side. Row 15, all new tyres here all round. Emilia Pauli and Alexander Zafaridis has gone for them. Row 16 sees Ellie Dax and Mateo Rivals. No fresh tyres for them. The highest set with fresh tyres on the right-hand side. Flavio Cara on the 2nd row of the grid, Andrew. New set on the right-hand side.
Yes, I think some drivers definitely are playing the strategy there of this could be their last heat.
Yeah.
This is a good time in some regards to play new tyres. Oh dear, not a good time for the 2:30 of Sebastian Verga, and that could be the end of Verga's IAME Winter Cup for this year. It's been a torrid day for the Action Racing 230. Looks to be a technical issue down at turn number 1, but either way, whatever's happened, will go no further. That is a real shame for a driver who I was looking forward to see moving up from 19th on the grid.
Yeah, that is a big shame there, and that was in and around where Theo Eriksson would have been with his brand new set of tyres as well. So if it allowed Eriksson to get in front, he might have been able to follow suit of that one and being able to push their way forward, but as mentioned, just not going to happen now, and that is a considerable shame there. For the rest of the field, though, they are focused on this fight that they're about to unfold. This could be the last senior race that we see today. We're not too sure on that, but we'll have to wait and see. But let's see how this one will transpire. Into the tram lines, Garcia to the outside line now has switched with Leodakis as they get ready to go racing. MDZ versus Zanki Motorsport into the tram lines. Lights are out. We are racing towards turn number 1. It's a solid start for the outside line, of course, with Garcia sweeping into the lead there. Forces Leodakis, Carrier, Vacruz, Gonzalez backwards in the order of the outside line, takes advantage of it as Roxanne Lantinga is able to push forward as well. Field slots into turns 3 and 4 for the first time. Everyone gets through, but once again, Andrew Mather, I can't stress, he's gone. He's absolutely gone. Aaron Garcia leading by quite some way already.
It's very hard to see how anybody else is going to win this heat now. There was a lot more grip down driver's right-hand side than I was expecting, which the drivers used into turn 1. Change for second place there as through coming one of the PBs. That Hugues Picon on an absolute belter of a race start. We'll check through once they come back round into full vision to us here over the start line. But let's count them through. Aaron Garcia, we know he's in the race lead. Up to second place. It's Yanis Brule, close. It's one of the PGMs up to second place. Roxanne Lantinga. Roxanne needs a solid result here. Is in a bit of danger after 2 results where things went out of her control. Noel Sundberg's had a good start there. He's up to P4 for Victory Lane Karting, the Swede. And then Kevin Backer similarly needs a big result. Up 11 at the start for Croc Promotion. That's your top 5.
Yeah, indeed. A very strong start there for the drivers who really do need it in this race. And that has delivered nicely. And you can see here, though, how Noel Sundberg is all over that rear bumper at this moment of Roxanne Lantinga. Not giving any room for quarter at this moment. As they continue away. Garcia continuing to check out, 1.4 seconds clear from Yanis Boulier, who is just ever so fractionally ahead of Roxanne Lantinga. She's taken a big chunk of time out of that advantage. That is down to 1/10 of a second, and with a toe there, right on the rear bumper, into the wall at the chicane. Is one of the La Motorsport, is that a La Motorsport? No, I don't think it is. There's a couple of carts out
Lewis
there.
Bird.
Lewis Bird is one, and it is the 306, yes, of Emilia Wiszomirska out of contention in this race, the MP Motorsport driver to the back of the grid.
That's not good news for either of them, and the wheels have kind of fallen off both of their IAME Winter Cups so far. Hope that's not too costly, a loss of points for both of them. We're on lap number 3. Here's your fight for second place. Here's a replay. Oh, quite a big
Well, it's a puddle. I think it looks a lot more dramatic than I think it was.
It's sailing time, and Lewis Bird not too happy with that one. Switched to premium karting over the winter. Had some good results in the club scene back in the UK. As here's a move from Roxanne Lantinga. I was going to say, if there's one thing that Roxanne needs to do in this race, it is trust her gut in terms of decision making and when to overtake. It has been absolutely spot on so far. Oh, that wasn't the best moment though, and through is going to go Sundberg. Sundberg with a big hop over the curb, takes advantage of a moment for Roxanne Lantinga, takes second place. Again, just shows how tricky this course is to drive on right now. It's still clearly not fully dry out there.
No, indeed. Very lucky with that as well to gain the time, but Lantinga's taken it back through the hairpin. They now enter into the final sector through 12 and turns 13, back onto the back straight, and Lantinga's now got a little bit of an advantage here from Sundberg. Boulier all over the rear bumper once again. Could possibly look for a move down the inside into turn 1 on this lap. So could Sundberg actually on this one. Has got the slipstream of the toe as well. Will have an advantage here into turn 1. If he's going to do it, it's going to be very late. No, the answer is he will stick behind that rear bumper. Lantinga holds on to second place.
Clement Utron is another driver we need to keep an eye on. Move for third. It's once again, I don't like it when they hop over that curb. I know I've said it many times before here. But Brule takes third place away from Sundberg. João Castro into the pits and out of the race. Will score points for 30th in this one. Down the inside, there goes PJM again of Brule. This is a good scrap between these drivers as Kevin Backer's now getting involved. Oh, Kevin Backer, if you pull that off, that is wonderful. And he does. Really good. He went from the outside through the middle of 2 carts to the inside, getting 2 in 2 corners, knowing every point counts right now. And Kevin Backer, is this the time where we start to see fortunes for the Dutch drivers turn? Maybe so. I wanted to talk about Clement Utron. Didn't have a good qualifying.
No.
But I'm going to put him in contention for tomorrow because his race pace here in previous visits has been very, very good. He made his big move last year to Dream Racing to try somewhere new out, and it really worked. As there is another scrappers back ahead of Backer, goes Sundberg for third place. But I just like the body language of that Dream Racing kart. We've seen how quick it is in race trim. That kart will start further up the grid tomorrow. There's a move for 4th place past Backer. And it just looks so effortless for Clement Utron. That's a good indicator for the longer races.
No, it certainly is. We do have a retirement from this race. I can see a car that's pulled over to the side from our commentary box position at Marshall post number 5. I'm trying to figure out who that is, possibly Gustavo da Silva. Yeah, from the back of the grid, unfortunately, going no further in this race. this has got to beg the question. Aaron Garcia in the lead, clear 2.4. What must the other drivers be thinking right now? Because they can't just let him get away with this. They can't just let him be 5 seconds clear at every single race and think, oh, you know what, never mind. Because it's a one-off weekend. It's a huge prize up for grabs. They've got to think of something to do to deal with the threat that is Aaron Garcia. This is one thing they could try and do. Clement Utron down the inside of Sundberg to get up into third place.
It is indeed. The one thing I would wonder is, you know, if this is going to be the last round of heats for X30 Senior, it makes tyre choice for the super heats potentially quite interesting, of whether you throw a new set on, try and use the delta that you get with a new set of tyres to, I imagine Aaron Garcia will go, well, no, I'll stick with the first set and save them for the final, the second set. But sometimes when a driver's trying that in this form of international karting and other international forms of karting, you know, a driver then gets on the back foot in the superheat and it just disrupts their rhythm enough that carries on into the final. Nice move there from Sundberg. It's a really good scrap for third place. I'm really clutching at straws with that, I'll be honest with you, because Aaron Garcia has looked so good. The other side of it is the team's got to keep on top of it as well. You could argue that's where things went a little bit wrong last year for a potential winner of this race.
Yeah, of course. Look at this. Look at this. This is fantastic stuff. Lantinga, investigation overtaking under a yellow flag. Well, that comes with quite the penalty, and I don't think she'll be too happy with that one, as she's there clear in second place. Now, if they continue fighting like this, she might be able to come away with a 5-second clear, but an overtaking under yellows might be interesting. Sundberg's under the same watchful eye.
They were going back and forth, were they not, in the middle part of this race? So have they got so preoccupied with one another that they've not spotted the yellow flags out there? Eloy Gonzalez on the scene. I always love watching this guy race because he has one mode, especially on home soil, full out attack.
Yep.
And he's got 5th place there ahead of Kevin Bakker. Now trying to get past Noel Sundberg for 4th place. Again, I think all of these drivers are going to feature at the sharp end tomorrow.
No, 100%. I agree with that statement, Andrew. These guys are all so quick in terms of X30 racing, and whenever we talk about a final, it's always these names who have made their way into either the top 10 or the top 15 of a final, and these guys here really showcasing why it is so. Sundberg defensive from Gonzalez and Bakker. Gonzalez again trying to get that nose down the inside. Not going to happen. Here comes Bakker to the inside. A little bit of contact between the two over the curb. Goes Eloy Gonzalez, rejoins the circuit. But now Good Show is going to step up into the fight, manages to squeeze through.
I can understand why Kevin went for that one, but again, on someone like Eloy Gonzalez with his style of racing, you've got to be front axle to front axle for Gonzalez to give you that one. That was always going to get a little bit tight at turn 3. So we're on lap number 10. One more to go after this. Our leader now just pacing himself home, taking care of the materials. Aaron Garcia, 1.8 seconds clear of Roxanne Lantinga, who's 2.5 seconds clear of Clement Utron. Utron now looking nice and comfortable ahead of this scrap 4th.
No, indeed. This is where it's all down to what this young man could do, potentially into maybe the later half of today, or, of course, into tomorrow. Aaron Garcia delivering a superb performance here. He has won this event in previous years gone by. That was in the juniors. He is up now into the seniors. He was a senior IAME Euro Series champion last year. Can he make it a senior Winter Cup win in 2026? Aaron Garcia, with only a few more corners to go, is looking at maximum points right now to start potentially the final race today or tomorrow as the points leader. Absolutely uncatchable. I think he's really dropped off the pace now. Lantinga is right there, but is not close enough to attack. Aaron Garcia, cool, calm, and collected here in Senior X30, and comes away with a superb 200 points to his name. 4 wins out of 4 races. for the young man from Spain. Roxan Lantinga is under the watchful eye of the officials for potentially overtaking under yellows. Finishes in second, may not be that result at the end of it. Clement Outron from Eloy Gonzalez, Oscar Goodshow and Kevin Bakker, Emmanuel Leodikis and Yanis Boulier, Flavio Cara and Andy Rattel, Maurice Cruz and Julian Savio, Rivals and San Juan, Eriksson from Piquan, Ivanchenko from Fuente, and the rest of the field just coming through on the screens as well now. Also under investigation for that similar one as well, the 245 of Julian Savio. He is also under investigation, the same as the 270 machine as well. Also under investigation for potentially overtaking under yellows. Niall Sundberg, who tumbled down to 20th place at the end of that one. There's the full results on your screen as the field make their way back into Parc Ferme with just the seniors now completing their 4th run of qualifying heats. Little bit of a clean-up operation underway. A couple of stricken carts out there on the circuit, but marshals quickly on the scene to help clear that up, and a fair few retirements in that one. And Moral Veresta, one of those, De Silva, Castro, Bird and Sebastian Verga all out of that race there. Aaron Garcia, though, cannot be caught so far this weekend. And I'm sure every other team will be thinking, what can we do about that young man who keeps on driving away? This was the start of that race, and again, the switch of sides there for the pole sitter. Switching with Leodikis, that would benefit the outside row of Lantinga, Ivanchenko, Boulier as well. They would all capitalise. The likes of Leodikis, Cara, Cruz, Gonzalez, they were all on the back foot at the start of that race. There was the moves from Roxanne Lantinga. There was the dramatic end to the race for Lewis Bird and Emilia Vishamirska. Later, retirement, João Castro out of the race. We saw Sebastian Verga also out, and Gustavo da Silva also having a breakdown out on circuit. Race continuing, and the fighting continuing as well. The big pushes from the likes of Clement Outron, the 12 places gained to squeeze himself up into 3rd place, possibly even a 2nd place, with the fact that the watchful eyes of the officials are looking at a potential overtaking under yellows for Roxanne Lantinga. Cross the line, though. Aaron Garcia checks over the shoulder, clear by some way from the rest of the field, and so far, absolutely unbeatable in the senior category. Well, that's the seniors' 4th rotation done and dusted. The juniors are prepped and ready on the pre-grid to go racing. Will we see a controlled start for the front of that field? But before that, let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Andrew Mather.
Thank you very much, Anthony, here with Aaron Garcia. Aaron, the perfect run continues here in Valencia.
Yeah, we keep the perfect run now, so we have one left today. We need to keep going like this, and let's see what happens on the next one.
With the weather, how hard has it been to keep your focus in a bit of the disruption that we've had today?
Well, I think I need to be calm. I know I can be fast in both conditions, so yeah, we just need to manage the tire for tomorrow, and I don't know, it's hard with this climate.
Any hints on how you might tackle tomorrow? It's not won this race yet. You've still got to get through that final.
Yeah, I know the final will be crazy, so we need to be calm and focus on tomorrow.
Fantastic. Aaron, we'll let you get back to your team. Well done to you and MDC. A brilliant performance yet again from the competition leader. Anthony, back to you in the box.
Thank you very much, Andrew Mather. Again, bracing that wind out there on circuit. It is mighty awful out of the commentary box window here. But like we say, we turn our attention back to the juniors. It was around the juniors, of course, last time that we saw the dramatic weather conditions really take hold here at the circuit. They have been under the blue sky for quite some time now. The track is still drying. wet patches out there, but majority it is a dry circuit. The clouds, like I say, it's in the background, still loom in the distance, but we're still under relatively decent conditions despite that wind. Of course, all slick tyres for these drivers right now. Navala Morales back on pole position for this one. Ivan Gonzalez joining alongside. This is on Lau Motorsports 1-2 front row lockout here with Antoine Venard and Bruno Grieling joining on that second row of the grid. Plenty of action still to be had for these drivers. They certainly did battle some frightful conditions earlier on, but still came away with the results that I think they will have wanted for groups A versus C, and this one for groups C earlier on. Of course, Ivan Gonzalez taking that win despite the dramatic conditions that we saw. The likes of group A and D as well. Antoine Venard taking that win at the very end of it. A couple of penalties did come out in that last race. Saw a couple of drivers move around up and down in that order, but it was Antoine Venard who was able to take those points away. The pilot number 47 taking the 50 intermediate classification points ahead of this race. So groups A have not had much time to get themselves squared away, but they are back now and ready to go racing. Field gets engines on, makes its way out onto the track. Let's quickly fire you through the full starting lineup then for Junior X30 qualifying heat A versus C. Navala Morales and Ivan Gonzalez going from the front row of the grid. Antoine Venard and Bruno Grieling, row 2. Rock Pinera and Aurelio Longatano, they will take row number 3 and lock out the top 6. George House and Charles Ural go from row number 4. Brian Bonneau and Lorenz Ducot go from row number 5. They lock out the top 10, followed by Matis Mush and Romeo Mello on row 6. Nikita Botta and Hugo Fuentes go from row number 7. Max Endicott and Andy Stewart, they lock out row number 8. They'll see Czech Peters and Santiago Barros on row number 9. George Clark and Mason Kwong go from row number 10. They lock out the top 20. Row 11, Miguel Martins joined by Mozart Uman. They will see row 12 of Johnson Stewart and Christian Fay Lund. Row 13 sees Alexander Diaz-Ruz with Leone Martinez on row 13. Row 14, Leonor Roja and Fabian Keller. Row 15 in the top 30 sees Arthur Vander and Alexander Kornev. Row 16, Eric Gilsnan and Thomas Carapacina. And they'll go from row number 16 with Cavan Hayes rounding out the 17 rows. It looks like all 33 drivers are out there. All drivers on slick tyres have been reported. I don't think there's been any change of tyres for this one. So it looks like everyone's still on a relatively used set of tyres. So we will wait to see how this one will transpire then. But as they get themselves formed up, still conditions on that knife edge. Andrew Mather joins you back at the box. I'll give him a bit of time to get himself squared away. He's only just walked in. He's aging. I need to give him some time.
Closer to 40 than I am to 30 now.
Oh, no, that's the worst. Not for me, though. I'm still...
You've got a bit to go.
No, I'm 23 years old, 100%. I'm not. Right, here we go then, into the back straight. Still really windy out there, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. It's still... It's not the worst we've had this week, but it's still enough to in some ways, probably worse through mid-corners, because now it's dying down enough that it suddenly kicks back up again. Those crosswinds will kick in, and we've seen people have problems with those.
And good news, the great work from the team behind the scenes. We have got all our cameras back. Excellent. After we had to take one to hospital very quickly because it fell over. No, we're back with all the cameras, which is good to see. Into the tram lines. Are we racing? Yes, we are. What are the two teammates going to do here at the very start of this race? Well, Navala Morales has got the whole shot in towards turn 1. Antoine Venard has followed suit round the outside. Ivan Gonzalez tries to carry the speed, but it's not going to happen. Slots down into third place at the very start of this race. Everyone getting through that chicane, 1 or 2 going over the curb, but crucially everyone still on track. Antoine Venard all over that rear bumper I think we'll be looking for an early overtake here on Navarro Morales just to try and break away at the front.
And the difference in points at the front of the field for first versus second is going to be really key here, because going into this, 94 for Gonzalez, 91 for Venon. So if Venon can win this race, he's going to be able to overhaul Gonzalez. Right now, though, got to deal with Nuvola Morales. Nuvola racing really, really well so far this weekend. We've seen Nuvola move up through from the minis, had a good time here in Spain on the National Championship front in X30 Mini. But again, the juniors is just a different breed of karts for these young drivers. And the first lap, Morales leads from Venon, from Gonzalez. Those top three looking to break away. Starting procedure infringement potentially there for Andy Stewart. So Andy, I did see there were a couple of drivers on the left-hand side of the grid moving to the centre maybe a little bit early. The officials will have all the different angles as down the inside Gonzalez. That's a key move. Gonzalez on Venon gets second place. That's good, not just in terms of this race, but also the points. It's all about where the kart is relative to the tram lines when the lights go out, not necessarily as they come across the line. So that's what the race officials will be looking at with Andy Stewart. Cavan Hayes also technical flag. So Cavan Hayes, the Irish driver for the Daily Motorsport team, out in 28th place at the moment, is going to be race over, unfortunately, with that one.
Yeah, that is a big shame there. And it being the last race that they're going to do before tomorrow's racing is certainly going to put a real spanner in the works. Here we go. Alex Pinera going, or Rock Pinera, I should say, going for the move there. Looking for the overtake, and I think has got that done. Yes, is the answer. Steps up into third place. Antoine Venon, despite that strong start, now down to fourth place as Ivan Gonzalez, fastest driver out there, right on the rear bumper of Navarro Morales. It's Spain 1-2-3 at this moment, Andrew. But what will the two teammates do here? And do I dare say it's starting to rain again?
There's some fresh spots of rain on the comms box window. I think right now, I think these two just keep working in this formation. We'll do all the maths, and of course all the results are provisional at this stage of the day, but I think this result would give Gonzalez one of the poles, one of the superheats tomorrow.
I love how you said we.
We.
You.
The computer.
You don't want me to do it. You're wrong.
No, because Gonzalez was top after round 2. And well, he's growing his lead over Venon, so yeah, no, it's looking pretty good for Gonzalez, but we'll update you on that in due course. Whoever's top of the table gets pole position for superheat, first superheat, and then whoever's second gets pole for superheat, the second superheat. Remember, the field will be whittled down to 36 for both the juniors and the minis, whilst they all make it through to the superheats. That could be the last race for many. Still good work going on here between these two Mondial Motorsport teammates. They've got a gap over Rock Pinera of over half a second now. And the other way of reading this is Gonzalez is in the nice position for points. Morales, 6 extra points could make a real difference to the campaign of the number 40.
Yeah, certainly could do indeed. But again, it's just a waiting game now to see how it all unfolds. It's not over until that, well, I say it's not over until the check flag goes out. It's not over until the results say official, really. And yeah, we've got to wait a bit of time until that happens. Still no attempt here from Ivan Gonzalez. This might be possible because he might know that he's already in the lead of the points, and already by 10 points from Antoine Venon. 138 to his name, of course. The juniors have been quite up and down already. There's no real race winner at this moment. Granted, you could have Priam Bruno, but he's in this race, so he's not going to step up anymore. Czech Peters is another one, but he's not going to earn, well, he could earn enough points to put something in the works, but again, I think he's also in this race. He is. So, in theory, no one really mathematically close enough as it stands, but we just have to wait and see how it all ends with that next race. No change still between these two. They've stayed the same. The fight behind, though, Bruno Greeling leading that train. Antoine Venon, Rock Pinera, George House, Brian Bruno in that fight. And that's quite a nice little train of karts we've got forming in behind the leaders, Andrew.
Is indeed, and it's often the case with mini competition that if you can get some engines together and move yourself up the order, Same here in the juniors. Bruno Grüling knows how to run the longevity in these races as well. I'd say in the first half of the final last year, he wasn't really a name we were talking about that much, but he chipped away, got himself in the good position, then inherited the win as Jesse Phillips had a penalty on that day. But these top two, I think they're just going to hold these positions now. I'm just looking at some of the other points. It's not really the case, I think, that anybody else is going to be able to beat Gonzalez, but we'll 100% confirm that in due course. Here's the fight for third. Grüling, Venant, Pinera, and George House back on the scene as well. George House, who sent a very amusing little message on social media of him just drowning during the A versus D race to make us chuckle a lot in the box. I like that. When a driver has a bad race, they can see the bright side of it and say, hey, it's the elements, you can't control them.
No, exactly. Out of our hands, move down the inside there. Antoine Venant fighting back here with the likes of George House. Is that Ivan Gonzalez? Yeah, we're back to Ivan Gonzalez here now. I thought the cut was so clean that I thought it was Ivan Gonzalez in that fight. But no, Ivan Gonzalez still yet to get that move done. It was Antoine Venant on George House, that overtake that we saw for 5th place. Wind again, picking up rainbows in the sky, precipitation in the background there. Andrew once more. We're on to the last lap of this one here, and still no attacking towards turn 1. I would think it is still in the best interest of Ivan Gonzalez to go for the overtake, but is it a case of maybe trying to help out teammates as much as possible to get into tomorrow's? Of course, they're all getting into the superheat, but the best possible chance of making sure they can get into the final from that superheat is what is happening here. Or is Ivan Gonzalez going to throw that one out the window and think, no, I just want to get as much points as I can to make sure that I start on pole position for the superheats tomorrow?
No, I think it's the team strategy. Because Longitano started this race 3rd and was 12 points behind. That gap is growing. And then you're talking Freddie Wood. And Freddie Wood would need something like a 18, 20 point difference in this stage, which with Gonzalez finishing 2nd, potentially, is just not going to happen. So Morales is going to take the win here, well deserved. A great 1-2 for Monlau Motorsports. They will go into Saturday very, very happy indeed with their performance. Gonzalez to be fully 100% confirmed, but here in the box we think that is more than good enough to be on pole position for the first of the superheats tomorrow. 138 points out of a possible 150 on a day when the weather has wreaked havoc with the X30 juniors in terms of what strategy would be right and correct. That has mixed the order up, and well, a really, really good set of results there from Gonzalez to navigate their way through. That'll be, at the moment as things stand, 2nd, 1st and 2nd. Very, very good indeed. The question of who will be on pole position in 2nd of the superheats, I think that one's still up for grabs. Freddie Wood could go up the order a little bit more, so we'll check in with that in due course. Let's have a look at your provisional result from that one. It's a 1-2 for Monlau Motorsport on their Birrell ARTs. Novana Morales wins from pole. Ivan Gonzalez wins from 2nd. Expertly done by them as a team. Bruno Grüling is still in the mix. Last year's winner, P3. 4th for Roc Pinera, and George House strikes back after that difficult 2nd heat with a top 5. Aurelio Longitano, Antoine Venant, Priam Bruno, Lorenz de Kock and Romeo Mello all in the top 10. Max Endicott moved forward by 4 to 11th. Other notable drives, Leo Rocha up 11 spots to 16th. Also up 7 points, there was Cavan Hayes, although Cavan did have a technical flag and didn't serve it. I think there may be some more to come on that one. Unfortunately, moving the other way. Mathis Mouche has had a really tough day, down 9 places to P20. But there is your race winner, Novana Morales, who moves up into the top 8 again in the points. Let's have a look at some of the highlights then from that latest heat in X30 Junior. The race start, good for those on the inside. Antoine Venant up to 2nd place. Ivan Gonzalez having to play the patient game, as is regularly a thing here at Valencia with that long run through turn 1, slotted into P3. Bruno Grilling on the outside there in the number 27 for MDC, fighting in up the order. This was the move by last year's winner to get up to 5th place. And then pretty quickly, the Monlau Motorsport 1-2 train formed. They pushed away from the rest. Rock Pinheiro went down the inside of Antoine Venant. A bit of a strange race in a way, just never seemed to have the full pace. In the end, would finish P7. George House, last year's IAME Euro Series winner in X30 Mini, would get one of his strongest results of the week so far. Their thumbs up between the teammates, Morales and Gonzalez. A job well done, but still things to be decided. Still another race to go, of course, here in X30 Junior, who are getting their full program in for, I say, we've had a bit of weather disruption. If you weren't with us earlier, do go and check out the social media. The IAME Euro Series Instagram has those freakish conditions for earlier today. Right now, though, let's go down once again live to Parc Ferme and over to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Andrew Mather. Yes, indeed, bracing the wind, as always, here, Ivan Gonzalez. Congratulations. That is the intermediate classification points lead. Now 138. You're in a good spot, ready for tomorrow. Are you confident it can stay there and confident for tomorrow's racing?
Yeah, I'm confident for tomorrow's racing and
more.
yeah.
But tell us about that race there. You didn't go for the move there on Navarro Morales. Is that just because you were trying to help benefit a teammate to get through to tomorrow as well?
Yeah, I was trying to benefit my teammate, and so because he needed a point for tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be a very busy day tomorrow. What are you hoping weather-wise to happen? Do you still want some wind, or what do you want to happen? Sunshine?
I would like no wind and sun.
Wishful thinking. We'll see you tomorrow, Ivan.
Thank you.
Congratulations to him, indeed. Very wishful thinking, but we'll have to wait and see. One more junior race to go. We'll confirm who is definitely starting on pole for tomorrow's Superheats, and then, of course, we go into the minis. But the clouds are closing in. Will it rain again? We'll yet to see. Back up to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Yes, indeed, the clouds continuing to roll in here, and also getting to that part of the day where the sun starts to dip behind the hills. The air temperature will be dropping now as well. Just another little bit of a complication for the mechanics back in the paddock. As Anthony mentions, we've still got another race for X30 Junior coming up. This is going to be Groups B versus D. We'll keep, or try to keep, on top of the points situation as we head into this one. But let's take you through the bits that we do definitely know. It's the starting order for this next race. 8 laps, 11.5 kilometres, and it will begin with Freddie Wood leading them out from pole position. The Briton, having made the switch to Fusion Motorsports in the winter, has looked pretty good so far this week, and has got for company on that front row of the grid Leonidas Peruzzi in the number 67. Sukmani Kira on the inside of row number 2 will look to help her teammate at least, maybe even go for the win herself on the inside of row number 2 with Nilas Malik. Tony Cachafero and Alejandro Campos go from row 3. It's then Harriet Ferry and Max Cruz on row 4. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio goes from the inside of row number 5 with Miko Shervers. Archie Rogers-Tyler and Henry King form up row 6. Ludwig Ronquist had a bit of a quiet week so far. Starts on the inside of row 7 and is joined by George Quinlan. Row 8, Colby Patterson and Lorenzo Sacchetto. Pablo Reche and Tem Saslik go from row number 9. It's then Orion Meta and Charlie Blair on row 10. Teo Polican and Zoltan Koini row 11. Sophie Campbell and Stan Ziarko on row 12. Jamie Mulvey and John Foley Jr. row 13. John Jimenez and Martin Arroyo starts on row 14. Dario Velez, Carl Lundberg, Agnes Telsted and Philip Massard form out the 32-strong field. Oh dear, as we've got dramas already. One of the DMS has been around, that's Sophie Campbell, and I think Stanislav Ziarko. So both drivers who were meant to start, hopefully will still start on the 12th row of the grid. Having a problem there at the start of the formation lap. Right, let's do the dangerous thing, folks. Let's try and do maths live on the air. So 128 is a possible score for Freddie Wood if he wins this race,
Not
which
enough.
means, yes, he can still beat Venon. So he can't beat Gonzalez. I think, Gonzalez is locked in. pole for the first of the superheats. The pole for the second of the superheats, that's still up for grabs.
Certainly is. And we'll have to wait and see how it transpires. Wood will need to win it, of course, for that to happen. Reports on tyres on this one. Not too much to report apart from Felipe Massard back at the grid. The Luxembourg's gone for one new tyre on the front right. So something tells me that may have been a puncture or something from earlier on. It's just a replacement tyre. For the rest of this field, though, they're getting ready to go racing here. Andrew, past the red line there, no overtaking. You can see the wind is whipping the fumes on the karts there over. Usually it's like a big ball of it above the, yes, a cloud above it that sits above the karts. Yeah, not the case this time around as they head round that final corner then. It is a all-fusion top three on this one. Let's see how it transpires for the racing. We are racing now towards turn one. Good start for Lloyd. Kira following suit as well. Peruzzi has to slot in, but he slots into third here. The rest of them try to file their way through. Nilis Malik, Tony Cachefero also in a good spot there. But it still needs to work their way through. A lot of karts running over the curb there. Some maybe a bit too much over that curb. The back end of the kart stepping out. You can see how everyone is just trying to file their way through. One of the BMRs there in the background, Nilis Malik of Denmark, trying to fend off an MDC of Tony Cachefero, the Andorran, who had troublesome races earlier on, certainly needing to get the good results in this one. Wheel to wheel there just in the background, and the MDC is going to lose out there, is Tony Cachefero, so needs to go back to the drawing board. But it's only the start of lap number one. The rest of the racing still yet to go. It's still a Fusion 1-2-3 at the moment with Freddie Wood, Sukmani Kira and Leonidas Peruzzi. 1-2-3.
Good work at the moment by the Fusions. They're in a nice bit of control of this one as Peruzzi looks down the inside, takes second place away from Sukmani Kira. Alejandro Campos has impressed me today. He's had some very good race speed in that number 39 machine for Spirit Karting. So it is the heavyweight teams coming to the fore once again here in X30 Junior. Fusion, Spirit, BMR, MDC, all in the top six, and then a few newer names. Lorenzo, oh, now someone was off a long way off the road there, taking an alternative rallycross line of the Lucas Guerrero circuit. Now the question was, who was it? I think was it Spirit out there? It's the number 46. Of Stanislav Siakis, who's having quite an adventure this race.
Someone else is having an adventure. Is our camera up out there, who I think may have just fallen over. I do hope they're okay. This actually is working out really well for Freddie Wood here, Andrew. He's got two rear gunner of teammates now to help push him through to a pole position start. Now, of course, it is the team game up until, of course, that final. Are they going to be the perfect teammates and hold there from Alejandro Campos, or are they going to... well, end up fighting a little bit and start making a mess of things?
We have seen Fusion drivers fight each other before.
We have.
Particularly in the early stages of the season. They all want to be the top dollar driver as Sukmani Kira goes down the inside on Peruzzi. That's what I mean. Just because they're teammates doesn't mean that they're going to race each other hard. Campos read that well. In fact, Campos now up to second place.
Yeah, and now Woods lost his two rear gunners because they were scrapping for position. They're still scrapping for position here, and they've allowed the Spirit Karting driver to sneak up into second place. And now Wood, yes, still has an advantage here, but does not have any teammates between himself and someone who will not care about going for a move into any turn.
And here goes Kira back down the inside, so that's a good move.
Quickly.
And gets the two rear gunner position back for Freddie Wood. And in effect, this is very good for Freddie Wood because Freddie Wood goes into time trial mode and just breaks away from the rest of the field. And you're absolutely right, Anthony. It's win or not get pole because it's, remember, 6 points in these heats. You get 50 for a race win. Oh dear, 41's gone round this time. It's Martin Santos Arucho. Thankfully, Acuricho rather is back into the safety of the dummy grid area, ably assisted by Dan Ashton there. But yes, remember, 6 points, 50 points if you get a win, 44 if you get second place. So 6 points the difference, and it's 5 points that Wood currently has over Reynolds. So he wants to slip down to second place. He would lose that pole position for the second superheat tomorrow. Under investigation, number 33, Charlie Blair. That's one of the DMS runners
Here's
currently in 19th place. Is Malik going for it here? Not quite able to get through on Campos, so it's still the top 5 as they were.
Yeah, indeed, Malik just looking for the move there at turn 1, but like you mentioned, not happening. Lorenzo Di Pierantonio, fastest driver out there, 58.207. That's a nice stat to have. And is currently sitting in P7, so still in a good position. Teo Polican just behind, 13 places gained. Andrew currently sitting in P8.
Similar, a bit of symmetry here with Polican to his teammate in the seniors, Clem Dutron. 13 places gained in this one. That's not the first time we've seen Polican racing through. So like Dutron, may well be starting a little bit higher up the grid tomorrow for the Super Heats. We'll be interested to see if that kind of progress can continue. Here's a good scrap down the inside, Tony Cacciafero. Tony really fighting back up the order, had that disaster in the first round of heats, went off at turn 14. MDC team have done a great job getting that kart back together, getting Tony in his mind back together and racing forward. That's a good move for P4.
Yeah, it is indeed, and now with Kieran Peruzzi squaring themselves away again. They've closed back in on Wood, so still the 3 of them leading the way. Back down the inside, Campos going for the move there on Nilas Malik. He's retaken that one away and steps up into 5th place. Andrew, the wind howling once more. It's back with vengeance, I will say, as the building here shakes, and the drivers, I can imagine, getting quite a good a chunk of it as well out there. Down the back straight they go. Tony Cacciafero clear now from the chasing 3, starting to close in, could potentially be a threat to the drivers up ahead, but time very quickly running out as Sukmani Kira all over the rear bumper of Freddie Wood now. An overtake here would mean that no pole position for Freddie Wood. Is that something on the cards for Sukmani Kira, or is she going to think team game here?
This is going to be one of those situations where a racing driver has to really fight.
Yeah, the urge.
The urge. I'm sure Dan Hazelwood and the Fusion team will have had a plan for this one. We've seen them do it many times in IAME Euro Series. We've seen them do it in their national championships as well. They run, or at least try to, run a very tight ship. And there's not a lot to be gained for Sukmani Kira going for the move here. You know, a win here would be nice, but in the grander picture, it would only gain her 1 place in the IC. So it's a much of nothing at this stage of the event, whether you're starting. You know, it's going to be somewhere on the 2nd row at the moment for Sukmani Kira. So I think at the moment, you know, she's very experienced, raced in lots of various different categories, backed by the Alpine Race Her Academy as well, have been training fantastically. And you can just see from the body language right now, I've said this and been wrong before, but I think she's going to stay put there in 2nd place.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, we're already on the final lap. Turn 1 would have been a perfect opportunity to go for that move, but that has not happened there. And like you say, as Andrew was saying there, a real development for this young lady here, Sukmani Kira. And as you can see now, she's, I think, backed off a little bit to not force anything that might happen there, giving Freddie Wood the confidence that she's not going for any move here, and Freddie Wood looking at a pole position start here. It's worked out in the end then for the Fusion Motorsport team, for their pilot of Freddie Wood, as he makes his way round the back straight now in towards the final chicane. Freddie Wood claims enough points not to take the pole overall, but will start on pole position for the 2nd of those Super Heats tomorrow. Freddie Wood secures pole position for Super Heat 2 in the juniors for Saturday's final day here in Valencia. Sukmani Kira takes 2nd with that one, steps up to 7th in the points overall. Leonidas Peruzzi as well, a good run there, steps up to 6th in the points. And I'm sure we'll still be happy with that one. Tony Cacciafero taking 4th overall. Lorenzo Di Pierantonio taking 5th ahead of Nilas Malik. Alejandro Campos from Miko Schuers. Archie Rogers-Tyler from Teo Polican. Ludwig Granqvist from Zoltan Korny. Orion Meta, still a good result in that one. That could still mean good things for Orion Meta going into tomorrow, possibly into that final as well after that race win of the inspired move to go for the wet tyres earlier on today. Harrods Ferry taking P14 ahead of Colby Patterson, who locks out the top 15. There is those results then on your screen. See the gaps that have formed up there at the front. Very, very small indeed for the three Fusions that come away with one of their drivers starting on pole position for tomorrow's Superheats. Good work by them. The rest of the results on your screen there. Campbell finishing in 16th place ahead of Blair. Foley Jr. in 18th from Zucchetto. Sazlik from Mulvey. King from Jimenez. Velez from Quillen. Zarco and Massard, who round out the top 27. Cruz, Telstad, and Reccio rounds out the top 30. Lundberg and Santos, unfortunately, are the retirements. Crucio as well in that one, the number 41 machine, not making it to the end there, though. Freddie Wood, I'm sure, delighted with those results. Strong performance in qualifying. Continued that strong performance in the qualifying heats. This is the start of the race. You can see the wind really strong at the start of these races, continues to be strong now as the racing got underway. Freddie Wood seemingly able to break away, had the rear gunners of Sukmani Kira and Leonidas Peruzzi. They did start to fight away. That was that overtake. Now that's the initial overtake for Leonidas Peruzzi. I understand that overtake now. Those points for Peruzzi just putting ahead would make sure that it's definitely a clear of Sukmani Kira, who had 107 points from the 112 from Leonidas Peruzzi, but still with their positions that they had. Tony Cacciafero, good little drive on this one. Did push up quite nicely, ending up finishing in 4th place for that race as across the line. Freddie Wood, uncontested by teammates, secures that pole position start for tomorrow. Let's head down though to Parc Ferme and over to Andrew Mather.
Thank you very much, Anthony, here with our latest race winner, Freddie Wood. Great job there, not just by yourself, but by the whole team.
Yeah, very well. Drove the heat quite well. Sukmani definitely helped in the end to secure the pole position with the Superheat.
And how pleasing is that? Because you've just moved into this team. You've raced against Sukmani and the others a lot over the last few years, but you're the new boy in the awning, and in some ways it can be a bit annoying that you're coming in and beating them, but no, it's good camaraderie between you as teammates.
Yeah, it's very good to have the teammate support and to know that they can help me get into the positions as well as they can. I can return the favour at some point in the future.
Weather's been so tricky today. What's the biggest thing that you've learnt?
Well, both my 2 heats were on slicks in the wet, and then the final one was dry, luckily. But definitely had to learn how to drive slicks in the wet, but it's definitely helpful.
Good stuff. Freddie, thank you for your time. We'll see you on pole position tomorrow in that Superheat. Anthony, back to you in the box.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, indeed, in a timely manner, because the Minis have headed out onto the circuit now for their final rotation of qualifying heats. Next race is Mini X30, qualifying heat A versus C. It is Charles Clough who currently leads the way with 100 points to his name. A win here could give him maximum points and securing pole position, and he started on pole position alongside fellow countryman Mason Hibbert. Nicholas Mate and Nicholas Lopez go from row number 2. There we'll see Tiago Huertas and Guillaume Cole on row number 3. Achilles Peruzzi and Paul Dussart go from row number 4. Leo Devive and Mattis Pearsons go from row number 5. There we'll see Eduardo Oliveira and Isaac Yoon on row 6. Oliver Woodall and Timio Yanin, they go from row number 7. Milo Cornel and Arturo Geronimo go from row number 8. Matteo Campobello and Arthur Konovalov go from row number 9, with Corey Loynt and Arthur Pontaine on row number 10. Row 11 sees Laurent Sommer, and there we'll see Atogani on row number 11. Row 12, Guillaume Aguirre and Ollie Telstad, with Luis Paternotte running out the 13 rows, 25 carts. Eduardo Oliveira, though, for the Art Pro Racing, the Portuguese driver, having some discrepancies. I think I have just heard a cart go underneath the commentary box. Was that a late arrival to the circuit? Or it is indeed. So I think that may have been Eduardo Oliveira that has only just made his way out onto the circuit. There is the 438 confirmation of that one. Troubles in the pre-grid area. Now, pretty sure all these drivers will be on the slick tyres, of course. And I know there was a lot of hesitance when I was walking down to go and chat to one of the drivers. I snuck through the assembly area before they got to the grid. A lot of karts on the slick tyres, a lot of karts with no wheels on them, waiting for the last possible moment to decide what they're going for. And a lot of people looking at the clouds. Now, the wind is still blowing the clouds this way, but they seem to have stalled at some point or have now suddenly decided to change direction. As you can see there in the background, the clouds looming, but it doesn't look like we're under threat at this point in the significant future. Out of the final corner then. This is an important one for Charles Clough. Can he take that outright pole position away from the rest? We are racing towards turn number 1. Solid start for the inside row, but the outside row, Mason Hibbert trying to carry the speed around, is going to slot down to 3rd, maybe even 4th, maybe even 5th place on that one. Has not been the start for the young Briton. Charles Clough, though, has had the good start, has brought Nicolas Mattei and Thiago Huertas for company alongside. Bit of drama through turns 3 and 4. 1 or 2 karts going off the track, but crucially the rest all good. Now that there is the 419, I believe, that's had drama. Now that is Arthur Pontaine, the Frenchman for the PB Sport. He's had a big moment. Same for Nicolas Lopez, because it looks like he's missed a section out.
Yes, not too uncommon around this part of the circuit through the first sector. Charles Clough needs, by my very unofficial calculations, 5th or more to secure pole position for the first of the superheats, irrespective of what anybody else does either in this one or the second one. Nearly 3 wide as they run into the final chicane, but Mason Hibbert wins out in that battle. So Clough leads from Peruzzi, Hibbert, Huertas, Mattei, Dussart, Cole, Isaac Yoon, Pearsons and Cornell, your top 10 at the end of the first lap.
Nicolas Mattei there going for the move on Huertas. Dussart trying to follow through as well. This is all fighting for 4th, 5th and 6th place as it's ground to a halt there. Now, is that the XL of Milo Cornell?
Oh, it's the leader.
It is the leader. No, it's the 429. Charles Clough, who needed the win on this one, is out, and that will lose him pole position and a significant deficit in the intermediate classification.
This is the return of the 2025 look, I'm fear, for Charles Clough. Now, that points tally is going to update in a moment. He had a huge lead in these scores. I say his closest opposition going into this final round, I want to say, was Alfie Davidson, and Alfie Davidson was 15 points back. Yes, he was. But now this is going to open the door for drivers mainly in the second race. Clough is, no, he's not going to lead out at the end of this one. Hibbert now takes the lead in the points. So Hibbert up in second place, now goes to 122 and clubhouse leader, as it were. But there's a good number of drivers outside of this top 5 at the moment, a little bit further down, who can move past that tally of Mason Hibbert in this this second race yet to go.
No, indeed. I mean, you look at the points there, and yeah, all of those drivers are currently in this race. For the rest of them, it's trying to push their way forward. Now, who's going to be the highest one of those drivers who is in the next race? Bordenova possibly in that area. And he's going to be starting on pole position for that one. So that's really opened up the outright pole position in this one. So very unclear who could potentially take that one in the minis. Down the back straight we go. Peruzzi leads the way from Hibbert. Hibbert under pressure from Dussart. Now, Dussart's not going to go for the move into that final chicane. Could be something happening in towards turn 1 if he feels like he might have the legs, or is he thinking bigger picture and closing into Peruzzi? He's gone for bigger picture, and the two have closed in on the race leader. It is line astern now as they head in towards turn number 3.
So, second half of this race then. Unlikely that the either of the superheat pole position winners are going to come from this one, but stranger things have happened, and again, with the clouds rolling in, nobody should be counting their luck here today. It has been back and forth, a really, really difficult proposition for many of the drivers to open their international karting seasons. I tell you what, Ilyas Sami might have a chance as well. He's well positioned in the points. Again, another one not in this race at the moment. Let's have a little look further down the order on your timing tower. Matteo Campobello for PJM up 9 places into the top 10. So that's the 4:32 running very well, having a good scrap with Mattis Pearson's 7th place, just towards the back of your screen now, coming through. Also, Corey Lyons, you can always spot Corey, a new generation of tribute helmets. He races in a Lando Norris tribute helmet. Is up to P9. I know what you're going to say.
Well, no, I won't say anything. They like their fan helmets. You know, it's one of those. I've seen so many drivers who have got fan favourite helmets.
Yeah.
I've seen Leclerc helmets out there.
Yeah.
We've seen Michael Schumacher helmets out there. I've seen Lewis Hamilton replica helmets out there. You know, it's they're heroes. You know,
Yeah.
these are some of the youngest drivers. They're still of that age where those drivers are their heroes. They aspire to be them. And, you know, they just want to represent that. And it's always actually quite nice to see. Yeah, I won't say anything to that.
I thought you were going to go along the train of Lando Norris originally started his career with a tribute helmet towards your boy Valentino Rossi.
Well, yes, that's true, because, I had Valentino Rossi helmets as well when I was riding my motorbike. So, you know, I'm not a fan yet. Right, here we go. Over the line now. And here we go. We're going to get the change.
Yep.
Hibbert's going for it. Dussart follows. Peruzzi down to 3rd. And there we go. That was going to be an expected move at some point. And we do see it into the trailing end of this race. We're on lap 6 of 7.
And other good drives to note. Luis Patinotte had a really tough day yesterday, but the EGP racing team, Eichmann's team, have done a good job there. Up 12 places in this race into 13th and not done. In fact, only less than 5 seconds off the lead. That's a really good run for Luis. Changes at the front once again. The 407 working to hold this lead. Hibbert leads it. Peruzzi, that's a definitive point forward to say, let's keep working together here, because now the Fusion train is out of the station once again. Very furious pointing forward from Achilles Peruzzi for Mason Hibbert to not defend, but that's what Hibbert's going to do. Peruzzi's got no option really to go down the inside. That's a great overtake and a brilliant bit of driving there from Paul Dussart as well. End of lap number 6 onto the final tour of the circuit. This is still up for grabs here. I tell you what, Tiago Huertas is also not out of this one. Where has Huertas come from? All of a sudden, up to P3.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's right there now on that Milan Motorsport kart. A bit squirrely under braking, but still in a good spot. Mason Hibbert, though, back down the inside. Hibbert could still take away this outright pole if he can gain a couple more places in this one. The points are still very, very close here. But Hibbert needs to gain one more spot, maybe even 2 if possible. But he's going to look to the inside here now. Dussart will go defensive. That will keep the likes of Huertas in place. Peruzzi in the lead now, the up and under, bit of wheel rubbing there, but just squeezes through and denies the likes of Huertas to get through. That could be enough to give Hibbert the outright lead in the points. If we can hold this second place, we have to wait and see what happens with the points as they cross the line, because right now I really can't be bothered to do any maths. They head into that final chicane. It's going to be Peruzzi who's going to take the win. It's a photo finish at the back end there, but it's going to be Hibbert. Hibbert will take it, only by 3 points.
Oh, close run affair there. Achilles Peruzzi wins it, takes another 50 points, but as you say, Anthony, Mason Hibbert, virtue of that 44 score, takes the lead in the clubhouse. However, there are quite a few drivers who could beat his tally of 122 points from a possible 150 with the next X30 mini heat. But that aside, great drive once again from Achilles Peruzzi. Does like this place, and that's a good sign for tomorrow as well for the driver based in the UAE that has come from P7 and found a way to win. The races get longer tomorrow, of course, when we get to the super heats, and then the big ones, the final for the IAME Winter Cup in 2026. Looks like the rain is starting to roll back in now. It's done this several times today, a couple of times. It's really come down with some force, but probably more times than not. It's been that psychological rain, but more on that later. Let's take you through the provisional results for qualifying Heat A versus C in X30 Mini, and it's turning into another good day for Fusion Motorsport, one of the powerhouses in X30 racing. A 1-2 for them. Peruzzi from Hibbert by 1.3 seconds. Paul Dussard third. Good run there for 2N Racing, who will be in the mix tomorrow. One of the strong squads from France. DRM Racing team, they're starting to get a few results together. P4 for Leo Devahive, and then for Monlau Motorsport as well. The biggest forces from Spain, from the host nation, Tiago Huertas, P5. Pearson's fourth, Campobello up 10 to 7th. Cole, Corey Lyons, and Nico Mate all in the top 10. Your biggest mover in that race was Luis Patanote for the Eichmann's GP racing team, up 13 spots to 12th place. Unfortunately going the other way, Nicolas Lopez down 13 to 17th. Let's have a look at some of the highlights then. At the moment, well, at this moment, it looked all good for Charlie Clough at the front of the field. Needed to get the top 5 to lock his pole position for Superheat 1 in. A couple of drivers running wide through turns 3 and 4, but then disaster struck the early race leader. Clough out of the race. Your heart has to go out, and just despair there for the chance of being at the front of the grid for one of the Superheats tomorrow gone. Form at the front of the field, the 2 Fusions and the 2N Racing machine at the front. Achilles Peruzzi doing a good job there in the 462, and I tell you what, he'll be in a good position tomorrow on the grid. He's second in the IC as things stand, and that will likely change, but not too much. I reckon we're going to see Peruzzi up in probably the first 2 rows on some form of Superheat tomorrow. Takes the race win, but Mason Hibbert with that P2 means he outscores Peruzzi by just 3 points in the end, 122 to 119. But as we've mentioned several times in this race, very much up for grabs, both of the pole positions in the Superheats tomorrow. Right, let's head down to Parc Fermé once again. Over to you, Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Andrew Mather, here with our race winner from that one, Achilles Peruzzi. Great run for you on that one. Good points on the board, but still another race to go. How are you feeling after today's racing?
I'm feeling more confident after this win, after this heat win, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Indeed, plenty of action tomorrow. The races get a little bit longer tomorrow as well, but final still up for grabs, do you think?
Yeah, I'm just gonna push and try my hardest for the final.
Excellent. Well, Achilles, congratulations. Well done on that win. We'll let you come inside. Mason Hibbert, come on over. Mason, current points leader. Good work from you. That last overtake certainly helped out, and that's put you into the points lead. But there, like you say, still one more race to go, but still confident that this could be possible for you?
Yeah, definitely.
Talk us about tomorrow. What's the game plan?
Just do the best I can.
Yeah. And how about today? Have you enjoyed the weather?
Yeah, I mean, the second heat didn't go to plan, as I obviously spun, but I think the first and third heat went pretty good.
Yeah, excellent. Well, congratulations to you. We'll see you potentially on pole position tomorrow.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. One more Mini X30 race to go, and I can see some seniors getting ready as well.
Good to hear. So we may still get the full complement of races in. Brilliant work by the whole RGMMC and Lucas Guerrero crew here at the circuit to see what we can do to keep racing going. We will definitely get this one in. X30 Mini Groups B and D. There are going to be quite a few drivers in this one who have a chance of taking one of the 2 pole positions on offer for the Superheats tomorrow. But they aren't necessarily the drivers starting at the very front of the field. One of them is Aaron Bordenova goes into this race with a 4th and a 2nd, which should be 82 points. So would need 3rd place, for example, to get past Mason Hibbert's score. We'll keep you up to date with all of the mathematics as we go along. Let's first of all give you the order of business of the starting grid for this last X30 Mini qualifying heat for the 2026 IAME Winter Cup to decide who starts where for the Superheats tomorrow. France's Aaron Bordenova will start on pole position. Great qualifying yesterday. He will pilot his Alonso car from the front of the field. Joy Alaman, the younger sister of Dan Alaman, who doesn't really seem that long ago since Dan was in the Minis. She's taking things from 2nd place on the grid. It's then Marvin Bai for Sweden on the inside of row number 2. Dimi Uzanov as well. Plenty of new names in this particular race. That's his 2nd row. Aidan Valio, Ben Eiten, that's row 3. We've both seen them before in this level. Ollie Surley and Martin Rodriguez, row 4. Daniel Yoon and Valentino Pachoy in row 5. Alfie Davidson is one of those with a good chance mathematically of taking one of these poles. Is alongside his new Fusion Motorsport teammate Bodie Batch on row 6. Ilias Sami, I think by our calculations, could also do it. Starts on row 7 alongside Luca Pavel, who also might. So we'll confirm in due course, but I think Luca Pavel might have a chance as well from row 7. Ilan Timothan, Chester Forks, that's row 8. Bram Connings and Ben Bernard, row 9. They both had good runs last time out in round 2. Martin Chekin Gomez and Nathan Vigion go from row 10. Ollie West and Sirbul Balaslama go from row 11. Artur Loureiro and Eduardo Alessandro start on row 12. And then Jim Wolfe will be looking for the heroics again twice so far today. Jim Wolfe has torn through the field. Unfortunately, the second race, that progress was slightly arrested. So he needs another good point score here. From 25th on the grid, 25 runners in this one. I do believe we've got them all out on circuit when our information updates in due course.
Yeah, my timing screen hasn't updated either in the box. Someone tell Ian Rogers to put 50p in meter, and hopefully we can get that one going. Right, for these drivers here now, this is obviously, as you were mentioning, a very important one for them. That's always fun. Page unresponsive on my timing screen. I will be back in due course, I'm sure, with that. There we go, holding on for dear life. Again, the marshals there with their yellow flags. I've got timing back, by the way. So that's all good. And they're all out there, which is good to see. Like you say, Hibbert's points at the moment, 122. Peruzzi 119. Clough with 112. Good all change at the end of this race. Into the tram lines.
No.
We are racing.
Oh, we are
green and racing. The graphic didn't update on the screen. And it's a good start for the field. It's a very good start for the outside row, but it's not a good start in the background there. And that's a huge moment. Up and over is Ben Bernard. And that is an absolute disaster for him. Marshals on the scene to assist the driver, but that's an up and over there. Never a nice thing to see. I think Luca Pavel also was involved in that moment with many more, but they've all got going. It is just the driver of the 460 of Ben Bernhard who's had that moment out there, and I can see red flag has come out for the first time this weekend. It's our first stoppage, and because that is a first lap moment here,
full reset.
It's a full reset, so a lot's about to happen now, Andrew. This is going to be a refresher in my mind from last year. So red flag on the first lap. They're going to be stopped on the start-finish straight. There's going to be a repair window, usually allocated 15 minutes, or anyone who's got any damage, any nose cones are reset, and the grid is put back to normal, depending if all karts can get back to that grid, of course. Now, this is going to be a timely delay now, and a delay that we couldn't really afford with daylight.
Yeah, this may put pay, if you're just joining us and not fully up to speed with the situation, the problem that the race officials, the challenge that the race officials will have is, if they are to start the next race, which on the original schedule would be D versus E for the seniors, you've then got to commit. You've got to do all three. So every one of the seniors has done the same number of races. We are currently at 5:28 local time here at the circuit. On the original schedule, that D versus E senior race was meant to start in 2 minutes. That's clearly not going to happen. And we have seen here before, you know, when we're packing up and getting ready to go back to where we stay overnight, the light goes very, very quickly here in Spain at this time of year. So we'll see.
Yeah,
I think we'll still get this minis race in. I think that'll be fine because, as I say, the original schedule had us running through till a race start at 6:10. So that'll be okay, but yeah, a bit questionable as well. We'll see those seniors
Sunset is in an hour from now, but there are mountains in front of where the sun... So the sun sets a lot earlier than that. It's already starting to get a bit dimmer. Obviously, we've still got bright blue sky at this moment, but a lot of clouds still in the air. It's going to be a knife edge at the moment. Unfortunately, no floodlighting here at the Valencia circuit. So you can imagine all the drivers are going to do everything they can to help the officials out to get those karts back into an order. obviously, while this is happening, we do hope that driver at turn 1 is okay. I can see they've cleared the track already. That's quite quick, but the problem is that they've got to reset any nose cones that have happened, and if anyone's taken any damage from that crash there, they've still got to give them a repair window.
Yeah, obviously for anyone watching at home and around the circuit, we know what we know, and usually in this situation it's not particularly a lot, so so don't take any of our words as
gospel. That's what's happening. Yeah,
Ben Bernard did walk away.
He did.
You know, with a marshal nearby, that's a positive sign. So we very much hope that Ben's okay. I hate it when it happens to someone who's just joined.
Yeah,
as you know, has done a bit of national racing. This is the first big international race with the IAME Euro Series paddock, and for that, and he's raced really well, race 2. So hopefully Ben is okay, and for all of those following the Bernard story, we'll get you more news as and when we receive it. The pause is a little good opportunity, though, to run through the myriad of different possibilities in this one. Stress, folks, if you're new to commentaries between me and him, where I'm doing
him
silly
as
maths, a name. These are very unofficial. I just want to get
100%
that out there.
100%
unofficial. I have 5 drivers in this race having a chance of getting some form of pole position. Alfie Davidson's won. Aaron, these are in order of their points after round 2. Alfie Davidson's won 85 at the moment. Aaron Bordenova on 82. Ilias Sami 82. Luca Pavel is on 71. So Luca Pavel can't get pole for superheat, the first superheat, but could for the second one, because he could get past Peruzzi and everybody else could have a few problems out there. Same story for Dimitar Uzunov, but both of those cases are, they've got to win the race, they've got to get the full 50 points. So good news, I think, for all of those 5 drivers that they were in the mix with the demise, unfortunately, of Charlie Clough in that previous race. He will score points, will Charlie, so he's not going to completely fall out of things. In fact, yeah, he's still in 3rd place at the moment on the points standing. But Hibbert and Peruzzi at the moment have a little bit of a longer wait to see if they have a little bit of a mini miracle out there and hold on to those 1st and 2nd positions in the qualifying heats points, as the drivers try and keep themselves engaged and entertained, occupied.
Yeah.
Chester Fawkes in the centre there, Bodie Batch on the left-hand side. Ilias Sami's just walked off of screen, and Alfie Davidson behind. 4 drivers who all know each other very, very well. They've not raced on this stage a lot together, but they have, of course, in their national championships.
Yes. So the bit we're waiting for now, Andrew, is, of course, that window of that repair window.
Yeah.
Is it going to happen is the question. Because if everyone there on that grid is okay and fine and has got no damage and it's all good, as far as we're concerned, they could just go. We're just to go. But if anyone has got damage, it was a sizable moment down there, then they have to give it, that repair window. I've seen the graphic update on my screen. I'm not going to call that out for the time being, because it might just be because they're changing to things.
And the other side of this, of course, is Ben Bernard of the kart may be okay, but if obviously Ben has gone into a protocol, or I assume he's gone into a protocol with medical staff, their word goes. You know, if the medics say, no, Ben, sorry, you're not racing in this one, that could decide it. I'm sure Ben will want to race. You know, he will want to get going, but that's you know, safety paramount, and that's always the worry when you see a kart go upside down like that. We're going to take a short break here at the Lucas Guerrero circuit. More racing here from X30 Mini coming up shortly.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, you know, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Meneva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. You are just joining us. You are watching live coverage here of the 2026 edition of the IAME Winter Cup. We've just had a brief red flag moment on the opening laps, an unfortunate rollover for Ben Bernhard, but hopefully he is all okay from that, and I believe he is being seen by the medical teams in the medical centre as we speak. The race will resume. It'll be a full race restart. Doesn't look like we've had that repair window, so I think Ben's not going to rejoin this race. I think the kart's total. They're not going to have the time to sort it out. No one else actually had any damage from that, which means there was no need for that repair window. They could just get straight on with it.
Yeah, it's one of those really unlucky scenarios. Obviously, we're not showing the replay until it's absolutely 100% clear that everything is okay. But it looked on initial view as if it was wheel-to-wheel contact and just a really unlucky transfer of energy into Bernard's kart. So the drivers get themselves back into the groove. This is not how they would have expected to do things in this last heat, but now they've got to focus. Now they've got to concentrate on the job at hand, which for, we reckon, is 5 drivers in this race. Could be work that gets them a pole position for tomorrow's superheats. Every driver gets through to the superheats, remember, but that top 36 cutoff will apply for the final. Not everybody is going to get into the main event on Saturday afternoon, which you'll be able to be live with us all the way through. There are your points at the moment. Hibberton 122, Peruzzi 119, Clough, in fact all 5 of those drivers, they're in the clubhouse and done for the day. So it is a little bit further down there. Davidson on 85 is the highest ranked driver right here, right now, who's in this race. Remember, it's 50 points for a race win, so Davidson does have a little bit of margin to beat Hibbert's tally. The trouble, though, is he starts on the 6th row of the grid, Anthony.
Yeah, indeed. That's a lot of work to be done from there, but not impossible. We have seen drivers do that today, to be fair, and we've seen drivers even do it from further away. Granted, there may have been help with having a completely different tyre compound on, but
game's the game.
The game's the game, and they could possibly do so as, my goodness me, again, the wind just randomly, every now and then, just picks up massively, and then a huge gust of wind comes through, and it's those gusts of winds that can be risky to the drivers, especially at certain parts of the track. It could all go P-tong. Here we go into the tram lines. We are racing, and I think there that someone was a bit of ahead of the driver alongside them, and that could spell disaster at the end of it, but we are green and racing. And it's a good start there for Aaron Bordenova. He's held on to the lead, but round the outside there goes the, it's a Birol car I can see. Is that Uzanov that's managed to get through? Dimitar Uzanov into the race lead.
Oh, Dimi Uzanov showing once again. I like this kid. I think he's got some good reading of a road ahead of him. As I say, he's been doing lots of different categories over the last 2 years with very much the mind of he's younger than the rest of them.
And that's what I was thinking, yeah.
Joy Alaman, under investigation, potential start procedure infringement. But track time is so important for the drivers, but also race time, learning how the racing works. And Dimi Uzanov has the early lead here. Is in with the DK Academy awning this weekend. A lot of work by Jason Drench back in the UK. Change of lead again. Bordenova back to the front. So Bordenova's going to shoot to the top of the table here. Yeah, does indeed. He's got a 10-point margin over Hibbert. So Bordenova could finish second and still hold on to this lead. The crucial thing is, where is Alfie Davidson? Alfie Davidson up 3 spots to 8th. 7th place at the moment, Chester Forks. That's a good wheel to follow if you're Alfie Davidson, because Chester's done a lot of overtaking, as you can see in the background. Doing so again, going wheel to wheel with Aidan Valio. But still very much all to play for. Bordenova leading the race, leading the points. Davidson now up to 4th. Uzanov holding 5th in the points as things stand.
Yeah, indeed. Now this is a risky one for the rest of the field. There's 2 drivers now, line astern. They could break away here from the rest of the field unless the likes of Olisuli can sort something out, unless Daniel Yoon can do something about this as well. But again, it's going to be a really tough effort to do so. You can see how spread out they are. Now, there is a bigger group, but just behind them as well, that's got the likes of Yoon, Vallejo, Mbaye, Forks, Davidson in that fight as well, just in the background. They could do something about it if there's long enough left in this race. We are lap 2, or I think lap 3 at this point. Yeah, so we have completed 2 laps. We're on lap 3 now. But yeah, still a long way to go.
Yeah, a good example there from Dimi Uzanov of why I like his style of racing and the way he does it. He had a very definitive look over his right shoulder there. Where's third place? One look, that's all he needs, gets the data needed to then decide, yeah, let's keep following here with Aaron Bordenova. Try and take this one a little bit deeper and maybe make a move on the last couple of laps. It's a pretty standard set of tactics in this level, cadet and inter mini level racing. For some changes in the mid-pack, Bodie Batch is up to 7th place, just in the background there, ahead of Alfie Davidson. It's not really going Alfie Davidson's way at the moment in this race. Needs to be further up the order. At the moment, he's actually down on Peruzzi and Hibbert in the points. So right now, Hibbert is holding on to a pole position. It would be in the second of the superheats and has got a 7-point advantage over Davidson.
Yeah, he's been quite lucky with this one, with the drivers starting quite far back in this race. But like you say, there is still time to slowly creep away at that one. Bordenova, fastest driver out there, is being benefited by this fight. Speaking of helping out on that one, Chester Forks on the move, 2 for 1. 2 corners, steps up nicely.
So really good stuff there. Again, from Chester Forks, Daniel Yoon shuffled down to there. So so that is all over 4th place. That's good news for Alfie Davidson and for Ilyas Sami. We'll bring that battle a little bit closer to them in 8th and 9th places. 2.4 seconds the gap now between the leader and 3rd place. And yeah, Uzanov is just going to hold here and be in the slipstream, push Bordenova along a little bit here and there. Ooh, may have a chance here because that was a bit rough from Bordenova over the curbs through the chicane, but no, thinks better of it. Another very decisive look over the shoulder, eyes back forward, concentrate on the job in hand. Bordenova as well doing a great job, not getting too ruffled, can sense. It's a funny thing, a driver's 6th sense of knowing, yeah, this guy's not going to go and overtake me right now, so I just remain focused on the eyes ahead. And, had that great TQ pole position yesterday, and he's looking good at the moment for being on pole position again tomorrow. Yeah,
indeed. And this is really good, strong spots down the inside there. Very, very close indeed. Brodie Batch and Alfie Davidson there. Lana Sturd just able to get it through.
I do believe that will be the last race of the day. This one that's on now will be the last race of the day.
Oh, there it is. Confirmation then of it. I just had a sinking feeling, Andrew. I went down to go and do that interview. I saw the seniors getting ready, and I was like, well, OK, yeah, they're going to try and go for it. We've got enough daylight to do it. That delay there, though, on top of the delays we've had with the weather, I think it's just clipped us over too late. The sun will be completely set by the time we're going into the last race, and it'll be black. It'll be pitch black here. Yeah. You wouldn't be able to see anything, and then we mess up tomorrow's timetable because we'd have to run that last race because we'd started the other 2. It's the right call, but yeah, a big shame for the seniors there.
It is what it is.
It is what it
is. What it is for the seniors. I'm sure they'll be.
Oh dear, there's been a breakdown out of 3 and 4 in the chicane. I think the driver's quite high up. Daniel Yoon, it was. In the XL, he was quite high up in that order. He's looking pretty strong. Unfortunately, it's coughed out on him, and he's not going any further in this race.
I think there was a double naughty cart kick there from a very frustrated, understandably frustrated driver. Yeah, Chester Forks notes is up to 3rd place in this one, a gain of 13. Again, a driver I would keep an eye on tomorrow when we get to the superheats in the final. Chester has a very never-give-up attitude and had a very impressive run in his cadet years. He was on the podium at every single round of his national championship 2 years ago in a restricted form of what the racing that you're seeing now. There is that battle for 3rd place with Aidan Vallejo, who I also think is going to be in the mix tomorrow. Knows this circuit very, very well. And Always bet on one of the host nation drivers from Spain looking pretty good. But we're on the final lap. It's not been the most dramatic of final races for the Minis, but a very professional job done here by Aaron Bordenova, who is half a lap away from securing pole position.
Yeah, I say that. He's starting to go defensive here, Andrew. It might all come to blows if Uzanov decides to go for the move here, but at the moment it's not happened. No attacks coming this time around at the exit of turn 13. Down the back straight we go. It's still a defensive posture from Bordenova halfway down that straight. Is Uzanov going to feel like he might go for something here? He's going to look to the outside. It's not close enough just yet. He sticks in behind. It's not going to happen. Over the line, Bordenova takes the win, and with that takes pole position, provisionally of course, for the Superheats tomorrow. Mason Hibbert as well also provisionally has a pole position for tomorrow's Superheat. And he knows it, does Aaron Bordenova. The Frenchman for PB Kart has taken it. And what a deserved drive and what a deserved pole position that will be. And I do believe that is putting us to the end of the day's racing with that win. I can imagine there'd be a bit of frustration there in the paddock, but of course the decision has to be made. The sunlight's running out, and I mean it's already pretty dark now, and it's only going to rapidly get darker as the day goes on, and the call has been made. There are your points. They are provisional, of course, as well, until all of these results become official. And for these drivers here, their last hurrah today puts them in the eyes of the races tomorrow for Mini X30 and for the juniors, as well as those senior drivers. There's your full results. Bordenova taking the win ahead of Uzanov, Forks from Surly, Baleo from Batch, Davidson from South should jump start. Marvin Bay takes 10th ahead of Ian Timmerton. Then it is Jim Wolf from Nathan Vigon who take the top 13. Good run there for Jim Wolf as well. 13 places gained. If that was an attempt there to get through into tomorrow's racing, into that final, that certainly could have done it there. Luca Pavel ahead of Martin Chechen Gomez. They top out the top 15. Shabilumar Basalama takes that P16th spot. Bram Konix from Valentino Peugeot. He takes the top 18 ahead of Alessandro Rodriguez from Bolero. Aiton from West, who round out the 23 finishers. There was the first initial incident at the start, which forced the red flag to come out. Ben Bernhard there, unfortunately, the recipient of that role, thankfully, did walk up on his own feet and away from that incident, but the red flag did come out. The restart after a short delay, but still, drivers pushing on in those early phases here. Not too dramatic for the field here in those first opening laps. Chester Forks making some early attempts here to push forward as much as they possibly can at the end. It wasn't going to be enough, though. The two drivers are at the front, very close at the end. Bordenova and Dimi Uzanov crossing the line 1-2, but that would secure Aaron Bordenova with a pole position start for the Superheats tomorrow. Mason Hibbert joining as well, as the racing now comes to a conclusion here for the Heats day. Missing out on 3 races there, but tomorrow will be a very busy day indeed. Superheats and finals. We look forward to those. Before that, though, we will briefly head down to Parc Ferme.
Okay, marching to all radio users. That's the end of today's activity. A little bit early, but in my view, necessary and the right call. So, well done today, a roller coaster of a day. Thank you for your help. Have a good evening, and see you all again tomorrow.
Confirmation there from Race Director Martin Bean. The Marshals making their way back off the circuit. Great work from them today, bracing those conditions and really horrible conditions they've had to deal with all day. The same as the fantastic camera crew out there as well, who have braced those conditions to bring us these live shots. There is the look at tomorrow as it stands at 10 past 10. we start with Superheat 1, which means we'll most likely be live probably at around 10 o'clock or so. Then we go into Superheat 2 for the minis, juniors, then the seniors, and then the finals start at 1:15 in the afternoon. We will do all 3 of those finals and then the podiums at the very end of the day. Make sure you stay tuned for that one. That action due to stop at around, hopefully, if we're on time, at 3 o'clock. And I'm sure I'd say this with open arms, weather depending on that one. We just don't know what is going to be happening out there. But again, great work from all of the drivers in that one. Some really good racing from the seniors, juniors, and the minis, delivering the highest quality out there of racing, despite the challenging conditions, the wind this morning, the rain, the mixed conditions, the drivers out on a greasy, wet circuit on slick tyres, having to battle those. And then, of course, later on in the day, the deluge, the rain that struck the circuit with quite ferocious intensity. But that was then, and now we head down to Parc Fermé and over to Andrew Mather.
Thank you, Anthony. Here with Aaron Bordenova. Aaron, you did it. A win there in that last race, and with it, you are on pole position for the Superheat tomorrow. How do you feel?
Yes, it's good for the weekend, and I take a good start, and I put 2 at 2. And it's finished.
Absolutely, you had to defend quite hard from Dimi Uzanov in that last race. Were you nervous?
Yes, I'm nervous with English drivers. It's difficult.
And who would you like to thank for your victory? It's a really special moment. Who do you like to thank?
Yes, I want to victory in the race for my dad.
Yeah.
It's this birthday today.
Well, what a birthday present indeed. Aaron, well done. We'll let you get back to the PB Kart team. We'll see you on pole position for tomorrow's Superheat. Great scenes down here, Anthony. A really good feel for the end of the day. Back to you in the box.
Thank you very much, Andrew Mather down there. Great work from yourself and from the media crew as well, bracing all those conditions and the officials as well. We will see you bright and early tomorrow morning, but the racing here at the IAME Winter Cup 2026 is done and dusted until we see those Superheats and finals out tomorrow. Make sure you stay tuned and make sure you keep up to date with all of those socials as well. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Andrew Mather, we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
Right then, here we go, into the tram line. Great start.
Phillips goes for the lead. What a move. To try and take second place away from Ramagers. Here comes Denny Babicek down the inside.
Evans into that final chicane. Once again, Alabama on the outside. Oh no, there's contact. He's gone round.